Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 210. Deep in the night, heavy with dew, cold wind, how can I stroll in the fields? Where did the drunken words of three people come from? Face to face, they moved in a daze. He was too lazy to use torture. He let them show off and only dug holes in the ground. Don't mention the fact that he is a noble. For the sake of the long term, he buries the short-term pain. The three people who wanted to poison the pond were caught. They couldn't imagine how much energy, money, and manpower Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had invested in this area in order to have a stable backing. According to their respective understanding of reconnaissance, anti-reconnaissance, capture, and anti-capture, the two of them specially carried out a series of offensive and defensive drills. They made use of all the people in Xueqi as much as possible. With the same weapons and the same physical fitness, they could resist 3 times the number of troublemakers. Thus, the operation codenamed My Xueqi, I'm in charge, was launched. The emergency light code was 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. If one had to give it another meaning, it would be send, 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 send. For this reason, Wang Wan had also drawn a 3-dimensional defensive map of the Zhang family and Xueqi family. It was the kind of 3-dimensional defensive map of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. It was the type where the 3 forces were integrated into one, and the goal was to cooperate in battle. Later, due to the limited resources at hand, they could only create a land defense system at a few important locations. Other than the main family's courtyard, there were no visible sentries, only hidden sentries. The main reason was that there were too few people available. With the members of the Xueqi protection team as the main body, they set up such hidden sentry posts at any place that Zhang Xiaobao or herself thought they could sneak into Xueqi. They were also equipped with a second echelon to focus on the defense. For example, the straw pile could not be burned, as it would affect next year's grain production. They had specially arranged people inside, and the other places were also deployed according to the temporary combat mission that the two of them had formulated. If it weren't for the short time, Wang Wan would have even planned to build a Xueqi between the Zhang family and the Wang family. She would also be able to reach the underground network between the clouds and the water through the river. Unwilling to give up, Wang Wan planned to complete this within 3 years. She planned to ambush millions of soldiers to try a sneak attack. When this plan had first been made, the Manor Lord didn't understand. All he knew was that if the Manor Lord wanted him to watch, then he would do it. The people in the inner courtyard didn't understand either, but they knew that whatever the little ancestor said was right. Tonight, after more than 30 people with hunters' weapons surrounded the 3 of them, the villagers admired the master, and the people in the inner courtyard praised the little ancestor. What are you doing? I haven't had enough yet. Old Third, who was surrounded by more than a dozen people, narrowed his eyes and shouted. What wine? Who are you trying to fool? You want to poison the pond? Are you blind? Do you think that the bridge is so easy to cross? Keep pretending, keep pretending. Captain, the 3 of them want to poison the fish in Xueqi. I heard them clearly. The person hiding in the wall pointed at Lao San, who was sitting on the ground, and said angrily. The captain was chosen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from more than 700 people, so he was naturally not that simple. He sneered and said, It's not poisonous fish. They drank too much. Go and get some wine from the grocery store. Get a jar and let him drink it. If he can't drink it, just throw it into the pond. The 3 people beside him immediately ran to the grocery store. They knew how big the jar should be. It was like a water tank, the kind that was buried in the ground. Each jar contained 40 to 50 caddies, so they wouldn't die from drinking it. Get those 2 people here too. There's no need to treat the 3 of them like this. It's good to divide and surround them, but there are too few opponents. It's not worth it. The captain of the protection team called out again. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry now. This was the first time that the protection team had encountered someone who came to cause trouble, and he caught them. When the time came, the Manor Lord would definitely be satisfied with them. However, someone really dared to have ideas about Xueqi. It was obvious that they looked down on the protection team and treated them as decorations. The most infuriating thing was that the 3 people came just to poison the fish. There weren't many fish left in the pond. Most of them were taken to the mountains and would sprout again at the beginning of spring. They would grow up together with the lotus flowers. Even if they were poisoned, there were only a few fish left. The owner of the fish in the pond had already agreed half a month ago that they would share the fish with the villagers during the new year. The three of them were really capable. If they had the guts, they could go to the goose farm and poison them. They wouldn't be able to kill them. Why don't they try going to the manor lord's courtyard? They could go to the kitchen and poison the manor lord. Let's see if they had the ability. They spent a lot of effort to come here just to poison the fish that would be shared with the villagers. This kind of people was the most hateful. The 7-year-old boy in the family even said that after the fish were shared, he would make a wire plate on the stove and roast fish for his 3-year-old sister. If the fish were poisoned, what was the point of roasting it? Bullying my child? Let's wait. After a while, the wine was brought over and piled on the ground. Just by listening to the muffled sound, one could imagine how much wine was inside. The 3 people who were caught gathered together. The one who was the big brother finally spoke. Don't waste your time. Even if we drink to death, we won't say who sent us here. Use your methods and see if you can pry open the mouths of our 3 brothers. Good, I like people like you. Straightforward and straightforward. Dig a hole. The manor lord has instructed us that anyone who speaks like this is not an ordinary person. We can't afford to offend them. If we find out, it will be even more troublesome. Bury them as fertilizer. Give the people behind them an explanation. Tomorrow morning, release the news that the 3 drunkards drowned in the river. Bury them. The captain snorted in disdain. After giving the order, he turned around and left. Seeing that the captain had left, the remaining people split up and went to the grocery store to get some things. After a while, they came back with shovels in their hands. They were divided into about 10 people and started to dig a hole. The sound of shovels being kicked, the sound of dirt being thrown, and the sound of breathing mixed together. Those who didn't know would think that they were building a house. What scared the 3 of them the most was that under the dim light of the lantern, a person was kneeling on the ground. He was placing incense, candles, yellow paper and other things one by one. He was muttering. The king of Hell's palace has inquired. You must tell us in detail who you are. Why come here to seek death and build a new grave in the middle of the field? Looking at the hometown on the terrace, helplessness has become a soul. Henceforth, Yin and Yang are separated into 2 worlds. Father and mother at home have nothing to eat. Where is father when I learn to speak? Late at night, widows are stained with tears. When I come, people talk about riches and honor. Who cares about the old and young when they die? I don't burn paper candles for myself. I only hope for peace in the netherworld. If the judge says to throw me into a pot of oil, give him 300 taels of silver. Give me a few more incense and candles. It will be easier to live in the next life. Perhaps my wife will also be reincarnated. I'm afraid that we won't hear each other if we brush past each other. Then I'll burn yellow paper as a bundle. Remember, don't bury me. I'll tell you. The Han family in Xueqi asked us to come here. Han Yongyao, it's him. It's all him. He said that he would give each of us 10 taels of silver. Also, it was a young master from Xueqi who came up with the idea. They are now living in the wilderness. I have an old mother at home. My father died early. My mother raised me. I also have a new wife. She's already 4 months old. In half a year, there will be a descendant. I said, don't bury me. The youngest of the 3, Lao San, couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted and told everything he knew. The sound of digging was gone, and so was the sound of muttering. The people around them looked at the 3 of them and did not move. The person who was burning paper candles stood up and said to the others, let's go. Tie the 3 of them up. Separate them and bring them to the main house. I'll go find the housekeeper. Lao San, you're confused. They're just scaring you. Why did you say it? What about your family? Will they let you go? The eldest brother didn't have time to stop him. He let Lao San say it out loud. He was very upset. The person who was burning paper candles frowned and asked Lao San, is he your brother? No. Lao San was also confused and answered casually. With a bang, a shovel hit the eldest brother's face. He didn't know how much strength he used, but he directly knocked the eldest brother out. It's good that he's not. He can't live. The people from the yamen will come in a while. He and the one who came with you should be the second brother, right? They're going to the yamen. You should stay in Xueqi first. You were caught, but you didn't say anything. The person who burned paper candles didn't have any pity for the others. No, my second brother is mute. He never speaks. I haven't heard him speak for a few years. He only knows how to use his hands to draw. Lao San quickly pleaded for mercy. Okay, then stay here first. I'll tell the housekeeper to send something to your house so that you can give birth to the child. There's no need to tell me. You'll be in charge of these things in the future. Yu Yong, I'll talk to Master and Madam and let you have the surname Zhang. In the future, you'll be in charge of these things. At this time, Steward Zhang also rushed over. As soon as the person who burned paper candles finished speaking, Steward Zhang gave away some of his power. Steward Zhang, what are you talking about? I wouldn't dare. Your captain told me that you were the one who came up with the idea. You should do your job well in the yard. If it were me today, I wouldn't be as good as you. There are more and more things going on in Xueqi, and I can't manage them all. I'll be relieved if there's one more smart person. Steward Zhang knew what Yu Yong was thinking and said with a smile. In fact, he didn't want to give away his power, but he knew that the young master and young madam had already spread their influence. He couldn't do it alone. If he seized power, the old madam and old master might not say anything. Madam and master might be willing to accept it, but what about the young master and young madam? Unless he did everything well, otherwise, if something happened and he still didn't want to let go of the power, he didn't want to think about the consequences. At that time, he would make the little young master and little miss unhappy, so he might as well hand over the matter now. Were the young master and young madam ordinary people? That kind of scheming didn't even need to meet them. They could tell what the owners of the grain store were thinking just by listening to what they said. They would never allow their subordinates to take control of things that they couldn't control. Thank you, Steward Zhang. I'll listen to you in the future. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, Yu Yong said gratefully. Steward Zhang was shocked. Don't listen to me. Listen to Madam, Master, Old Madam and Old Master, and also the young master and young madam. You'll know in the future. If you really want to listen to me, then you'd better continue with your current work. Chapter 2:11. After saying this, Steward Zhang rejoiced in his heart. It was fortunate that he had listened to his father and thought for Xueqi. He did not fight for the power of Madam and Master, nor did he bully the young master. Otherwise, he would have been buried. He had dreamt of the young master's big eyes and charming smile many times at night. Every time, he would wake up with a start. He did not know why, but when he saw the young master during the day, he felt a kind of innate coldness in his dreams, especially the gaze in his eyes, which seemed to be staring at him all the time. Yu Yong did not know what Steward Zhang was thinking, but when he heard Steward Zhang's words, he quickly nodded in agreement. He ordered people to push the 3 people who wanted to cause trouble into the yard. It did not take long before the yamen runners stationed here rushed over. There were 3 people in total, and the leader was someone Xueqi knew. It was Chen Dong. Sir, I am innocent. We 3 brothers drank too much and accidentally walked here. They beat us and asked us to say that we were here to do bad things. Sir, I am innocent. Sir, you dropped your money. The big brother was no longer as calm as he usually was. Perhaps it was because he felt that this was an opportunity, so he shouted at the 3 yamen runners, hoping to get some help. At the same time, he also rushed forward. He pulled Chen Dong's hand and shook out a string of 60 copper coins and 2 silver beans from his sleeve. These coins added up to 4 taels of silver. He threw them directly at Chen Dong's feet. If his hands were not tied in front of him, he might have been able to move more gracefully. When Chen Dong picked up the coins, the big brother turned his head to look at Steward Zhang and Yu Yong. His meaning was self-evident. Steward Zhang saw his gaze and turned his head away. Yu Yong laughed in a low voice, which made him confused. With a bang, Chen Dong kicked the big brother in the chest and kicked him 3 meters away. He said, I dropped the money, but I always put it in the money bag at my waist. How could I drop it? You dared to steal money with your hands tied. Let him know how powerful you are. As Chen Dong spoke, he took a step back. The 2 yamen runners next to him immediately rushed up and started beating him up. One of them cursed as he beat him up. Are you blind? How dare you steal Brother Chen's money? You didn't steal it well, but you still pretended that Brother Chen dropped his money. I let you steal it, but how dare you? Even young Master Zhou doesn't have to smile at us, And you want to cause trouble here? Do you think Xueqi County is your home? The other one was even more ruthless. He specifically chose the most painful places to hit. He also scolded, Zhang family and Wang family, Xueqi, are slandering you? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? If they could poison the pond today, they could poison other places tomorrow. What if they got on the fungus? What if it gets on the cucumber? I can see that you want to poison my 70-year-old grandmother to death. Brother Chen's child is only 1 year old, and you can do it? I'll beat you to death. Just you wait. When we get back, I'll let you know what's good for you. You can cause trouble anywhere, but you came here. Fine, you're good. I usually change into normal clothes when I cross the bridge when I have nothing to do. You're making trouble for us. Good, you have a backbone. You made us come here in the middle of the night. No, Your Excellency. I'm innocent. This big brother was beaten silly. He gave away 4 taels of silver and received such treatment. How much could Yamen runners earn in a year? It was only a few hundred copper coins a month. This money was equivalent to a year's salary. Why was he beaten? Brother Chen, what's going on? While one of them was shouting and the other 2 were cowering at the side, Father Zhang heard the commotion and came out of the study. Zhang family clan members were 1 step behind, and they also came out. When Chen Dong saw the master come out, he gave them a look and they stopped. He stepped forward and bowed. Your Excellency, it's all my fault. I didn't do a good job and let people come to Xueqi to poison you. Fortunately, I didn't succeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the face to return home. My father will beat me to death if he knows. I'm an adult and I can't even watch over a person. I'm too ashamed to go back. Your Excellency, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter and give you an explanation. Tomorrow, no, tonight. I'll take people to watch over the bridge. I'll take a 24-hour shift. If something like this happens again, I'll jump off the mountain behind Xiao Luo Shui. Father Zhang looked at the person who was beaten and said, Brother Chen, you're treating me like an outsider. The Zhang family and Wang family have never had any adults in Xueqi. Both families have children. I wonder if Uncle Chen's body is still healthy? It's cold these days. I heard that Uncle Chen's legs are inconvenient. Someone, go to the 5th storeroom and get some medicinal herbs to expel the cold. Remember, pick the big ones. Brother Chen, I've been busy these days. You know that I usually don't care about things. I forgot about Uncle Chen's matter. I heard that Brother Chen's little boy is very sensible. When he goes back later, bring a bell. Gold is too heavy. Let's make it silver. Madam, how do we set up the Kong bed? It's getting colder. Last year, my father's legs were cold. It's good that he was able to live on a Kong bed. Get someone to set one up for people like Brother Chen in Xueqi County. Prepare some charcoal and buy the firewood locally. Husband, you're right. It's my fault for not being thoughtful enough. Husband, don't worry. I'll remember this. When the firewood is hot, it'll smoke. Husband, it's cold at night. You should put on a coat. Although Zhang Wang family was usually in charge of the family, she really gave face to Father Zhang at this time. She spoke softly and didn't make any excuses. What does a woman know? Do we still have fungus at home? It's easy to cough in this season. Eat some to clear your lungs. Father Zhang was the head of the family, so he should act like one. Moreover, he was an official. He was rank 7, which was not low. Zhang Wang family was still gentle. Husband, you're right. I'll get someone to get it. There's still some in the 5th storeroom. Ah? 5th storeroom? Father Zhang hesitated. 5th storeroom belonged to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually sent part of their income to the storerooms of the Zhang family and Wang family. Both families knew that the Zhang family's 5th storeroom was the biggest. There was basically everything in there. Things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, swam in the water, and dug in the grass. There were also silver and copper coins. Anything that could be seen on a normal day could be found there. Father Zhang had just taken the herbs from his son's storeroom. He felt a little embarrassed to take the fungus at this time. Husband, although the gatekeeper of the 5th storeroom is a little stingy, he can't wait to be happy when father wants to take something. Speaking of Uncle Chen's children, I thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Those 2 children are the best. Zhang Wang family hinted. Father Zhang immediately understood. His son and daughter-in-law would never get angry with the family. His position was given to him by his son. This was the good thing about having an immortal son. He never had to worry about it. Everything at home was arranged well for him. He was sensible and obedient. When he was taught something, he would also learn it seriously. Thinking of this, Father Zhang became more confident and ordered. It's not easy for the bailiffs in the yamen to run around all day. When there's a lot of dust, they'll get cold. When they cough, they'll get sick. Send half a catty each. You're right, husband. I understand. Tomorrow morning, I'll send not only the black fungus but also the white fungus. Half a gene of the same thing. Madame Zhang still echoed, as if her existence was to add luster to Father Zhang. Besides, half a catty was really not a lot. It was not like the fungus was dry. Half a catty was the same as half a catty when it was wet. It was fine to give it to them. Every yamen runner had the same amount. It seemed like a lot, but who asked the family to grow it? Looking at the situation in front of them, the benefits were reflected. Not to mention that this person was really here to poison them. Even if he wasn't, he would still do whatever he wanted. This had little to do with the man's official position. He was just a 7th-ranked official. The yamen runners did things according to the ancient records. You couldn't find fault with it. The reason why Chen Dong did this was because Xueqi was so good to him that he took care of every family member. The beating was almost done. It was time to send them to the yamen. Chen Dong didn't say a word of thanks. He waved his hand at the 2 yamen runners and walked out with the eldest brother of the 3. You can't arrest me. Do you know who sent me here? The Han family. It's Han. Ah. One of the 2 yamen runners who escorted them swung his hand and hit the eldest brother until his mouth was full of blood. What are you talking about? Which family? Didn't you hear it? Wait for the Zhang family to say it. Poison. Who asked you to poison them? Fish will die if they eat it. People will also die if they eat fish. You are killing people. Of course, Chen Dong wouldn't let them say it out loud. When the time came, whether to advance or retreat would depend on the Zhang family. Otherwise, why would they send him and a few yamen runners here to guard? The eldest brother had been beaten senseless and was dragged out. As for the remaining 2, the 3rd brother was already sitting on the ground, his face full of fear. He finally understood that he had only thought of the Han clan's abilities. After crossing the province, the Han clan was useless, and the Zhang clan was the most powerful one. The yamen runners from Xueqi County were like servants who did whatever they said. If something happened, they would be punished. If they fought with the Han family, they would be courting death. Only the 2nd brother's expression didn't change much. It was as if he already knew that this would happen. Or perhaps, he was always like this no matter what situation he encountered. Let me tell you, you are finished. You have offended the Han family. In this place, no one is not afraid. Let me go. 3rd brother, you actually dared to join the enemy. Your family won't have a good life. The eldest brother with blood flowing out of his mouth seemed to have recovered a little. He didn't suffer internal injuries just now. It was only at the last moment that he broke his mouth and shouted. Chen Dong didn't care what he shouted. Who was the Han family? It was useless. Unless the emperor came, there was no need to care. The prince was in charge of this province. Was the Han family powerful? The imperial nephew Xueqi was next to him. He took note of these words and signed them together. Eldest brother is done for this time. The 2nd brother, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Chapter 2:12. 2nd brother, you can speak? Lao San was the most surprised. Even though he was worried about his family situation, he still looked at his 2nd brother, who had never spoken before, in fear. Yes. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance to speak anymore. The Han family chose the wrong opponent. Xueqi Zhang family and Wang family are not that simple. In the entire Xueqi County, unless the emperor gives the order, no one can control them. Lao Er's voice was a little hoarse when he spoke. It was unknown whether it was because his throat was not good or because he had not spoken for a long time. Lao San had to admit that Xueqi Zhang family and Wang family were very powerful in Xueqi County. He had heard them say that they would give away half a catty of black fungus and half a catty of white fungus. The yamen runners in the county must have reported it if they had any problems. He just didn't know if the other secretaries and deputy county magistrates had been bribed. He was still sober. He knew that the county magistrate had already left and a new one was coming. During this time, the county affairs were handed over to the deputy county magistrate and the secretaries. If they wanted to convict someone, they didn't even have to report it or hide it. However, he was also afraid that his family would be implicated. He sat there with a sad expression and said, "What about my family?" "Family? You still think about your family? Why don't you think about other people's families after you poison them? What if someone accidentally eats it and dies from the poison? Have you thought about that?" Ergo appeared at the entrance of Xueqi. It would have been better if he didn't listen to Lao San. After hearing what he said, he suddenly couldn't control himself and shouted at Lao San. "It's not easy for me either. It's all for some money. If the fish in the pond die, the master family will just have to pay some compensation." Lao San really didn't know what to say and could only use this excuse. Ergo heard his words and laughed again. Compensation? The master family is indeed not afraid of compensation. Don't talk about poisoning these fish. You can also poison something else. As long as it's not a person, you can see if Zhang family and Wang family can pay for it. However, these fish no longer belong to the master family a few days ago. They are the food of the two Xueqi farmers for the new year. There are a few of my fish in there. If you poison the fish, what do you want us to eat? We'll eat you. If each of us takes a bite of you, you won't even have enough bones to gnaw on. Don't even think about getting better. Hearing Ergo's words, Ergo was even more frightened. He curled up and didn't dare to make a sound. Ergo had no choice but to say, "We want to live well." Who doesn't want to live well? You want to live well, so you want to poison our fish? Ergo said contemptuously. "Brother Ergu, now is not the time to talk about this. Master, madam, I'm Lu Er. I'm going to ask someone to find his family. Do you have any family?" At this moment, a little girl stepped out from behind Ergo. She looked at Father Zhang and Jiang Wang clan and pointed at Ergo. "No, I have no family. Who are you? What are you doing?" "Lu Er? I've never heard of them. Are the Zhang and Wang families from Xueqi?" The second son looked back at him, his gaze as cold as ever. Lu Er wasn't afraid at all. She said, "I'm Lu Er Feng Lu Er. I was helping Brother Ergu settle the accounts tonight. I heard some commotion here, so I came over. Master, madam, quickly go and save him. This person is not bad." Lu Er continued to point at Ergo as she spoke. If it were someone else who said this, Father Zhang wouldn't have cared at all. Similarly, Mother Zhang and Jiang Wang clan wouldn't have agreed. However, since it was the little girl in front of them, they had no choice but to consider it. His son and daughter-in-law had always thought highly of Lu Er. They had given her a lot of things. They even gave her a courtyard between the clouds and the water for her family to live in. There seemed to be no one who could receive such treatment from his son and daughter-in-law. They couldn't see it themselves, but they believed in their son's abilities. "Housekeeper, I'll leave this matter to you." "Lu Er is a good child," Mother Zhang said to Steward Zhang after glancing at Father Zhang. After that, she left with Father Zhang. "Chow did I say a lot of things today that I shouldn't have?" Mr. Zhang felt that he had been a little unreasonable just now, especially to his wife. Mother Zhang was only in her 20s. She wasn't old at all. When she heard this, she smiled and replied, "Husband, you're not wrong. Mother used to tell me that in front of outsiders, a man's words are always right. As long as I'm by his side, even if he's wrong, the woman has to take care of him. Mother said that a good wife can help her man avoid all dangers. The man stands in front, while the woman stands behind. When there's trouble, the man goes first. When the man makes a mistake, the woman has to take care of it. This is a family. The rise and fall of a family can't be without women. Xiao Bao said that we're going to see the lake. Husband, bring me there next year. Look at the lake. It's calmer than the human heart. Look at the thousands of people who welcome you. Look at the fragrant flowers and green grass. Look at the green mountains and clear water. Autumn is fine as well. The leaves are red and sparkling, and the crescent moon hangs in the sky. Go with the waves. Who cares if it's the mortal world or the nether world?" "Chow. Husband, You were reading in the study room today and didn't know some things. Little Luo Xueqi sent a letter saying that our daughter-in-law casually wrote something. La la la, you're the wind and I'm the sand. When the duckweed blows, we're like a flower. Occasionally, I laugh and fall. Mother Zhang didn't wait for Father Zhang to say anything and interrupted. The sentence is ordinary. It's not easy to write something like that from a child who's not even 3 years old. I'll teach them properly in the future. Unfortunately, madam, why don't you teach them? She's a talented woman. Wei Wei nodded her head. She didn't praise her daughter-in-law much, but she was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. It wasn't easy for her to write something like that at such a young age. Especially the 3 words, la la la, at the beginning. It expressed the mentality of a child. If it was written by an adult, it might be better. Mother Zhang was also very satisfied with Wang Wan. Not only did she write something like that, but more importantly, she had always been by Xiao Bao's side, helping him to come up with ideas and find loopholes. She knew very well that the 2 children had been thinking about Zhuangzi for countless nights. Other than when the guards were asleep, the 2 children were still thinking of ideas. They couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, but there would always be new arrangements the next day. For example, they were the ones who suggested catching the culprit. At that time, they only thought that the children wanted to play and let them play. Who knew that the culprit was so powerful that they really encountered danger? Madam, what are you thinking about? Why don't you go back and rest? If you give Baolang a younger brother or sister, will he be as smart as Xiao Bao? A girl, like Yao Wan, would be fine too. Father Zhang was still fantasizing about having another child. The boy would be like Zhang Xiaobao and the girl would be like Wang Wan. If my husband says so, then so be it. What I want to say is that the handwriting of Yao Wan is different from what we've seen before. I don't have the ability to teach a child. As long as he has enough to eat and clothes to keep him warm, that's enough. There are no more talented women in this world. Only Zhang Wangshi and Xiaobao's mother. If anyone thinks they're good, they can compete with me. If they give birth to a child like Xiaobao, sheep will be scared to death at Shuiyun Denver, Mother Zhang said proudly. Father Zhang didn't want to hold his son too high. Otherwise it would be very painful if he fell. What's between the clouds and the water? In the future you have to take care of him properly. Don't always spoil him. You are always reading by yourself and never care about your son. Mother Zhang said unhappily when she saw that there was no one else around. Father Zhang didn't care about this change in attitude at all. Who asked Xiao to be liked by his parents? She cooked well and knew how to take care of people. Most importantly, her literary talent was better than his. Ever since she married into the family, she never showed it in front of outsiders. She only focused on taking care of the courtyard and even managed it well. She was a talented woman of a generation. He was already climbing up the social ladder. Moreover, he must take the exam next year and raise his net worth to fight for Qiao Er's face. Yes, Madam is right. What's wrong with between the clouds and the water? Father Zhang was willing to compromise. For this family, he had done too little, especially before he obtained scholarly honors. As for this rank 7 official, that was obtained with the help of his son and daughter-in-law. Hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain were given out for free. More than 30,000 domestic animals were released. The bribe of the county, the contribution of the province, the auspicious signs of the imperial court, no matter which one it was all controlled by his son and daughter-in-law. Even the respect of the bailiffs was not understood by others, but he knew that they were not respectful to him, the master of the house. They were grateful for the benefits that the master of the house had given them. These benefits were ingrained in their bones and were not as simple as spending money. When a family's daughter-in-law gave birth to a child, they didn't give gifts of gold and silver. Instead, they gave gifts that the adults and children needed. When a family's elder celebrated his birthday, a group of carriages would be sent over to support the occasion. When a bailiff married his wife, firecrackers would be set off throughout the village. When a bailiff was injured, a doctor would rush over with medicine. According to his daughter-in-law, it was to let the bailiffs get used to the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. They would never have to think about it and would never forget it. Jiang Wang clan smiled at Father Zhang. Between the clouds and the water. That's not normal. Yongqing, I'll tell you more when we're in the house. Today, I owe 1.5 chapters. Yep, 1 chapter is 3,000 words. If it's not enough, I'll take half a chapter. A total of 2.5 chapters. I can't find an excuse. Trivial matters in the real world. Chapter 213. The culprits were caught. Zhang Wang clan and Zhang Zian's father came over to take a look and then went back to rest. Steward Zhang dealt with the aftermath. Lu Er watched from the side and gave 2 ideas. One was to treat the 2 captured people well so that they could be witnesses at critical moments. The other was to send people to fetch Lao San's family. Steward Zhang adopted the second idea. He sent the Miao protection team over. As for treating the 2 well, it would be good enough to tie them up and throw them into the woodshed. At least it would be better than their elder brother. He wondered what kind of treatment his elder brother would receive after he was caught by the bailiffs. Seeing the Miao protection team leave, Steward Zhang was not worried about whether they could bring them back. The other Zhuangzi were not as strict as Zhang Wang and Wang clan. He ordered the guards in the inner courtyard. Huzi, quickly go to Xiao Luoshui and tell the little master what just happened. Huzi nodded and ran to the back to lead the horse. He took out a bag of water and 2 steamed buns from the wooden box at the door. This was specially prepared by Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. There was not only food and water in the box, but also some simple medicine and small tools so that it would be convenient for people to use in emergencies. After all this, Steward Zhang could not fall asleep. Similarly, those who woke up were either excited or angry and could not fall asleep. Sitting in the side hall, Steward Zhang learned how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drank tea. He made himself a pot of strong tea and took a plate of snacks. He frowned and thought about something. A manservant who was usually in charge of running errands and doing chores stood beside him. Seeing that Steward Zhang did not drink the tea or eat the snacks, he just sat there and reminded him with a yawn. Steward Zhang, the tea is getting cold. Do we need to interrogate those 2 people? Ask more questions and wait until tomorrow morning. Master and Madam will be happy. Wait for the young master and the young lady. As long as nothing happens here, we can't casually interfere. Otherwise, if we make a mistake, it will disrupt the young master's plans. Steward Zhang gave the servant a warning look. As long as he took care of Zhuangzi and made no mistakes, it would be a credit to him. When the young master did things, he had a long-term plan and a casual move could make things difficult for the young master. I understand. I won't say what I shouldn't say. Steward Zhang, why do we need to dig 2 more rivers between the clouds and the water? Even if there is a fork, the water that flows down will still be the same. The manservant was shocked and almost got himself into trouble. The rule of the main family was that each person was in charge of their own business. If they did well in their own business, they could learn what others did and learn how to read and write. However, they could not casually meddle in other people's business. If they found that others were obviously doing something wrong, they could remind them. However, they could not deliberately wait and complain when they saw that others were about to do something wrong. If they wanted to fight for more benefits and make Master and Madam think highly of them, they had to weigh their own abilities. If they were not capable, then they should not go forward. If they wanted to use other people's methods to improve themselves, the first one to be punished would definitely be them. Therefore, the people in the main family were divided into ranks, but they could only be in charge and could not bully others. The main family did not need the scheming between the servants to balance the family. Steward Zhang was satisfied with the manservant's reaction. He poured 2 cups of tea and signaled for the manservant to sit aside and drink. Then he said thoughtfully, we need to build buildings over there, and we need to build roads here. Digging 2 rivers is to divert the water. When the time comes, people will expand the pond there, just like a small lake. We need to build buildings? Our main family is really rich. Steward Zhang, will there be so many people coming to build buildings? Between the clouds and the water is not bad now, and it is because some of the restaurants in Little Luoshui are connected to each other. The road in front of us has already been built this year. Do we still need to build it? The manservant sat next to him excitedly. He had been in the side hall several times, but he had never sat here. Originally, there was no side hall in the main family, only a main hall. After Master became an official, the layout was changed. To be able to sit here, it seemed that his status was much higher. However, he did not quite understand what Steward Zhang said. We need to build buildings. There are fewer people coming from the north, but there are still people coming from the south. The imperial grandson has been eyeing our family. Little young master had no choice but to pull him in. Since the imperial grandson paid for it, he would naturally be willing to come here to play. There will be a lot of people coming. The road leads to the mountain. That mountain now belongs to our family. When the time comes, we can climb the mountain to play. We can walk back and forth between the restaurants here. The young lady has drawn a rough map. Find someone to build the buildings. The general layout has to be done according to the map. In the future, several restaurants will be connected together, and there will be a special corridor above. Steward Zhang said slowly at the side. The manservant listened without blinking. His face was full of yearning. He poured water for the housekeeper and listened to him continue. And here, 6 ponds will be connected. A corridor and a canal will be built in the middle. Flowers and plants will be planted on both sides. That way, there will be a lot of water vapor. In the morning or at night, it will be foggy. It's so beautiful. What should I say? The manservant imagined the scenery and prepared to describe it with a word. However, he could not figure it out and could only be anxious. The young lady said that when the time comes, there will be green hills and buildings outside the mountains. We also need to plant some reeds. Below the restaurant, we will divide them into pieces so that boats can go back and forth. In the middle, we will build a platform with stones and a pavilion on it. 2 corridors will be connected to one of the restaurants and one here. Steward Zhang said. He was also looking forward to it. He would be able to see it next year. It seemed that his Xueqi could only be inhabited by immortals. The manservant opened his eyes wide and suddenly said, I know. Planting reeds will attract many people. According to the meaning in the Book of Songs, there will be more women. The reeds are green, and the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing back from there, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing back from there, the water is in the center. Haha, it seems that you have learned something. Yes, that's the meaning. The mountain is in the center of the water. Planting reeds is not only for this. The feces at home need to be dried. The firewood is not enough from the mountain. When the time comes, we will use reeds instead and weave them into mats. Learn well. If you can learn 10% of the skills of the young master and the young lady, you will benefit a lot. The young master and the young lady's plans are never that simple. There are other things that I can't think of if the young master and the young lady didn't mention it. I can only guess about the road and the building. When Steward Zhang heard the manservant say reeds, he praised and then sighed with emotion. The manservant scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, Everyone in the master's family is learning. I don't want to fall behind. When the master's official position is higher in the future, I can't lose face for the master. I will work hard and do a good job. When the time comes, I will show those scholars what a person who can do chores in the Zhang family looks like. The more the manservant said, the more excited he became. He had memorized a lot of things and learned hundreds of words. He was working hard to practice writing. After saying this, he calmed down a little and said, I have some confidence compared to the people outside, but I don't dare to compare with the young master and the young lady. Not to mention 10%, as long as I can compare with the 2 little ancestors in our family, I will be satisfied. When the manservant said this, he didn't feel modest at all. He really didn't dare to compare with the young master and the young lady. The 2 little ancestors' plans were as profound as they could be. When they collected grain and raised chickens last year, who would have thought that it was because of the locust plague? Unexpectedly, the master's family got 2 officials in exchange. Go to sleep. Don't delay tomorrow's work. After talking for a while, Steward Zhang finally felt sleepy. He told the manservant and got up to leave. The manservant tidied up the things on the table and went to the residence with his dream. Maybe he would have a good dream tonight. The wind twirled around the Meon, and the moon was half-curved. The Milky Way was full of stars, and the insects were silent. It was Yilanshan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still awake. There was a letter in front of them. It was sent from that house. It was very clear that there was no malice in it. It just wanted to meet with the master. There is no signature. Who is it? If there is no malice, don't let people follow you. For us, stalking is malice. There are always eyes watching us. No one will be happy. Wang Wan observed the handwriting of this person, trying to figure out the character of the person who wrote it. Then let's have Song Jinggong talk about it tomorrow morning. Bring the 2 of us and see what is going on with this person. The letter you wrote was sent by their people, but they didn't send it directly to the house. Instead, they took a boat and split it into 2 places. Do you see anything? Zhang Xiaobao used his hand to support his chin. He was also thinking. He didn't know which aristocratic family sent this person, or which big official sent this person. Or maybe it was from a rich company. The style of writing is restrained. This person should be more stable. Doing a good job in the big picture means that this person often arranges things for others. His tone is slightly more self-centered. This means that his status is not low. In his heart, the 2 of us Xueqi are nothing. Wang Wan analyzed the letter as she read. This was what she did. She could write with her left and right hands. She knew a few types of characters. When she wrote, she could also adjust her mood to prevent others from reading her handwriting. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the letter and looked at it. He didn't know much about handwriting, so he couldn't see anything. He only felt that the other person's handwriting was better than his. He put down the letter and said, "Meet him tomorrow. Ask him who is behind him. It can't be that someone thinks the 2 of us are cute and sent people to protect us, right? Then go to bed early. After meeting him tomorrow, we will play for a day before going home. Make some arrangements and welcome the new county magistrate." Wang Wan threw the letter in her hand, pulled the thin blanket and lay down. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a few seconds. He shook his head and followed her in. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Xueqi didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to get up and prepare to meet the person in the house. Damn that Han Yongyao. It's not over yet. Let's go over there. Let Song Jinggong take care of this. Wang Wan said angrily. Chapter 2:14. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed not to meet that person. He planned to go to Li Sun's place to find Han Yongyao and let him know that if he was not a bad person, he would not be retaliated against. The 2 of them first let Xueqi go to rest, and then arranged for the bailiff to go to their home to tell them some things. They could not let others take action, and they did not have any reaction. After finishing these things, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly ate a meal, prepared for a while, and then rushed to the other side by car. The place Li Sun chose was next to Xueqi County, and part of it had already left Xueqi County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the car, sullen and silent, shaking with the bumpy car. Pomegranate, who was sitting opposite them, saw the young master and young lady like this, so she advised them. "Young master, young lady, it is not worth being angry with such a person. When the time comes, we will teach them a good lesson, and they will know to be afraid." "Well, don't be angry, but he is a little annoying. Such a small child, but he is full of bad ideas. It seems that the adults in the family usually did not discipline him well. Let's go and deal with him first. We can't let them have an easy time." Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his posture and leaned back on the cushion. "That's right, we can't let him off easily. He is so close. If we don't do it this time, he will think that we are afraid of him. Children are like this, they will definitely have worse ideas. We can't always watch him." Wang Wan also agreed. Although he was a child, he was not worse than an adult when he was bad, especially when his family had some power. At first, he just wanted to vent his anger, but when you did not care about him, he would treat it as a fun thing to do and scheme against you. Pomegranate felt that the young master and young lady were the most interesting at this time. They said that others were children, but the 2 of them were younger than the children. She thought for a while and asked, "Can't we let the authorities arrest them? The 3 of them have already been arrested, and then there will be witnesses." "What do you mean by that?" "There is no written evidence. When the time comes, he will say that he did not know, and these 3 people framed him. What can they do to him? Who doesn't know how to play dirty? Let him play dirty." Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was his greatest misfortune to have such a neighbor. He wanted to make trouble for you all day long, but he still had to spare some energy to guard against him. How could he have so much time? Wang Wan also said, "We can't let him off so easily this time. Xiaobao, how do you think we should deal with him? We can't possibly beat him up, right?" "There's no need to beat him. Just scare him and drag him down. As long as he can't reach the destination in the end, Li Sun will beat him. Li Sun has always wanted to show off in front of Milord. We must grasp this mentality firmly." Zhang Xiaobao also smiled sinisterly and tapped his face. Pomegranate saw the little lord's actions from the front and began to feel sorry for Han Yongyao. She didn't know what the little lord would do. Xiao Bao, that Xueqi is next to the Han family, right? Surnamed Yuan. He also came up with the idea. This time, we should give him a warning as well. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. Yes. Could it be that there's no good person over there? We can discuss with Li Sun about building another restaurant between the clouds and the water. Let's ask Li Sun for help. In order to prepare for the long journey ahead, Zhang Xiaobao also closed his eyes and leaned his head on the carriage. The carriage rushed all the way. In the afternoon, they finally caught up with Li Sun and the others. The group had already started to move. Those who walked fast were more than 1 li ahead of those who walked slow. Li Sun didn't walk so fast. There were more than 10 people around him who were also maintaining their strength. Han Yongyao was also here. This was ordered by his family. Before they came, they had already said that they had to follow beside Li Sun. They also asked the servants who came with them to watch over them. Everyone was walking when a carriage suddenly cut in. Li Sun's face immediately became ugly. Who was so bold to drive a carriage here at this time? When the carriage stopped and the door opened, Li Sun's face changed again. The others' faces also changed. Those who knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan before were happy. They thought that as long as they followed these two people, they would be able to reach their destination. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi's faces also changed. They were family members and knew their own situation. They just came up with the idea. Last night, someone should have poisoned them. Why did these two people who didn't come before suddenly come? Could it be that they came specifically for them? Young Master Li, we're also here to participate. We're a little young, and we cut in at this time. Do we need to start from the beginning? Then let the carriage turn back. Zhang Xiaobao jumped off the carriage first. He turned around and held Wang Wan with one hand. Then, he turned around and asked Li Sun. Li Sun's face showed a happy smile. He stepped forward and said, "If other people are so young, of course they can't. But if it's you guys, then there's no need to worry. Just now you said that you're young. Since you're young, of course you should walk less. Just walk with us. Have you brought your things? This time, there's no tent for you to go in and talk about the quality of the food." As Li Sun spoke, his eyes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpacks. He really wanted to know what they brought this time. To him, these two backpacks were no different from 100 treasures pouches. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and patted the side of his backpack. He smiled and said, "Yes, we've brought everything. We can hurry on. Young Master Han, you're here too? Did you dream that you fell into the pond last night? Did you find that the water was poisonous, and there were dead fish floating around?" After greeting Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao turned to face Han Yongyao and asked softly, "What pond? I don't know what you're talking about. I still have to hurry on." Han Yongyao trembled and took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Yuan Xingyi smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the 2 people who were said to be so powerful would finally come. Young Master Zhang, the road ahead will depend on you." Zhang Xiaobao returned a smile and didn't say anything. He sighed in his heart. These children of rich families were indeed better than the children of ordinary families. Perhaps they were a bit worse at enduring hardships, but when it came to dealing with people or things, they could always perform better. This was what they learned from being around adults. "Xiaobao, can you let me see your backpack?" When the children began to hurry on, Li Sun couldn't hold back his curiosity and walked beside Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Looking at it now will waste time. We'll know when we need it. I originally didn't plan on coming, but something happened at home yesterday. Cuckoo and I were playing with little Luo Xue, so we had to come and ask for young Master Li's help." The children around them were all raised by their families since they were young, so they spoke like adults. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide it and also spoke to Li Sun in the tone of an adult. Li Sun naturally didn't speak for nothing. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he seemed to understand. He thought about how Han Yongyao had avoided his gaze and said with a smile, "Xiaobao, could it be that someone in your family went to poison the pond? How many fish died? Last time, your manor sent someone to deliver the fish recipe. I was thinking that after this matter, I would go to your pond to catch a few fish, but it seems that won't be possible." When Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi, who were following not far behind, heard their nephew's words, their footsteps became chaotic and they almost fell. They felt sweat seeping out of their foreheads. What they wanted to know the most right now was whether the person who had poisoned the pond had been caught. If they were caught and exposed them, wouldn't they be accused of plotting against the imperial nephew? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to know that the two people behind him were afraid, so he deliberately turned to look at them and said meaningfully, "Young Master Li, you may not know, but some people can't wait for everything in my family to be poisoned to death. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint them." In Xueqi, there was a farmer who happened to wake up at night and found 3 people. "As for the fish, young Master Li, go back and pick a few good ones." Young Master Zhang, so someone went to make trouble at home last night. No wonder you said you were dreaming. Young Master Zhang must have dreamed about it last night. I wonder if those people have been reported to the authorities. These people can't be let off lightly. Yuan Xingyi was afraid in his heart, but he pretended to be concerned as he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, they have been caught and handed over to the bailiff over there. Unfortunately, these 3 people are too stubborn. The person who came to report said that the bailiff hasn't been able to get anything out of them. It seems that the person behind the scenes who wanted to poison young Master Li is not simple." Zhang Xiaobao first put a hat on the heads of the 2 people. How could Yuan Xingyi admit to this? He quickly said, "Young Master Zhang, you're too serious." Young Master Li also said that he was going to eat fish. How did those 3 people know in advance? If they really knew that young Master Li was going to eat fish, they wouldn't dare even if they had more courage. Yes, they definitely wouldn't dare. It's probably someone from Xueqi who was jealous of the fish in Zhangjia Xueqi's pond, so they went there. It's just a small matter. How could there be someone secretly instigating them? I'm just afraid that the 3 of them will accuse me. I'll send someone back to investigate later. If I'm a villager from Xueqi, I won't let them off lightly." Han Yongyao also said on the side. The only thing he hoped now was that the 3 people didn't say anything or suddenly died. That would be even better. This kind of thing will naturally be dealt with by the authorities. Hurry up. Hurry up. According to the situation, we still have to walk for half a month. There's a section of road ahead that is not easy to walk. Li Sun knew what was going on, but he didn't say that he was going to punish the 2 people. Especially when Zhang Xiaobao said that he was going to poison him, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao was an interesting person. If that was really the case, the 2 people could be exterminated. Even if he didn't have the opportunity to sit on the throne and was just a side branch, he still had to protect the identity of the imperial nephew. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew that they couldn't immediately take revenge, so they could only wait for an opportunity. They no longer paid attention to the 2 people. Looking at the seemingly endless road, they walked beside Li Sun. After walking 100 steps, Zhang Xiaobao thought of the cooperation and said to Li Sun, "Young Master Li, when it's time to rest at night, there's something I need to discuss with you." Chapter 2:15. Li Sun chose this path so as not to delay the people on the main road. There were already people in front of the path to check if there was any danger. Usually, no pedestrians would come here. However, there were 2 small hills on the road. Although they were called hills, they were actually dirt hills. There were a few trees on the hills, but there were no cliffs or precipices. Today, they would reach there if they walked a little further. Going over the hills would take a lot of time. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he sped up a little. According to his calculation, most people would be resting on the hill at night. He and Wang Wan did not speak. Li Sun and several people around him also hurried on. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi, who were behind them, could not stay silent. The 2 of them stayed a little further away from the group and got together to discuss things. "Brother Xingyi, I don't understand. Why were the 3 of them caught? Do you think he'll give me up when the time comes?" Han Yongyao rubbed his hands anxiously, hoping to hear some comforting words from Yuan Xingyi. Yuan Xingyi was also worried. Hearing this, he smacked his lips and said, "Of course. Those yamen runners are all good at tricks. I am not afraid of them. If they ask and we don't admit it, what can they do? We are not in Sanshui County. Where do they dare to catch people? So it's okay?" Han Yongyao was happy. "Okay. If this matter is serious, Zhang Xiaobao and Xueqi will remember us. They may even do something bad to our 2 families. No, I have to send someone back to tell them to keep an eye on them at night. As Yuan Xingyi spoke, he suddenly thought of this. Ignoring Han Yongyao, who was asking how Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi would retaliate, he quickly found a guard who accompanied them here. After the guard took the order and went back, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Han Yongyao, who had also just sent someone back to report, and said, "That's good. That's good. In the future, we should get in touch with young Master Li more and give him some benefits so that young Master Li won't help them. I see that young Master Li is quite good to the Zhang family and Wang family Zhuangzi. I don't know why he doesn't want to buy the restaurant and Zhuangzi anymore. If there's a chance, we should stir up this matter." As he spoke, Yuan Xingyi laughed sinisterly again, perhaps because he felt that his idea was good. Han Yongyao nodded vigorously at the side, thinking that this was indeed a good idea. "Then when we eat later, I will give young Master Li the good stuff in my bag." Han Yongyao thought of such a way to get close to and please him. Yuan Xingyi shook his head. "No, young Master Li is here to get some food. If you give him your food, he won't eat it. He wants to experience the details of surviving in the wild. If you really give him food, he will be angry." Brother Xingyi is right. I was careless. And no thanks. Han Yongyao felt that he was much worse than Yuan Xingyi. He was even more grateful and learned to imitate Yuan Xingyi. Li Sun hurried along, looking up at the sky from time to time. He felt that the sky was getting dark too slowly today. He kept thinking about Zhang Xiaobao's words that they had something to discuss. In his opinion, it was not Zhang Xiaobao who had something to say to him, but the expert on Zhangjia Zhuangzi who had passed the message through Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. In this kind of torment, the sky finally slowly darkened. They also walked to the second hill. When the sun, which was as round as an egg yolk, was about to set, the team stopped. The people in front of them had already taken out their food and started to eat. Li Sun and the others also started to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out their food. When they saw it, they were surprised. Li Sun was also a little confused. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would take out the same fried noodles as he did. Unexpectedly, they took out raw rice from their backpacks. "Xiaobao, you are going to?" Li Sun pointed at the raw rice and asked. "Cook. It's evening. Cuckoo and I only had some snacks at noon. If we don't eat now, we will be hungry," Zhang Xiaobao said matter-of-factly. The two of them each took out a small pot and put 2 bowls in it. One was like a big ladle, and the other was like steamed, but much smaller. Wang Wan was in charge of adding water to the steamed rice, and Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of digging a hole to collect firewood. A small iron ring that could be folded and supported by 3 legs was put on the fire. When the rice was steamed, the two of them took out the already cut radishes and beef and put them in another pot. They poured some oil, added some chopped green onions, and cooked beef with radishes. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they still be in the mood to cook at a time like this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out 2 large goose eggs under everyone's astonished gazes. The two of them even put the goose eggs into their backpacks. "Xiaobao, eat one. One is enough for the 2 of us." Wang Wan looked at the goose egg in her hand and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao's egg. "Okay, I'll eat one." Zhang Xiaobao took back his egg and took out the iron one with the biggest bowl. He lit a fire and put oil in the bowl. Wang Wan came over and knocked the goose egg on the side of the bowl. With a whop sound, the egg white and egg yolk inside fell into the bowl. "Raw," several people said at the same time. They thought it was salty and cooked, but they didn't expect it to be raw. Li Sun looked at them from the side. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not bring food that was convenient to carry? They came here to cook. As a result, there were less things in their backpacks. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiaobao, is there something special about the things you've brought?" "Something special? No, Cuckoo and I came here in a hurry. We came here from Little Luo Xue. How could we prepare other things? We can only bring some. Let's eat beef stewed radish later. I put my family's special seasoning in it. I like to dip the beef in garlic sauce. Cuckoo doesn't want to eat it," Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Sun. In fact, he and Wang Wan came here to find trouble with Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi. It wasn't a real survival in the wild, so they should enjoy it. Li Sun naturally didn't believe it. How could there be nothing in Little Luo Xue? Seeing Zhang Xiaobao say so, he could only keep the words in his heart. What if the two of them ate all the food? Would they rely on eating that thing all day in the future? The food was stewed in the pot, and with Zhang Xiaobao's 13 spices, the aroma drifted everywhere in a short while. The same was true for the aroma of the rice. Those who could only eat fried noodles or cooked food secretly swallowed their saliva. Even drinking a mouthful of the stewed soup would be enough. Li Sun thought about it and finally decided to eat some of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's food. He said, "Give me some later. Less meat, more soup. You two can't eat the rice, right? Give me some, I'll eat it in the soup. Are these cucumbers?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao took out 2 cucumbers from his bag. He put an iron bowl over, pulled out a small kitchen knife, and slapped it. Wang Wan also handed over a few cloves of garlic. Hearing Li Sun's words, Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop slapping and said, "Yes, cucumbers. Give some to the garlic and cucumbers to eat. I'll give you some later. Ordinary people can't eat cucumbers unless they are transported from somewhere else." "I know. It seems that Xueqi will be auspicious again this year, right? When winter comes, give me some and I'll help you sell it. How about it?" Li Sun understood the cucumbers. What auspicious! It was that Zhangjia Xueqi had a way to grow cucumbers. He guessed it last year. At that time, he wanted to come and snatch it, but he was stopped by his father. He said that Zhangjia Xueqi was counting on cucumbers to make more money. Later, he heard that Zhangjia Xueqi was already prepared. As long as someone went there, he would destroy the place. Only then did he give up the idea. Now that he was more familiar with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was even more embarrassed to ask for the method. He could only buy some and bring them back. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and put the cucumbers and garlic into a bowl. He sprinkled some salt and said, "There's no need to sell them. My family planted a lot this year. We can eat them all in one go until next year. When we go back, I'll have someone send some to your place. You have to show filial piety to your elders and learn the method of planting. Give it to the prince and do something good for the people." "Your family is going to hand over the method? Then." Li Sun didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to be willing to hand over the method. It was all money. He didn't hand it over last year because he suddenly found the method. He didn't know if it was good or not. It was auspicious. This year he mastered the method. That person in my family said that he couldn't keep it. If he handed it over, he would get some benefits. If he didn't hand it over, how dare he sell it and say it was auspicious? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Once the method was revealed, it would not only be planting cucumbers, but also other things. How much money would they lose? But this method was like a bomb. With the arrival of the new county magistrate, the income of little Luo Xueqi was so high. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xueqi were being targeted. Li Sun thought for a while and said, "I understand. You said that you have something to discuss with me. Is this the thing? What benefits do you want? To promote your father and Wang Wan's father by 1 rank? No, it's just an empty position. A rank 7 official position is enough. Cuckoo's father will think of a way. My father can't be promoted no matter what. If he is promoted, it will be hard to arrange things in the future. As long as you help to spread my father's reputation, it will be enough. This method will be the Yongcheng vegetable growing method." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to ask for an official position for his father now. If he really gave it to his father, how would he arrange his rank after the imperial examination? If he got a rank 6 official now, would he be able to be a county magistrate in the future? That would be the county magistrate of the capital city, Chang'an. He could use this vegetable growing method to gain a reputation. When the time comes, he would help to spread the word. Also, with county magistrate Cheng's help, it would be easier to send out invitations. Li Sun didn't know that all this was discussed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought that it was the advice of that expert, Zhangjia Xueqi. "Young Master Li, I said that we have something to discuss. It's not this. It's another thing. Let's build a few restaurants between the clouds and the water. I will tell you the details later. The other thing is that I need your help with." Zhang Xiaobao said again. "Recommend a book for friendship, Wang Daoji's model competition recommendation ticket. Don't give it to him. Leave it for me. Thank you." Chapter 2:16. What's the matter? Li Sun asked. I want my father to be the top scorer in the examinations and become the top high scholar in Peng Prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. What subject? When Li Sun heard that he wanted to become the first high scholar, he gulped and asked. The Jinshi subject, which was originally the elementary scholar subject. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Li Sun was no longer swallowing his saliva, but was wiping his sweat. He had promised to give these children a tribute, but it was the kind that would be placed at the back of the queue. Not many of them would be able to persist. But Zhang Xiaobao, or rather the person behind him, wanted to be the top scorer, and it was for the Jinshi subject. This was too scary. Xiaobao, when you go back, you should tell your family that it's not easy to become the top high scholar of the province. You need to have real talent, fame, and support. What I say doesn't count. Let's talk about the matter of the restaurant. Li Sun was indeed in a difficult position. He did not have the ability to obtain the position of the top high scholar in Peng Prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to discuss this matter first and said, Young Master Li, you don't have to be in a difficult position. You have the fame. From tomorrow onwards, all the restaurants in Xueqi County will sing Yongcheng poems. Within half a month, all the restaurants in Peng Prefecture will sing Yongcheng poems. During the new year, Guanyi Dao, Hunan Dao, Shanandong Dao and Hadong Dao will sing Yongcheng poems wherever there is a well. Li Sun was stunned. He understood what the person from the Zhang family meant. He wanted to use money to bribe people to spread the poems everywhere. As long as the poems written by Zhang Xiaobao's father were not too bad, there would be no problems. But how much money would that require? No wonder they did not want empty positions. Thinking of this, Li Sun nodded. If that's the case, then it will be easier to handle. With this method of growing vegetables, your father's reputation will be very big. It's time to let your father write more poems. Write more, write well. Did your family say how much they are willing to pay this time? He just wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao how much money his family could give to the people above him so that they could help him. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was silent. He had to calculate how much income he had and how to distribute it. His family was suddenly poor again. Just the expenses for those rumors alone were not small, and he still had to give gifts. How much money could he have? Between the clouds and the water was not earning enough, at least not now. Little Luo Xue could do it. It was not a problem for them to earn 100,000 taels of silver a year. Compared to those large clans with a foundation that could easily earn 1,000,000 taels of silver, it was not bad. Compared to those small clans, it was not bad. But this money could not be earned immediately. He needed a period of time. He was poor, but it would be enough to wait until his father finished his exams. 5,000 taels of silver a month. You can borrow some first. It should be 30,000 taels. I can take it all out at once. What do you think, young Master Li? Zhang Xiaobao calculated and gave a number when he lamented that he was poor. Li Sun did not understand what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Did his family not tell him about this? When Zhang Xiaobao said this, Li Sun smiled. It's good to have this money. I will help you arrange it. In fact, it is not a small amount. How much is the annual tax of the imperial court? With this money, people in the capital can also send invitations. Just wait for the good news. It seems that your family has made a lot of money. I will be counting on you in the future. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew that the tax of the imperial court was not that high. It could easily be tens of millions. It was impossible. The main reason was that the tax was low. It was not like in the capital, where one had to pay 20 to 30% of the tax. But it could not be said that there was no money here. The wealthy families in the capital could casually send a gift of 1,000 strings of coins. At this time, the river there was not frozen. When the weather turned cold, the income would be even lower. They could only wait for the next year to sell ice. Then I will have to thank young Master Li. When the restaurant between the clouds and the water opens, young Master Li will also have a small amount of money. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. A fragrant smell entered his nose. It would be ready to eat in a while. Li Sun understood that this was a benefit given to him by the Zhang family. It seemed that this Zhang family was not bad. He could get some benefits from the way they grew vegetables. This time, he got another. His imperial nephew was also poor. The money that the palace gave him every month was not enough to do anything. He originally wanted to buy the restaurant between the clouds and the water, but now he did not need to. Zhang Xiaobao said that this was a temporary idea. He immediately arranged for someone to go back and ask his father to write some poems. His father's talent was not bad. He knew a lot of things. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid that his father would be angry, he could have asked Wang Wan to help him think of some poems to fake. The stew bubbled for a while. After it was thick, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the pot and gave some to Li Sun. They began to eat the fragrant rice. Li Sun praised as he ate. Good. What did you put in? Don't forget to send me some of that seasoning when you go back. I will ask the chef to add it when he cooks. With a common interest, Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun's relationship became closer. He chewed the beef with a bit of tendon at the back and nodded. Okay. I will have someone send it to your place when we go back. When the restaurant is built, the mountain and the restaurant will be connected. You can bring people who are close to you to play. Remember to pay. Don't let your family's business fail. Yes, I will. You must pay. When the time comes, I will also have a share. My carriage needs to be changed. I need to make a few more sets of clothes. Look at these clothes. I wore them last year. They are a bit small. Li Sun said happily. He even cried that he was poor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the clothes Li Sun was wearing. They nodded and didn't say anything. He didn't wear the same clothes every day last year. As long as his body didn't grow too fast. So what if he wore the same clothes the year before? The three of them sat together and chatted while eating. This made Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi, who were eating the smoked meat behind them, feel uncomfortable. Especially the smell of the beef stewed with radish and the fragrance of the cucumber. The two of them felt that the meat in their mouths was really hard to swallow. Brother Xingyi, didn't you just say that young Master Li won't eat other people's food? Now we have to add 2 more dishes. Han Yongyao looked at the smoked lamb leg in his hand and complained. If you give it to him, of course he won't eat it. But that dish is freshly made. If you give it to me, I won't be able to resist it either. I didn't expect that 2 kids could make such delicious food. Cucumber with garlic. I can even eat a bite. Yuan Xingyi also felt that the food in his mouth was tasteless. Looking at the others eating the hot food in big mouthfuls, he smacked his lips and finally took a bite of his own food. Who asked him to not bring anything raw? If he didn't want to be beaten, he could only endure. The adults who followed them also smelled the food made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. One of them, who seemed to be a mother, said to the mother of another child next to her, "If I had known, I would have brought some raw food for Xiner." It's useless. They don't know how to cook. The children of the Zhang family and the Wang family are very good. Last time on the grassland, I saw them cook. I don't know how their family teaches them. The woman who heard the voice sighed. The one who spoke before said, it should be that their family is not rich. Their children have to help out since they were young. Not rich. This elder sister. Do you know which family they are from? Tuqiao village, the treasures of the Tu Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The wharf in Shaoluo Xueqi belongs to them. There are hundreds of shops, restaurants, and warehouses. They only rent and don't sell. The rent they receive every year is hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. The woman who understood the situation gave an introduction that she didn't know. Speaking of which, she was even more envious. The wasteland that they bought with 1,000 taels of silver turned into a chicken that lays golden eggs. When the woman heard that the 2 children were raised by the Tu Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she opened her mouth wide in shock. After a while, she closed it and said, such rich Zhuangzi actually let their children learn how to cook? Could it be that they want their children to be cooks in the restaurant in the future? She said sourly. Then, she looked at her 11-year-old child who was gnawing on a meat pie. The crumbs were everywhere. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were still eating. She helplessly shook her head. Today was the last time the child would eat meat pie. Starting tomorrow, he would eat something else. The meat pie couldn't be left for too long. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished eating in a short while. They looked at the bowl that was stained with oil and then looked at the water bag they brought. They poured a little water into it and shook it a few times. Then, they raised their heads and drank the water that was stained with oil. Then, they took out 2 pieces of paper to wipe their faces. The river in front seems to be the day after tomorrow. Let's hold on for 2 days. Zhang Xiaobao put away the things and lay down on the withered grass. Are you really going to reach the destination? Wang Wan lay down next to Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei turned their heads and looked at where Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi were. They put their arms under their heads and said, "That depends on when we can make them quit. If they can hold on for a short time, we will go back early. If they can hold on until the end, then I will admire them." Absolutely impossible. We can't scare them to death. We can't make them feel absent-minded and weak. Wang Wan took out the blankets and pushed Zhang Xiaobao to turn over. One of the blankets was spread out and the other covered the two of them. After lying down for a while, Zhang Xiaobao took out the knife and walked towards Han Yongyao. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you dare to use the knife, you are finished. Han Yongyao looked at Zhang Xiaobao who was holding the knife and asked vigilantly. Yuan Xingyi also stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would make a move at this time. Zhang Xiaobao came close to the two of them, squatted down, smiled at the two of them and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't have nightmares at night. I will cut some grass and use it as a pillow. You guys go ahead." Zhang Xiaobao said and really cut the grass beside the two of them. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi didn't know what to do. When Zhang Xiaobao was almost done cutting, Yuan Xingyi remembered and asked, "Don't you have grass over there? Why are you cutting the grass here?" "Yes, but I don't want to see you die, so I help you. The place where you lie will be dangerous," Zhang Xiaobao said with a trembling voice. Chapter 217. What are you talking about? Do we need you to save our lives? Explain it to us clearly. Yuan Xingyi heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and trembled. He felt a little uncomfortable and asked angrily. Han Yongyao also stared at Zhang Xiaobao, as if he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaobao go if he didn't give them a reasonable explanation. Zhang Xiaobao waved the grass in his hand and said to the two of them, "See, this grass is different from other places. Look carefully. Isn't it a little longer?" Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the two of them looked around and found that the grass around them was a little longer than the grass in the distance. However, they didn't know what was wrong with the grass being a little longer. Could it be that it could kill people? You don't understand, right? Let me tell you, the place you were sitting just now is an old grave. Old graves have this kind of thing. The grass grows a little longer on top. Why? Because grass needs water. How can it grow without water? Old graves are places of extreme heat. If it's heat, it's cold. If it's cold, there's more water. Zhang Xiaobao explained. In fact, this place was facing the sun and there weren't many trees. When the two of them stood here, the grass would naturally grow a little longer. Even if it was a little shorter, it would be fine. Zhang Xiaobao had another set of words to say. The two of them quickly took a few steps to the side and seemed to be preparing to change places. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "You want to leave? You've been standing and sitting on people for so long. How can you just leave like that? If that's the case, the thing inside will come out and look for you at night and press on you. Don't scare us. We're not afraid. If we don't leave, are we going to continue sleeping here? What does this have to do with you cutting the grass?" Yuan Xingyi did stop, but he still refuted Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and shook his head. "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Look, if the grass is cut down, then there won't be as much grass left in this place. Look, the grass isn't yellow yet. It's a little green. When I cut it, it's like that, understand?" The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Han Yongyao felt a little cold and shivered. He asked, "Just mowing the grass? Will the things inside not come out?" "That's right, smart. That's how it is. Since you're on top of him, you have to do something for him. This place is shady, and the thing inside likes the shade. If you cut the grass that hasn't withered won't be able to get the water out. Only when the thing inside is happy will it forgive you." When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, his voice trembled with Wei Wei's. He sighed at how much the people here believed in such things. If he dared to speak to people like this in the past, he would have jumped up and punched him. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao looked at each other and nodded. They felt that what Zhang Xiaobao said was indeed reasonable. Yuan Xingyi walked back and squatted beside Zhang Xiaobao. He asked, "If you help us cut the grass, Won't it be fine? Why can't we leave? Who said it's fine? Don't you want the thing inside to know that it's because of you too? You have to put the grass under your body to sleep. At night, when the thing inside comes out, it won't harm you. Remember, don't let there be water on the grass. Otherwise, when you sleep, you'll find that it's hard to breathe because something is sitting on you. Zhang Xiaobao continued cutting. When he was almost done, he rolled the 2 bundles of grass in front of Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao. The 2 of them hesitated for a moment, but still chose to listen to Zhang Xiaobao. The main reason was that a few people nearby also came to watch. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they nodded. At the same time, they began to look around to see if the grass had grown a little. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao each bundled the grass and dragged it to another place. The grass here was shorter, so they laid the grass on top of it. They looked at the place where they were sitting and standing just now and turned their heads away. It seemed that they didn't want to look anymore. Zhang Xiaobao cut some more hay and rolled it into 2 balls to use as pillows. Wang Wan also put some hay under the blanket. This time they could sleep. When Zhang Xiaobao returned to Wang Wan, he said to Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao, "Remember, don't let the grass under you have water. Otherwise, you'll be pressed down by the thing that comes out of there. That thing is very vengeful. Once it presses down, you don't know how many days it will press down. When you're pressed down, you'll find that when you wake up in the morning, your body will be sore and sticky." "Xiaobao, you're really amazing." Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao come back and moved aside to let him sit down and whispered, "I'm a good person. I didn't poison them. I even helped them a lot. What do you think we should do if the thing below comes up?" Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious expression. Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. "You're a good person? Go to the grave and burn newspapers. Go lie to ghosts. I'm going to sleep first. You watch the fire. Don't let the mosquitoes bite me. This should be the last batch of mosquitoes. They're drilling into my flesh." Wang Wan muttered. She arched her body and fell asleep on her side. Zhang Xiaobao held a handful of grass in his hand and sat there. He looked at the fire and swept the grass above Wang Wan's face from time to time to prevent mosquitoes from flying over. When they slept until midnight, Wang Wan woke up and nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lie down. When it was almost dawn, Wang Wan didn't keep watch. She got under the blanket and hugged Zhang Xiaobao for a while before they got up together. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao didn't need to keep watch last night. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the initiative to ask for it. This way, they could divert the time to scheme against the 2 people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tidied up their things and went to the place where Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao slept. They squatted down and looked. A few other people who woke up early also came over. "It's over. There's water." Among the people who came over, one of them pointed at the grass under Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao and exclaimed. This shout woke the 2 people up. Just as they were about to move, they suddenly felt that their bodies were sore and sticky. Just as they didn't know what was going on, the people around them began to ask one after another. Some asked if they had nightmares last night. Some asked if they were pressed down. Some asked if their bodies were sore and uncomfortable. Some even came over to touch them to see if they were sticky. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao listened to the people around them. Looking at the water droplets on the grass, they felt their bodies. Thinking about it, they seemed to have dreamed of something last night. One after another, they couldn't connect the dots. Immediately, their faces turned pale with fright. "How did you do it? Didn't we say to let the grass dry? It's over now." Zhang Xiaobao sighed sadly and said there. Wang Wan nodded at the side. Pointing at the 2 people's faces, she said, "Why are they so pale? Could it be that their yang qi was sucked away?" The people around them looked at the 2 people's pale faces and nodded one after another. This made the 2 people's faces even more unsightly. They looked at each other and immediately began to breathe heavily. Han Yongyao was the most timid. He was almost scared to tears. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's over. What should we do now? Someone, quickly come over to this young master." His family's servants also knew about this matter. At night, they came over to take a look. However, they didn't see clearly. When they touched the grass, they only felt that it was a little moist, but there was no water. A servant was more clever and said, "Young master, don't be afraid. This is dew. I don't care what kind of water it is. My body is sore and uncomfortable. Think of a way for me. At this time, Han Yongyao didn't have the time to care about dew. Dew was still water. The servant thought for a moment and took off a cloth bag from his neck. He gave it to Han Yongyao and said, "Young master, this is what my mother asked for 2 years ago. You should wear it. It might be useful." "Okay, when we go back, I will definitely reward you." Han Yongyao took the bag and wore it around his neck. He finally felt a lot better. The servant immediately said, "Young master, your complexion is better." "Really?" "Yes, it's a lot better, but it's still a little pale." "It's better than before," a person said with certainty. Han Yongyao breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally not so afraid, but the uncomfortable feeling in his body did not disappear. Yuan Xingyi was still afraid. He found his family's people and asked them. They really made an amulet and wore it to thank Zhang Xiaobao. "Today, when you go to other places, you still have to use that kind of grass as a cushion. See how it goes. If it still doesn't work, then you can only go home early." Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to think that wearing an amulet was enough, so he continued to say. The two people now believed it. They nodded and endured the discomfort in their bodies to eat. When they ate, they felt disgusted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out 2 dry steamed buns and made some cucumber and goose egg soup. They put some ginger foam in it and soaked the steamed buns in it. They ate until they were full. They didn't want to catch a cold like Yuan Xingyi and Yuan Xingyi. How could it not be uncomfortable to use the grass? If it was an adult, they would directly fall ill. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to kill them, so he only let the 2 of them use the grass for 1 more night. There was a lot of dew on the mountain. Not to mention the grass, even the dry grass had a layer of dew on it. When everyone was almost up, those who wanted to go to the place first left early. In fact, it was useless. At night, if these people who rushed to the place first dared to sleep in the same place, it would have some effect. Unfortunately, even if they knew that there were people looking after them, they still wanted to rest with the rest of the group. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't talk as usual. They walked and talked. Usually, Wang Wan asked and Zhang Xiaobao answered. "Xiaobao, do you think that thing that came out of the ground will look for the 2 of them tonight? Will it find us?" Wang Wan's voice wasn't soft. She also looked at Yuan Xingyi and Yuan Xingyi. "Who knows? I hope it won't find us. Let's go further away at night. Don't sleep too well at night. Otherwise, we won't be able to react in time." Zhang Xiaobao also looked back at the 2 of them and shook his head. He was thinking of a way, which meant that he should sleep less at night. Chapter 218. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said this, the others moved away from Han Yongyao, fearing that they would be implicated. Even the adults in the family advised their children not to get too close to Han Yongyao when they were sleeping at night. Some even immediately sent people to the Taoist temple to ask for talismans. Well, the Taoist temple was almost demolished, so it was not easy to find it. Han Yongyao and Yuan Xiling were already scared. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talking non-stop, they were even more scared. When they walked, their eyes were blank, and they looked around nervously at the slightest movement. When the 2 of them looked around, the others also looked around, making the atmosphere even more tense. Along the way, there were many voices, but there were no voices. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about ghost stories. When it was time for lunch, Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi could not eat a single bite. They drank some water, and their eyes were obviously sunken. Young master, there is news from home. Last night, a haystack in our house suddenly caught fire, and all the haystacks were burned." Just as Han Yongyao was thinking about what to do at night, a servant ran over from behind and said while panting, "Burned? How did it burn? Did a person do it, or did it burn itself?" When Han Yongyao heard that the haystacks in his house were burned, he frowned. Those haystacks could be used as firewood, and they could also be used to compress dung. This would cost him a lot of money. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be done by a person. I didn't see any footprints." The yamen runner went there first, and said that it burned itself. But someone said that they heard some noise at night, like the firecracker sold by Zhangjia Zhuangzi called the jumping sky monkey. The servant looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting there eating, and answered the young master's question. Jumping sky monkey? So it was lit with that thing? Han Yongyao's gaze also swept over. The two of them did not conceal their conversation. So many people around them could hear them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally heard it as well. The two of them looked at each other, held back their laughter, and looked at Han Yongyao in confusion. Young Master Han's haystack caught fire? Aya, this is going to cost a lot of money. That's weird. Why are there so many things happening on our side these 2 days? 2 days ago, someone came to my house to poison my fish, and last night, they came to young Master Han's house to set it on fire? You really didn't burn yourself? Zhang Xiaobao said angrily, and Wang Wan also echoed, isn't that so? Who's so bad as to target our families? Aya, could something have happened to young Master Yuan's house? Did someone get burned? Wang Wan's last question was exactly what everyone wanted to know. The servant immediately replied, no, the haystack was placed outside. It's still quite a distance away from the house. I wonder who young Master Zhang sold the jumping sky monkey to? The servant had always suspected that he was sent by Zhang Xiaobao's family. He had already heard that Zhang Jia Zhuangzi had caught 3 people who were going to poison the pond. There were rumors that they were from the Han family. Thinking about it this way, it was natural that they would want to take revenge. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about this servant at all. How could a servant like you ask me? A young master of Zhuangzi. Your master should be the one asking. Shut up, how can you say that? Young Master Zhang, it's all my fault for not being strict enough. But this is indeed what I want to ask. As long as we find out who sold the jumping sky monkey to, we can investigate. When Han Yongyao saw Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, he knew that his family's people were talking over him. He felt that his family's discipline was not good enough. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's servants always followed them silently. Occasionally, when they talked about them, they would just smile. Moreover, the servants who followed them usually talked to each other. It seemed that they were all educated. One moment they would talk about the falling leaves, the next moment they would talk about the coming spring, and so on. When comparing the two, it was clear who was better and who was worse. He glared at the servant, then explained to Zhang Xiaobao. Only then did he ask the original question. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head blankly. I don't know. It's on sale every day. Who knows who bought it? Cuckoo and I were not at home. Young Master Han, you wouldn't suspect that Cuckoo and I rushed back last night and used the jumping sky monkey to burn the straw in your house, right? Our house was poisoned, and we never suspected young Master Han. If he didn't say this, Han Yongyao would really think that this matter had nothing to do with him. But now that he said it, Han Yongyao was sure that the straw pile was burned by the Zhang family. This was to tell him that if you dare to poison my house, I will burn your straw pile. If you don't admit it, I won't admit it either. Han Yongyao suppressed his anger in his heart. He clearly knew what was going on, but he couldn't say it out loud. He held it in until his face turned red. He took a few deep breaths, then squeezed out a smile and said, no, how could it be the Zhang family? Just like what Miss Wang said, there must be someone who wants to harm our Zhuangzi. On the side, Yuan Xingyi heard the conversation between the two sides. He turned his head to look at the place where his servants were, then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's innocent faces. He also began to worry. He also understood. At this time, Li Sun came over and said, young Master Han, your house's straw pile was burned? I remember that I bought a lot of firecrackers a few days ago. Among them, I bought about 200 jumping sky monkeys. It's cheaper to buy more. Could it be that it's someone from our Zhuangzi? No, how could it be young Master Li's family? It must be an outsider. Han Yongyao could only swallow his words. Who told him to make the first move? He was anxious and angry, and his face became ugly again. Young Master Han, don't think too much. It's just some straw. It's not worth much. If you want to use it, you can buy it at my home in Zhuangzi. I'll sell it to you at a cheaper price. Zhang Xiaobao continued to anger Han Yongyao. Zhang Xiaobao was actually very unwilling to do this. Why was he competing with a child? But if he didn't let him know, he would go back and arrange for more people to cause trouble for Zhuangzi. He couldn't afford to worry about that. He could only use the child's method to solve this problem. After all, his family had some power. Okay, thank you, Xiaobao. Han Yongyao was really scared now. The Zhang family seemed to be capable of doing anything, especially this child in front of him. He obviously knew what was going on, but he pretended to be cute. None of the children of rich families were easy to deal with. At this moment, the thing that Xueqi was worried about happened. A servant hurried over. Before he could speak, Xueqi asked, "Did something happen at home? Did someone use a jumping sky monkey to burn the straw?" In reply to young master, "No. Last night, someone passed by Xueqi and hawked the rabbit beak beans and bean strips that were bitten by insects. He also sold some grass that was good shade before autumn. It was still green and very cheap. He asked around for Xueqi and said that he would sell it at Zhangjia Xueqi. The housekeeper asked someone to buy some, but this morning, the main family's 4 horses and 6 cows started to have diarrhea and couldn't stand up. Young master, didn't you ask someone to go back last night to tell you that the family felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed, so they came to tell you?" The servant gestured and told Xueqi what had happened. "Who was it? Who wanted to harm the cows and horses on Xueqi? They even specifically asked where our house was. Fortunately, young Master Yuan's housekeeper bought them. Otherwise, our cows and horses would have been finished. Young Master Yuan, your family has really suffered an unexpected disaster." Without waiting for Xueqi to speak, Zhang Xiaobao shouted angrily and turned to Xueqi to thank him. "You're welcome. Xiaobao's family is quite lucky." Xueqi squeezed out a smile and said to the servant, "Go back and tell the family that there's no need to investigate or report it to the authorities. That person definitely won't be found. Who's the one who feeds the cows and horses? Why didn't they find anything in the straw?" In reply to young master, "How could they not look? But there's nothing in the straw, just grass and beans." The servant replied. He knew that the person who fed the cows and horses on Xueqi was going to suffer. At this time, Wang Wan interrupted and said, "Young Master Yuan, don't you think so? That one had a stomachache, the other was moldy, but the cows should be fine. My family's cows can eat anything, so it should be croton. How could they not see it? Think about it, if they boiled croton and then soaked the beans in grass, they wouldn't find it, right?" Yes, the young lady of the Wang family is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. Boiling croton in water, that's very ruthless. Xueqi looked at Wang Wan's big eyes blinking innocently and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Look at how good she was. She told you what happened, but it was your housekeeper's fault for being greedy. Go back quickly and tell your family. Don't think about the rest of the dung. Xueqi said to the servant. After the servant left, Xueqi's eyes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After thinking for a while he said, "After I go back, I'll send people to guard Xueqi. If anyone still wants to come to Zhangjia Xueqi and cause trouble, I won't let them go. Don't worry, especially those who want to poison the fish." "Really?" Then young Master Yuan, quickly call that servant back. "I just suddenly thought of a way. Boil the garlic with vinegar and pour it into the cow to see if it can be saved." Wang Wan's long eyelashes fluttered. Xueqi was stunned for a moment. His face was almost squeezed together. He nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, young lady Wang." He called the servant back and told him what Wang Wan said. The servant was a little worried about this method and asked, "Young master, will this work?" "Yes, go ahead. Can the situation be worse than this? If you don't eat it, you'll die." Xueqi believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood what he said just now, so he gave them a method. There was no need for them to continue tricking him. Han Yongyao didn't think as much as Xueqi. He didn't know how to apologize at all. Hearing Xueqi's words, he didn't understand. When no one was looking at them, he asked, "Brother Xingyi, are you really going to help Zhangjia Xueqi? They just harmed you." "I'm helping myself. Don't think about harming others when you go back. Bear with it for a while and wait for their new county magistrate to arrive." Xueqi advised Han Yongyao. As for whether he listened or not, he didn't care. Chapter 219. When everyone was on their way again, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not tell any ghost stories. 2 Xueqi in a row got into trouble. Thinking about it again, the other party would definitely know to scare people. Wang Wan walked beside Zhang Xiaobao and whispered, "Is it not good for us to bully the children like this? Look at how we are being bullied. We are already adults, yet we still want to lower ourselves to the children's level. Do they know that we are adults? They know that we are not even 3 years old. It's not like they don't know how to behave. Especially that Yuan Xingyi. He spoke so well and apologized to us, but he didn't let us hear it. When he bullied us, did he ever think that bullying children is not good? Besides, if we don't bully them, they will continue to make trouble. Can you ask our parents to look for the adults in his family? The best way to deal with children is to use the children's own methods. Look at those children's shows in the past. Which one of them didn't have adults pretending to be children? Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it. Both sides were now even, and they could be more stable in the future. Then let's forget about it. When they come again, we will teach them a lesson. I don't know who released the sky-jumping monkey, but they can't find the person. Now that they are not afraid, do we still need to chase them away? It's okay, let's go home. Wang Wan saw that the purpose of this trip was achieved, so she lost interest in staying. Otherwise, why would they bring so many things here? She did not plan to stay any longer. She did not believe that Li Sun would punish them. After all, when the two of them arrived at the place, it was impossible to get a place for them to pay tribute. Let's stay for 2 more days. I will ask Li Sun about the new county magistrate. Also, after the people in the house finish talking with Song Jinggong, we will ask them when we hear the news. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and felt that he could take this opportunity to ask some questions and make plans early. Wang Wan nodded in agreement. The two of them stopped talking again and lowered their heads to hurry on with their journey. Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao were indeed no longer afraid, but they had caught a cold last night and had been on tenterhooks for half a day. They hadn't eaten much, so they didn't have much strength left. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Brother Xingyi, how could these 2 children be so smart? Even we were tricked. Han Yongyao said weakly. It's not that they're smart. When they came here, the adults at home might have already told them. Or maybe it's the servants by their side. As long as they're not too stupid, they'll be able to pick it up after a few lessons. Yuan Xingyi would never have thought that these ideas were all figured out by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He only thought that someone else had told him how to do it. Han Yongyao thought. Now we are in trouble. I don't know if we can hold on. When will the new county magistrate arrive? Does Xingyi know him? You'll know when the time comes. They can grow cucumbers on Zhuangzi. When the county magistrate arrives, we can find an excuse to teach them a lesson. If it weren't for the 2 7th-ranked officials, it would be difficult to handle. Bear with it. Don't offend them before the county magistrate arrives. Yuan Xingyi finally gave up his ideas. He could only listen to his parents and wait. His family had already found out about what Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had done these days. They wanted to intervene, but they didn't have the chance. Otherwise, how could he have given Han Yongyao bad ideas? He originally wanted to show his parents that he could also make trouble for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi with his ability. When the time came, he would go over and ask for benefits. Otherwise, he would continue to make trouble for them. He didn't expect that before the first step was successful, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's revenge came. He made trouble for his family and now he made trouble for himself. Between the clouds and the water in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, 3 Zhuangzi farmers were working hard to dig. There weren't many people from the Zhang family and Wang family this time. Most of them were sent to the mountain. The Gu family sent all the available laborers to Zhuangzi. Gu Yingxi stood at the side and watched with his hands behind his back. He felt a burst of joy in his heart. Beside him, housekeeper Gu was also smiling. Master, when the restaurants here are built, our family's wealth will be even more abundant. It must be said that the Zhang and Wang families' abilities are not small, but they are a bit stupid. They gave so many benefits to the manor's residents and even gave us a share of the benefits. What a wastrel! Housekeeper Gu mocked Zhang family and Wang family as he calculated how much income they would get. Gu Yingxi turned his head and glared at the housekeeper. He said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, I don't want to hear you say such things, and I won't allow you to have such thoughts. Zhang family and Wang family don't want to see us live a hard life. So you still want to live a hard life? Although we are the main family, it would be good if we had 100 strings of coins left in a year. What about now? Last month, I counted. There were 1,400 bolts of silk, 280 taels of silver in cash, 160 strings of copper coins, and 51 taels of silver in bits. The 2 storerooms in the house were also full. There were some things in them that were worth about 30 to 40 taels of silver. Master, our family is indeed much better now. Just now, I only said it. I don't dare to say it in the future, and I don't dare to think about it. But I still don't understand. Can't they just buy our Xueqi? Why do they have to be so good to us? Once the housekeeper talked about money, he became excited. He reported exactly how much money Xueqi had now. Most of the money was from between the clouds and the water, and some of it was from selling seeds. The Gu family also sold them. They chose a good place to sell their seeds. The price wasn't that high, and the income was not bad. Xueqi looked at the small bridge and said, "Let's not talk about whether they will sell me or not. Even if they do, what can they do? There are too many secrets in Xueqi. If they buy my Xueqi, they will have to live next to someone else. At least the Gu family, Xueqi's farmers, and we won't harm them now. But if they change to a new neighbor, can they guarantee that the new neighbor won't harm them? The 3 of us Xueqi have been here for many years and know each other very well. The old man in our family can also talk to them. Will the new neighbor be okay?" "Master, I understand. If they want to live peacefully with a new neighbor, they will have to share some of the benefits. Who doesn't matter who they share it with. If they share it with us, we will be closer to them. That means, we will have to help them at a critical time?" The housekeeper was enlightened. "We will help ourselves. If they collapse, we will be finished. Don't be afraid. Imperial nephew is also here." This time, he also contributed to the construction of the building. This is a good method to pull everyone together. If there is a problem, everyone has to help. If there is money, everyone can earn together. Xueqi admired the Zhang family and the Wang family from the bottom of his heart. It was said that when the 2 children were about to turn 1, a master came to Xueqi. Why didn't he come to his place? If he really came to Xueqi, would he learn from them and share the benefits? Yes, this was taught by the master, and the master would definitely teach him. Housekeeper Gu was also thinking about this. He was much better than before, especially the villagers. In the past, they were afraid of him, but now they respected him. Wasn't it just making a set of clothes and giving him something? As he thought about it, Housekeeper Ji's mind became active again. He asked respectfully, "Master, we have seen Zhangjia Xueqi's drawing. Should we also learn from them and dig a few ponds and channel water into them? When the time comes, we can connect them with canals. It won't cost the Taidu money. Let's wait and see if it is good. If it is good, we can learn from them. When the time comes, how many people can come will depend on how Imperial Nephew builds the road from Xueqi to Huayuan County and Yunyang County. If he can expand this river and connect it to the river on the other side, that would be even better." Xueqi was also clear about these things. Only when more people came could there be better income. Otherwise, with such a bumpy road, only those who came to between the clouds and the water could come from Little Luo Shui. "Master, look, there are some people over there. It looks like there are quite a lot of people. Should we go and welcome them? They don't look like they came to between the clouds and the water. They came from Little Luo Shui between the clouds and the water through another road." While Xueqi and the housekeeper were immersed in their imagination of a beautiful life, the housekeeper, who was looking from afar, pointed at the road that came from there and said, "Let's go and have a look." Xueqi was also puzzled. He was most afraid of people who came to find trouble. Seeing that there were benefits here, many people wanted to find trouble. However, they were all dealt with by the Zhang family and Wang family. With an official backing them, it was a little better. When the 2 of them walked over, they could faintly see that there were about 20 people there. One person was protected in the middle and was pointing at between the clouds and the water not far away. Then, he walked to the field and seemed to want to go straight through there. Xueqi and the housekeeper also quickly changed their direction and went diagonally to welcome him. The villagers who were digging the river also saw the people coming. When they saw the master of the Gu family coming to welcome them, they all stopped what they were doing and gathered together to walk in that direction. Especially the villagers of the Gu family. They were afraid that someone would hurt the master. "Master, look, that's between the clouds and the water. Many people who heard it want to come over and have a look. Master, be careful." When they got closer, they could already hear the voice over there. A person was introducing between the clouds and the water to the people who were being protected. Wei Wei nodded and said, "That's right. I heard that one can eat and fish at the same time. The person who came up with the idea is good. Are they digging the river over there? Why are they digging the river?" In reply to Master, I heard that they are going to build some restaurants here. There's a saying, the mountain is in the middle of the water. It's the saying in the Book of Songs. The person next to him seemed to know quite a lot. Another person next to him also said, "Sir, I've also heard some things. Yesterday, I heard from the villagers that a road will be built up to the mountain. It's called Green Hills Beyond Mountains." Good. Domineering. The name sounds good. Let's go and try it later. I heard that the food here is not worse than the signature dishes of the big restaurants in the capital. The people who were being protected smiled. At the same time, they looked at Xueqi and the housekeeper who were walking over. The people around them immediately stepped forward and blocked them. Chapter 2:20. The ground was hard and the rice stubble was short. There were people coming from the side. Just like the water pavilion, one had to guard against people outside. Xueqi, who wanted to see the situation, was blocked outside. For strong men blocked his way and the housekeeper. Each of them held a knife in their hands. Looking at the hilt and scabbard, it was obvious that their weapons were not for decoration. They were different from the treasured swords that other scholars usually carried. "Who are you? You dare to come here?" The four men blocked Xueqi. Another man came over and questioned him. "I can't come here?" Xueqi was a little confused. "Yes, this is not a place for ordinary people." The man continued to be serious. Xueqi pointed at himself, then at the ground, and then at the man who spoke. His mouth was twice as wide as usual. "Master, let's retreat first. There are too many of them. Come over quickly. Master is being chased out of his family's land." The housekeeper stood half a body length in front of Xueqi and shouted to the villagers who were about to arrive. This was bad. When the villagers saw that someone was chasing their master away, it was too much of a bully. If their master was really chased away, they wouldn't be able to make a living in Xuangzi anymore. They wouldn't even be able to raise their heads when they go out. In a flash, the villagers rushed over with tools in their hands. The villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family were stunned and didn't know what to do. One of the people in charge of the village, who worked in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, shouted, "Go! Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold." With these words it was easy to deal with. The two families of farmers also rushed over. When the 20 or so people saw a group of people rushing over with weapons in their hands, a few of them immediately panicked. Only the guard remained calm. He called out and grabbed Xueqi and the housekeeper first. As soon as Xueqi was caught, the villagers surrounded the 20 or so people. They all glared at them and gripped the handles of their pickaxes tightly. "Don't be impatient. Let the master go." When the situation was tense, the man who had been protected looked at Xueqi and the housekeeper and said, "Master, there are many villagers here let him go." The master didn't allow others to say more. "Release." The leader of the guards could only grit his teeth and give the order. At the same time, he became even more vigilant of his surroundings. "Master, are you all right?" Once Xueqi and the steward were released, a villager immediately pulled them into the crowd and asked with concern, Don't worry. Let's kill the bull that is usually not very obedient tonight. Everyone can have a taste." Xueqi looked at the surrounding farmers and decided to kill the bull. He was willing to pay the fine. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the 20 or so people. He saw that the old man wasn't as scared as he thought. Instead, the old man smiled at him. "Are you all from the Gu family? You know how to be loyal and protect your master. Good." The old man looked at the surrounding villagers and praised with a smile. The villagers didn't make a sound. They were a bit nervous, but they didn't want to shrink back either. "My lord, the two people wearing different clothes over there are not from the Gu family." A person next to them who was afraid just now realized that they weren't being attacked and was slightly relieved. He pointed at the people from the Zhang family and Wang family and said. Hearing this, the old man's interest was piqued. He asked the villagers from the Zhang family and Wang family, "Is there a person in charge?" "Cloud Cavalry Manor's one-star person is here." The person in charge walked forward a few steps with his chest puffed out and said loudly to the old man, The old man was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, Cloud Cavalry Manor, are you a servant of the 7th rank official Zhang Yongqing? What is 1 star? Gu family's Xueqi matter. Why did you send someone here? 1 star is the worst. Why didn't you come? Gu family is Zhang family's cousin. Gu family is Zhang family's servant. This servant wasn't afraid of the old man's gaze at all. He said loudly, Song Hu, do you know what he is talking about? Zhangjia Zhuangzi's worst servant. The old man stared at this servant and asked without turning his head. The servant on his left thought hard and shook his head. Master, I don't know. Who knows what he is talking about? The old man sighed softly and said to this servant, Are you willing to work for me? The servant shook his head. There is no joy in ancient Zhou. I am not from the Tian family. Good. Good 1 Cloud Cavalry Manor's 1 star person. Ha ha ha, the worst. The old man said and laughed. Housekeeper Gu was confused. He asked Gu Yingxi, Master, what are they talking about? Gu Yingxi was the same as Father Zhang. He also wanted to take the imperial exam. When he heard the housekeeper's words, he smacked his lips and said, Gu family is Zhang family's cousin. It is said that when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. After that, it is said that Zhuangzi is the happiest. A loyal official will not serve 2 masters. The Tian family will not do what they say. Master, you are saying that he, a servant of the Zhang family, used 2 stories in a row? When did the Zhang family become so powerful? Steward Zhang felt that he suddenly fell asleep. Otherwise, how could he be dreaming? He knew this servant. Gu Yingxi's voice was not loud, but it was not low either. The people around heard it. Song Hu, who was questioned by the old man just now, shouted at the servant of the Zhang family, You dare to lie to my master. Tell me, who are you? How do you know so much? Uncle, can your servant make the decision to question you? Uncle, you treat your servant very well. If someone in the Zhang family dares to do this. The servant of the Zhang family did not finish his words, but his meaning was clear. The old man's face, which had not changed color, suddenly turned red. He turned around and stared at Song Hu, shouting, Go away. Song Hu was scared and trembled. He lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. The old man then asked the servant of the Zhang family, Can you tell me where these 2 lines came from? The servants in the mansion must first be taught etiquette. There is a room in the mansion where books are stored. The servants can read and write. If they are not literate, they can ask the master in the mansion. If they do not understand the meaning, they can ask the master, the madam, and the master if they meet. The 3 of them are the masters. They will tell you everything they know. I am usually stupid and learn very little. Just now, I happened to come across what I learned in the past. I am deeply moved, so I said casually. Compared to the 5-star servants in the mansion, I am much inferior. If this servant was seen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they would definitely sigh. He was an impromptu player. Usually, he was inarticulate during examinations. Today, at the most critical moment, he was able to perform well. The old man and the people who came with him didn't know. They thought that the worst person in the Zhang family's manor was also the same. This was really a bit too frightening and too shocking. Not to mention the family of a 7th rank official, even among the 3rd rank officials like them, how many of them could compare to him? The young lady of the Wang family also taught you some knowledge? The old man looked in that direction. Although he could not see the main courtyard of the Zhang family, he still asked. The servant's eyes immediately widened. He looked at the old man in front of him with a bit of fear. He thought about it as fast as he could and said, Uncle, how do you know? The young lady of the Wang family has always taught us. There are many interesting things that we did not know before. But when the young lady of the Wang family and the young master started playing, we found that there were many interesting things. This time, it was the old man's turn to be stunned. Who is the young master? The young lady of the Wang family is already so old. How could she teach you servants to play? The young master is the young master. He is the child of the madam and the master, the little ancestor of the Zhang family. Ever since the young lady of the Wang family opened her eyes and saw the young master, she could not separate from him. Later on, when she was almost 1 year old, the young master and young lady started teaching us how to play. As the servant spoke, he wondered if he had said something wrong. If the matter of the young master and young lady was known by others, it would be troublesome. The old man understood this time and nodded. Are you talking about the young cuckoo of the Wang family Xueqi? No, I am talking about your madam, Wang Chaoer. To be able to learn from Chaoer, that is your good fortune. Zhang Yongqing picked up a bargain. Fortunately, he got an official position in just a few years. Otherwise... Otherwise what? The servant was unwilling. This person always had a high and mighty appearance. Was the master someone he could talk about? Otherwise, it has nothing to do with me. He can suffer on his own. I heard that the two children of the head of the Zhang family are better looking than the children of other families. What do they usually play with? The old man no longer talked about Father Zhang. He began to talk about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The smile on his face became wider. The servant was still angry. He turned his head and said, I don't know. Suddenly, he turned around again and revealed a faint smile similar to that of a waiter. He said, just now, I was thinking about other things and did not tell Uncle. Uncle, do you want to know about the young master and young lady's past play? I only know that there is a small carriage. As for other things, you can ask Pomegranate. The old man was even more surprised. The servant was obviously angry, but he suddenly turned around. This kind of thing could only be seen in some big businesses or officials. It would not offend people and would not cause trouble. Since this was the case, the old man followed along and asked, Who is Pomegranate? What star is she? Is she in the manor? Pomegranate is the young master and young lady's servant girl. She originally had 3 stars, but after that, she has no stars. She dyed her collar blue and went to play with the young master and young lady in Shao Luo Shui. The servant clearly knew that they went to the wild survival place of the imperial nephew, but he lied. Why no stars? And dyed blue? The old man smiled and played along with the servant's question. The servant didn't understand and thought that the old man had been led away by him. He continued, Uncle, look up, the sky is blue. The pomegranate is by the young master and the young lady's side. It means that they are a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. As the servant said this, he was still thinking about what the young master and young lady had said. The other meaning was that there was always a sky beyond the sky, an inescapable net. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be taught a lesson. The old man did not expect this to happen. It seemed that the status of the 2 little guys in the 2 families was not ordinary. They could let the servants by their side be independent of others. Oh, then tell me, on the mountain behind your house, what is the matter with the 6,000 mu of land? 6,000 mu? How is there 6,000 mu? There are only 4,000 mu. It has already been circled and reported to the yamen. There are some ravines in the mountain that have not been circled. The servant was even more vigilant this time. Could it be that he was here to investigate? Chapter 221. The old man did not expect that the Zhang family and the Wang family did not occupy the 6,000 mu of land, but only occupied 4,000 mu of land. Before he came, he had been told that there were many people watching over the land. If it was in the past, he would not have come. However, he was not feeling well these days, so he came to take a look. He heard that the scenery here was good. There were many people in the department, and the busiest time had passed. Uncle, are you the new county magistrate? Then I advise you to quickly take up the position and not find trouble here. The Xueqi here has been doing things according to the rules of the imperial court. Your county office has been renovated, especially the place where the county magistrate and his family live. The window paper is the best, and the tables and chairs are the new ones here. There is also a Kong in the side room, and the firewood has been prepared for you. The servant took it for granted that this old man was a new county magistrate who was just a little older and looked good, so he kindly advised him. At the same time, he gave a look to a nearby farmer. That farmer was also smart and turned around to leave. The old man found it interesting and asked, What other arrangements do you have? Arrangements? No, there are no other arrangements. It is all done by the people. The new county magistrate loves the people like his own children, so he helped to arrange it. The servant did not want to say too much. No fresh cucumbers? Then it would be good if there were some cucumbers in the backyard. The old man pointed out. The servant hesitated. This? Sir, you take the stability of the world as your responsibility. Maybe there will be auspicious signs. Then what should I do if I am the county magistrate here? The old man asked again. Of course, you have to build water conservancy, protect the people, pave the official road, promote farming, open schools, and ask for advice. Especially you have to listen to what the people want. It is not easy to be a good official, but it is also easy to be a good official. For example, money you can think of more ways. The servant said smoothly and almost spilled the beans, so he took a step back. The old man looked at the servant and nodded. Where did you hear this from? Of course I thought of it myself. Sir, you should quickly take up the position and do a good job. In less than 2 years, you will have enough achievements to be promoted. If you have trouble, you can come to us, the people. When the servant thought that the old man was the new county magistrate, he became a little agitated and spoke less fluently than before. Just as he was at a loss for what to do next, the manor owner who had just left ran over with Steward Zhang. Judging from the direction they were heading, it was between the clouds and the water. No wonder they had arrived so quickly. Steward Zhang, you've come. Just now, this old man asked about the 6,000 mu of mountainous land. The servant finally let out a sigh of relief. Steward Zhang was more composed. After all, he had been constantly shocked by the young master and young madam, so he was almost indifferent. He waved his hand to the servant and said, I know. Go ahead with your work. Don't delay the master's business. As the manor owners of the Zhang family and Wang family left, Guangxi also gave the housekeeper a look. The housekeeper also gave the order to the manor owners of the Gu family. The surrounding manor owners dispersed one after another. When the manor owners dispersed, more than 20 people came. They also had knives hanging on their waists. Compared to the few people around the old man, they were slightly inferior, but they had more people. The old man had more guards around him. Housekeeper Zhang glanced at the person beside the old man and said to the old man, Uncle, may I know what you want to do here? If you want to chat, it's better to go between the clouds and the water. Well, go between the clouds and the water. Lead the way. Zhang Yongqing and Wang Qiao haven't arrived yet? The old man changed the kind attitude he had toward the Zhang family servants. With a sullen face, he signaled Steward Zhang to lead the way and asked about the master and madam of the Zhang family. Steward Zhang didn't say anything and really led the way. After walking for dozens of steps, he slowed down slightly. Uncle, are you from the capital? Master is studying at home, and madam is busy with trivial matters. Studying? Humph. Do you think the imperial examination is so easy? Do you know the rules? The old man asked disdainfully. Steward Zhang didn't get angry. He still looked calm. Uncle, you don't have to worry about that. Zhangjia Zhuangzi naturally has his own plans. Servants, go to between the clouds and the water first and ask them to put out the signature dishes. The old man looked at the sky. It was indeed late in the afternoon. He didn't refuse and continued to walk forward. He didn't seem to have heard the housekeeper's words. When the group arrived at the entrance to between the clouds and the water and was about to enter, they heard the faint sound of horse hooves in the distance. The old man's guards reacted quickly and immediately became alert. After a dozen breaths of time, they saw 2 horses and 1 person. It seemed that they had changed horses and rushed over. As they got closer, they could see that the person was wearing tight clothes. The rope used to tie his hair was long gone. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a whip in his hand and continued to whip the horse. When they were several feet away, the man pulled on the reins with all his strength. The horse that he was sitting on leaped up and neighed. The man on the horse pressed down on the horse's head and spread his legs, directly flying over from the horse's head. When he landed, he staggered and took out a letter from his chest. Suppressing the rise and fall of his chest, he shouted, under the orders of the little prince, I'm here to deliver a letter for the Zhang family's young master. Servants, call the doctor. Prepare warm tea and put him on the stretcher. When Steward Zhang heard the person's words, he didn't dare to be negligent. He told him what the young master and young lady usually told him to do. He stepped forward and supported the person first. He was not in a hurry to receive the letter. The people who came were indeed exhausted. If they were not Li Sun's personal bodyguards, if they were ordinary people, they would have died of exhaustion on the road. When they came, there were 3 horses, but on the way, one of them collapsed from exhaustion. They gasped for breath and shouted. They felt a salty taste in their mouth. They endured it and said, "I do." Steward Zhang took the letter and said, "Warrior, you've worked hard. Wait a moment. There's warm water over there. You can make a bath and some warm tea." While they were talking, the people in the restaurant carried out a stretcher. The doctor, who was always in the restaurant, worried that the guests would eat something wrong, also rushed over. He put the person on the stretcher. The doctor bent down and put his hand on the person's wrist. Before entering the door, Wei Wei tilted her head and said to Steward Zhang, "He's just exhausted. It's nothing serious." "Good. Thank you, doctor. Ask someone to prepare white fungus and bird's nest soup. When the warrior gets up, he can eat it." Steward Zhang was relieved. The young master and young lady valued this kind of messenger the most. How could he dare to be negligent? All of this was seen by the old man and the people around him. They were surprised by Zhang Jiazhuangzi's reaction speed. They were even more surprised by Steward Zhang's treatment. If the emperor was not feeling well, he couldn't go to the imperial hospital to find Dr. E. How could there be a doctor in the restaurant? The messenger could eat white fungus and bird's nest soup. Was the Zhang family stupid? Steward Zhang looked at the letter. He hesitated and said to the old man, "Uncle, please come in." "Don't you want to read the letter first?" "It's a letter from the young master." "Is that young master Zhang Xiaobao from Zhuangzi?" The old man thought highly of Steward Zhang's calmness. "There's no hurry. Speed is the most important thing in war. Reading the letter is not that important," Steward Zhang said casually. He seemed to carelessly hand the letter to a member of the protection team who had just arrived. That person reached out to take the letter. Beside him, there was someone holding a fire scythe to ignite something in his pocket. With 2 continuous sounds of boom boom, a huge flame appeared in the sky. The old man looked at it in confusion. He didn't say anything and followed Steward Zhang upstairs. Just as they entered a room on the 2nd floor, the sound of horse hooves sounded again. Looking down from the half-opened window, they saw the person sitting on the horse coming to the restaurant. A letter from the young master. 4-star express. Quickly send it to master and madam. The members of the protection team had already run over. They didn't need the person to dismount from the horse. They passed the letter, shouted, and moved aside. The person directly turned the horse around and headed back to the main courtyard of Zhang Jiazhuangzi. The old man saw all this and chuckled. "Not in a hurry? How fast is a 4-star express? What's the fastest star?" 5-star. Steward Zhang was a little embarrassed and said 2 words softly. 5-star means an emergency report of 800 miles, right? 4-star means at least 600 miles. It seems that your young master is fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a 4-star. There's no hurry. He's fine. With the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family, there's nothing to be afraid of. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered something softly, but the people around him heard it. As the waiter served the dishes one by one, Steward Zhang didn't need the waiter to introduce the dishes. He personally introduced the dishes to the old man. He saw and heard the old man's expression and words just now. He felt that the old man didn't seem to want to scheme against the Zhang family. The old man didn't continue to ask about the Zhang family. He talked to the steward about some of the renovations here and shared his opinion. He didn't eat much of the dishes on the table, but he tasted a few mouthfuls of each dish. After eating the cold dishes, he nodded. "It's okay. It's slightly worse than some of the bigger restaurants in the capital." When he ate the hot dishes, he said with satisfaction, "I heard that you have a special kind of seasoning here. There should be some in the dishes. What else do you have? Bring it up and let me see." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the waiter brought a plate over. When the plate was placed on the table, the old man was finally moved. The things on the plate could be seen at any time, but at this time of year, they could only be seen in the south. There were a few straight cucumbers with thorns on the top and 2 green eggplants. They looked like they hadn't been washed. They should have been picked and sent here. "Where's the sauce?" The old man really liked these 2 dishes, even if the raw eggplants weren't very comfortable. "Uncle, do you want to eat sauce? The taste will change if you use sauce. Someone, bring 3 kinds of sauces." As Steward Zhang spoke, he gave the old man a demonstration. He directly picked up a cucumber, rubbed the thorns off with his hand, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The old man understood this time. Indeed, it wasn't embarrassing to eat cucumbers like this in this season. Other people could only be envious. He also picked up a cucumber and was about to rub it when the head guard next to him came over and said, "Sir, I want to taste it." "My lord, this humble one also wants to try it." Seeing my lord and Steward Zhang eating, this humble one has long been craving for it. "Well, then take one yourself. There's no need to take the one in my hand." With Zhang Jia Zhuangzi's ability, he won't use such underhanded means. The old man paused for 2 breaths and finally made up his mind. "Sir, it's delicious. When the weather gets cold, I'll eat it too. At that time, it won't be between the clouds and the water, but between the snow and the clouds." "Steward Zhang, do you agree?" The old man didn't wait for the guard to stop him. He directly took a bite and said to Steward Zhang with a smile. Unexpectedly, Steward Zhang shook his head and replied, "Uncle, no matter when you come, this is between the clouds and the water. Even if there's a drought elsewhere, there won't be a shortage of water here. The mountain is on the side and the water is in the middle. When the winter is cold, people here will burn charcoal to melt snow and ice." "Then is the price of food also high?" the old man asked. "It's the same, unless you only eat vegetables. I heard people say that the signboard is more important." The housekeeper almost said the 3 words "young master." At this moment, the waiter hurried in from outside with a scroll in his hand. Before the housekeeper asked, he said, "Steward Zhang, from today on, the poem written by master must be hung in every restaurant and pavilion on the mountain between the clouds and the water and little Luo Xueqi. When we came here, Madam said to let Steward Zhang contact the shops in the capital. They don't belong to our family. Even if you have to spend money, you must hang master's poem. Before the new year, find someone in the capital and send a visiting card." "Got it. Uncle, do you know anyone in the capital?" The Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi will definitely not neglect uncle. Steward Zhang understood as soon as he heard it. The young master and the young lady were taking action. It just so happened that there was a decent-looking old man in front of him. If they didn't use him, wouldn't they be giving away a table of dishes for free? The old man's eyes, which hadn't been completely opened, finally opened to the highest point. He said in surprise, "So that's how it is. So Li Sun is also busy? If you have the ability, don't tell me. This matter has been arranged since the drought locust. Give me the money and I'll help you find someone who doesn't want to help but has no choice but to help." Chapter 222. The sunset glow turned with the wind and the red sun set in the west. There were no insects on the trees, only grass and leaves on the side of the road, sitting at the foot of the mountain. Wang Wan was humming her grandmother's Peng Hu Bei song as she cooked. Zhang Xiaobao was beside her, changing the lyrics into a mess. Li Sun was waiting for the food to be ready. He felt that Wang Wan's song was good. As for Zhang Xiaobao's lyrics, there was nothing to say. "Young Master Li, Cuckoo and I are going to go home tomorrow. The things here are almost done. At least we can have a few days of peace. Don't you want to finish the important thing first so that others don't lose confidence and can't keep up?" Zhang Xiaobao found that his lyrics were not appreciated, so he had to stop and talk to Li Sun. The purpose of him and Wang Wan was to scare Yuan Xingyi and Han Yongyao and let them have a few days of peace. It seemed that the effect was good. In the afternoon, they finished talking to Li Sun about the construction of the restaurant. Just now, Song Jinggong sent someone over and got some useful information. The people in the house were surnamed Zheng. His family didn't seem to have much power. His father was quite ordinary, but his mother's surname was Bai. He also had 2 uncles. His purpose of coming here was to see how the Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were doing. The other purpose was to learn from the dock at Little Luo Xueqi. He planned to learn from the tributary of Jiangchu, which was not too far from the capital. There were mountains there. Although there were more trees there, with his family's power, it was still worth a try. At the same time, this young Master Zheng's family had some savings, more than Zhang Xiaobao's family. It was not a problem for him to take out 10 times more money. He didn't ask who asked him to do this. Li Sun was a bit confused when he heard this surname. He didn't know which family it was. Until he remembered that his mother's surname was Bai and he had 2 uncles, he said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "If you want to fight with them, your family's foundation is far from enough. You have Xueqi, so you can manage it. Is the new county magistrate here?" "Don't worry." Zhang Xiaobao was even more confused. He asked a few questions, but Li Sun didn't say that person's name. He had to ask the new county magistrate. Li Sun answered, "This Jia county magistrate is quite capable. I don't say that he is very good at government affairs. If he wants to do things steadily, he won't make mistakes. He is a bit greedy. You don't have to worry about between the clouds and the water, I will take care of it. As for little Luo Xue, there is no place for me there. You have to think of something by yourself. You don't have to worry about one thing. He doesn't dare to collect taxes in Sanshui County, nor does he dare to give work to the people casually. He can only take from some merchants. How about this? I will buy 20% of the shops in Little Luo Xue with 10,000 taels of silver. Tell your family about it." "No need. My family will think of something by themselves. You just have to take care of between the clouds and the water. Little prince, you must work harder. Otherwise, don't blame my family if you don't earn enough." Zhang Xiaobao replied quickly and deliberately emphasized the 3 words little prince. Li Sun was not angry. Others were afraid of him. Even if they pretended not to be afraid, they were still very respectful. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, maybe because they were too young to understand this kind of thing, but he always felt that it was not like that. When they talked, they were about the same age as him. He really couldn't understand. "Time to eat. It's the last meal for tonight. Cook all the dishes." Wang Wan called out to Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun when she poured the shrimp from the pot into a bowl. She took the initiative to do it, saying that this was the dish she was best at. Li Sun smelled the aroma of the food and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who seemed to be very happy. After knowing that the 2 of them would leave early tomorrow morning, he felt a little reluctant. He always felt that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were together, they were not afraid of any trouble and could deal with all difficulties. Holding the bowl of rice, Li Sun scooped 2 spoonfuls of braised pork soup and mixed it. He also tore off a piece of garlic eggplant. After a few mouthfuls, half of the bowl of rice entered his stomach. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Logically speaking, if the 2 of you quit midway, you will be beaten with a plank." This Marquis thought about it and decided to remember the plank first. "What do you think?" "Nothing. If you say so, Cuckoo and I will follow. When the time comes, let's see how you will give the 2 of us a place to get tribute." Zhang Xiaobao's reply was not polite at all. Li Sun was really stumped by this question. These 2 children were really too young. Other people would be at least 10 years old. When the time came, they would go to the capital to see the world and then come back. They did not expect to be able to pass the exam. It was not that there were no teenagers who passed the exam. However, if he really sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the exam, once they entered, just looking at the 2 of them would cause chaos in the exam hall. Li Sun already knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were doing here. They were tricking Han Yongyao and Yuan Xingyi. His family also followed suit. It seemed that the 2 of them would be much more stable in the next few days. It turned out that to harm other people's livestock, they could first use croton to boil water. The leaping sky monkey would also have less straw. According to this, if the leaping sky monkey was made bigger, it would also be fine to burn the provisions. In his heart, he already knew that it was impossible to beat Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun still felt a little weak. He could only say, "You've eaten most of the things you brought today. Are you going to eat the same thing every day in the future? There won't be enough salt, right? Who told you to bring food and other things to survive in the wild? A knife is enough. Even if you don't have a knife, you can still survive and complete the mission." Wang Wan said disdainfully. She and Zhang Xiaobao cooperated well. They might not be able to complete the mission that was too difficult, but it was not too big of a problem to find a way to survive in a place where there was no human habitation. It was fine as long as they did not encounter a pack of wolves on the grassland. Li Sun was stunned for a moment. He did not believe it, but he felt that there was a master behind them. Even if he believed it, he also felt that it was impossible. He could only change the topic and said, "Can we dig in a while?" "Any time is fine. Don't dig too much. Forget it. Dig as much as you can. Don't look at the small size that you dig out. If you collect a lot, you can last for a day. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand. Li Sun nodded and ate a big bowl of rice. He generously wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said to the other people who were looking at them enviously, "Let me tell you something good." While talking, Li Sun came under a tree, looked up at the branches, and then began to dig under the tree with a small shovel. He said while digging, "In summer, there are a lot of cicadas in this place. Now, there must be some little cicadas under the tree. They fell from the tree and drilled into the soil. When there is no food, they dig these things to eat. Don't say that I didn't tell you. If anyone quits because they can't find food, they will be beaten." The surrounding children's lives were not bad, so they had never eaten these things. The people who asked before understood now. No wonder Monkey King brought vegetable oil especially for frying these things. With Li Sun's demonstration, the others quickly put the food in their hands into their mouths and also learned to dig. Especially those who had persevered through the grassland, they did not feel disgusted at all by eating these insects. Silkworm cocoons could be eaten, Qingshir's insects could be eaten, and this cicada could also be eaten. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't participate. In fact, the two of them wanted to say that the bark was also edible, and the grass roots were also good. Thinking about these children, they didn't want them to suffer this kind of torture. At night, Han Yongyao and Zhang Xiaobao were still tired, but they were not afraid. They wouldn't listen to Zhang Xiaobao and sleep with the grass that hadn't withered yet. Before Li Sun went to bed, he specially asked someone to write down what happened today, so that he could organize it and ask for credit from his father. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan covered their whole body with a blanket, only making a small hole in the mouth for breathing. When dawn came, they were not bitten by mosquitoes. After getting up, they made breakfast and used all the things they brought. They shared it with a few people who were close to them. Then they got on the carriage and went away under Li Sun's reluctant gaze. At this time, the other children were very smart. They didn't ask Li Sun why he didn't beat the two of them. After a day and a half, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally returned to Zhuangzi. Even though it was not as prosperous as the county town and was not as lively as little Luo Shui, the two still felt that it was the best place. "Little master, little miss, we've arranged everything according to what you said. The day before yesterday, a person came to Zhuangzi. His guards were much better than the guards in Zhuangzi. They all called him Sir. In the end, he left in a hurry at night. He seemed to know Madam and Master." Steward Zhang helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan open the carriage door and immediately told them what happened the day before yesterday. "Sir, how old is he? Do you know his surname?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that things were not simple when he heard it, so he asked. Steward Zhang shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't ask. It seems that he won't harm Zhuangzi." Before he left, he said that he wanted to help Master. "That old man doesn't look like a bad person." "He doesn't look like a bad person. He's definitely not a bad person. Did you send people to follow him?" Wang Wan never believed in appearances. There was a living example next to her. The steward nodded. "Yes, I sent 4 people from the guards to follow him." "Oh, then the 4 of them will probably be back soon. If they're back, it means that the person doesn't want to do anything to us, or he might have a worse idea. If they can't come back, then don't let me know who the old man is. I have to take revenge for the people who went." Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried when he heard that the steward sent people. The guards were all villagers. If they really wanted to follow them, it would be better to send the hunters recruited by the master. Of course, it would be best if he and Wang Wan went there personally. They were much better at hiding and following than the villagers. "Little master, are you saying that they will be in danger?" The steward thought about it and also felt that he didn't make the right arrangements. "There's no danger. Aren't they back now? Ask them if they lost the person by the Jingshui River." Zhang Xiaobao looked in the direction of the small bridge. The 4 people were riding back. Chapter 223. In the early days of winter, the first light snow fell from the sky. As soon as it landed on the ground, the roof turned into a puddle of water. The domestic animals on Zhuangzi shivered and were unwilling to leave their nests. Old Yellow Dog brought some rags and hay out of nowhere and made a bed for himself. Apart from the evergreen Uncle Pine on the mountain, there seemed to be no trace of greenery in the world. There were no sounds of frogs croaking in summer or autumn. There was also no sound of little swallows chirping. There was only mud on the ground, but there was no smell of soil. After the silkworm farmers cooked the silk, some would spin it into a ball, while others would just leave it. This year, there was no need to hand in anything to the county. The harvest was less, but the days were better. The people selling liangpi in the county were nowhere to be seen. The business of pancakes seemed to be better. The people selling tonghulu also came out early and sold from dawn to dusk. The thin pieces of tonghulu hanging on the tonghulu did not melt too much. It was much better than the white sugar. One could feel the crunchiness amidst the sweetness and sourness. The workers at the little Luo Shui pier were busier than before. Many merchants wanted to earn a sum of money in the winter. While the river was not frozen yet, they worked hard to transport the goods they could receive. There were several large shelves supported by ropes and hooks at the bottom, making the docks much faster. This made the business of the restaurants and shops beside the docks go crazy. The scholars and beauties seemed to feel that there was nothing to write about in this season. Some of them hid at home and thought about what to write about in the winter snow. The only place that many scholars were still willing to stay was between the clouds and the water. Wang Wan deliberately used a phrase that attracted many people before it snowed. Who said that cicadas in winter were thin and cold, but said that the weather was cold in autumn. Others did not know where this phrase came from, nor did they know that the first phrase was that the youth did not know the taste of worry. Many scholars directly thought of these two phrases as that when the weather was cold, some poor people did not have clothes to wear. Some people even admired this kind of scenery. Scholars always liked to place their feelings in the scenery. In addition, Between the Clouds and the Water released a new dish, which made them even more willing to come and taste it. They felt sentimental while eating. It is not the sound of cicadas in the heart. The silkworms will not stop until they die. That was how the name of the dish came about. To put it simply, there were 3 words, Si Feng Jin. Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to this aspect. Wang Wan came up with the idea herself. Judging from the situation of the customers ordering this dish, it was not bad. Originally, after the silkworm cocoons were shredded, most people would not eat them. The farmers would keep them for themselves for a few days. If they could not finish them, they could only throw them away. Wang Wan specially thought of this method for them and changed Li Xiaoyou's sentence. That was how Wang Wan evaluated Li Shangyin. She said that most of his poems were filled with melancholy. For example, Jin Sei was pleasant to hear, but there was always a kind of sad beauty to it. Wang Wan liked the line, bright pearls in the vast sea have tears, while Zhang Xiaobao liked to hear Zhuang Shengxiao dream of butterflies. While they were talking, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What do you think? Didn't I spell those 2 sentences very well?" "It's average. It's not as good as the 3 female voices from the Chinese department that I've heard before. At that time, I didn't know anything and was sitting on the train. They were reciting poems and said that one of the poems was very good, especially the 2 lines in the middle. This love can be turned into reminiscence, but there's no choice but to fall. Later, you found out that it was a poem and a sentence in a poem, right?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No. Later, I thought that if the one surnamed Yan took over the body of the one surnamed Li, would she be able to write a sentence like Maoling's autumn rain and illness, and last night's west wind withered the green trees?" "Zhang Xiaobao, can't you be more polite with your words?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "I'm serious. Do you eat the black thing in the silkworm cocoon?" Zhang Xiaobao asked seriously. "If I don't eat it, who will eat the organs? Have you seen what a silkworm cocoon looks like before?" Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Yes. When I was young, someone gave me more than 50 kilograms of cocoons. It was a woman in her 30s. She wanted to adopt a younger sister as her daughter, but she didn't raise her. I always thought that she was the most beautiful. When I ate it, I left one behind. At the beginning of spring, it turned into a big white moth. She roasted it and gave it to me. If I had known earlier, I would have left some for roasting. As long as I said that only the brave could eat it, many men would eat it, especially when there's a beauty around." Wang Wan's face was full of regret. How could Tianhan not know? But he complained that winter was late. Guarding the charcoal with a single layer of clothing, "I ask who will eat the scones." "Father, it's here. Look, it's cold, but the water hasn't frozen. They are so busy that they are covered in sweat. They earn a lot of money with every trip. Father, a few days ago, I heard that the Zhang family sent many cucumber seedlings and planted them in the Yaman's backyard. They are trying to please Father. Why don't we take this opportunity to say that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is lying? Otherwise, how can there be more this year? Then we can get someone to sneak into Zhuangzi and learn how to plant cucumbers in the winter. At the pier, Jia Wei Ran, who had just spent 2 coins to buy a piece of scones with meat inside, was talking to a stout man beside him. The two of them didn't bring any attendants with them. Their clothes weren't luxurious either. They walked slowly, ignoring the snowflakes that fell from time to time. They treated it as if they were no different from ordinary people. The person who was called father by Jia Wei Ran was the new county magistrate. No one knew what he was thinking, but he decided to come over and change his clothes. There were still a few days before he took office, but he came to Xueqi County. Since Jia Wei Ran went back to report and then came back immediately, he didn't interact with his old friends. He only watched and listened at the pier. This time, he didn't waste his energy and told his father in detail about the situation here. The Jia County magistrates looked at his son and then at the bustling scene at the pier. He said it's too late. A few days ago, someone submitted the recipe for planting cucumbers in the winter. Zhang Yongqing is known by many people. We can't do this, or we will get into trouble. It was submitted? Is the Zhang family so upset that they are stupid? Since they know, why did they send cucumber seedlings to the Yamen? Do they think we can't afford cucumbers? Jia Weiran didn't expect that the idea that he had been thinking about for a few days would be wasted before he could use it. He thought about the cucumbers that were sent to the Yamen and couldn't take it lying down. The Jia County magistrates thought a lot and said to his son, "It was submitted. Even if we want to plant cucumbers elsewhere, we have to wait for some time before the cucumbers bear fruit. This recipe can not only plant cucumbers, but also other vegetables. But it's not easy to do it. We have to plant them together before the bees and butterflies die. The Zhang family isn't stupid. If they give up this part of the money, it will save a lot of trouble. How much can cucumbers in the winter be sold for? How much is the pier here in Shao Luoshui worth? Not to mention the Tu Zhuangzi, even if it's a prince, would he dare to keep this method of planting vegetables in the winter? What will happen to the people then?" The Jia County magistrates thought more than his son. Before he came, he already knew that this place wasn't good to stay. The previous county magistrate Cheng had done almost all the good things, so he could only follow along. Otherwise, the people wouldn't be willing. This place was different from other places. The prince was the provincial governor and was close to the capital. If something happened, it wouldn't be able to hide it. Moreover, the 2 7th-ranked officials of the Zhang and Wang families could also submit a memorial to the higher-ups. We can't do anything rashly. We can't. As he thought about it, the Jia County magistrate started to mumble softly. "Father, what I said last time can't be done either. They gave us 4,000 mu of land, but that piece of land is 6,000 mu. It's not a small crime to occupy 2,000 mu of land, right?" Jia Weiran still didn't want to give up. He felt that he had embarrassed himself in the restaurant that day. Even if it was 2 children, he still had to take the children's families into consideration. The Jia County magistrates was still as calm as ever. "We need to go back and look at the documents in the Yamen. If they really occupy it, then it'll be easy. I'm just afraid that they won't occupy it. With the pier in Shao Luoshui and the taxes, they don't lack money and aren't afraid that others will find trouble with them." At this time, Jia Weiran didn't know what to say. He took a bite of the scone in his hand and swallowed it. Suddenly he said, "Father, this scone is really good. There's another one selling it in front. I'll buy one for you to try later. Yes, it's cold. The people here can still do business. It's better than starving. Otherwise, it will be difficult to pass the examination next year." County Magistrate Cheng is indeed capable. The Jia County magistrates thought about things from a more holistic perspective. It would be easier for him if the local people had a better life. Jia Weiren pursed his lips. "Father, it's not County Magistrate Cheng's ability. This scone has a special seasoning from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. I don't know how they do it, but the seasoning seems to be different for every dish. I've asked someone to taste it. He can roughly taste a few, but it won't work if there are too many." "Why is that?" Jia Huanzhen really didn't know. "I found someone to smell the spices, and the person who smelled it kept sneezing. I found someone to taste the spices and name a few that were easy to taste. Before they could eat it, their mouth went numb, and they couldn't tell what the taste was. I asked someone to specially use those spices to make a dish. If they put too little, the taste would be wrong. If they put too much, they wouldn't know if the taste would be wrong. They would either have diarrhea or dry food. Jia Weiran was depressed when he talked about this. The seasoning used to make fish was definitely different from that used to make meat. The seasoning in the scone was also different. There were also special seasonings for filling and soup. He didn't know how Zhang Jia came up with so many tricks. When the Jia County magistrates heard this, he felt that this was right. He pointed to a place selling Chinese crepes in front of them. Go there and buy some Chinese crepes. I heard it was delicious before I came. How is it delicious? It's just a little saltier sauce and more chopped green onions. Poor people can eat anything delicious, Jia Weiran muttered as he walked over. Isn't this Brother Jia? I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you been busy with? Jia Weiran hadn't even reached the place when a sudden voice from the side gave him a shock. Chapter 224. Jia Weiran was afraid that someone would recognize him. If Zhangjia Zhuangzi knew that his father was here, it would be troublesome. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and saw a person wearing rough hemp clothes and pigskin boots smiling at him. Jia Weiran thought about it carefully, but he couldn't remember who this person was. From the way he was dressed, it was far from his identity. He asked curiously, "You are? Brother Jia, how come you don't remember me? I'm Malu. Did you really forget about me? Are you pretending? Are you pretending? Last year, when the 5 of us were working at Luo Xueqi, didn't you say that you wanted to earn money elsewhere? Yang Si and I stayed there and then we came here. Why did you earn money? Your clothes look better than mine. Stop pretending. I don't care if you want money. Let's go, I'll get them all here today. Let's go to the barbecue place next to the first shop in Linshui and roast some radishes. We'll also order 2 pieces of stinky tofu and a bowl of wine. Why are you still in a daze? Don't you love stinky tofu? A piece of stinky tofu can last for half a month. Niu Wu said that he would give you good tofu, but it became stinky in the end. Let's go, it's my treat. The man who called himself Ma Lu walked over and wanted to pull Jia Weiran in that direction. Jia Weiran had never heard of these random names before. They all seemed to be related to animals. When he saw this person stretch out his hand that was rubbing against something and was about to pull him, he was so scared that he took 2 steps back and opened his mouth to say, "Wait, how come I don't remember you? Tell me, what's my name? I already said that you don't need money. Why are you still asking? We weren't like this in the past. Even if you had a lot of money, we wouldn't take it. Working at this pier, we earn a lot every day. Isn't your surname Jia?" Ma Lu was a little dissatisfied and retracted his hand. "Yes, then what's my name?" Jia Weiran felt that he was suffering from hysteria. He didn't have any impression of it. Ma Lu clapped his hands. "That's right. Your surname is Jia. You are Jia Yi, we call you Jiayu. When you were young, you were swimming with us in the river and a tortoise bit you down there. You said it yourself that tortoise was a female. Do you remember now?" "Bah! I don't care who you are. Get away from me. I don't know you, you got the wrong person." Jia was furious. When did he swim with others and get bitten by a tortoise? His eyes widened, and he quickly walked to the place that sold Chinese crepes. He warily looked at the person who was standing in the same spot with a puzzled expression. "Sigh. Since you don't want to know who you are, I was wrong. I was looking for you. Prepare the carriage. Prepare the carriage." Ma Lu shook his head regretfully. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 3 luxurious carriages came over. Each carriage was pulled by 4 horses. It was obvious that they weren't carriages. Jia Weiren watched as the carriage stopped beside the person who spoke to him just now. 2 people jumped down from the second carriage. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They bowed respectfully to that person. After that person got on the carriage, the 3 carriages left one after another. Jia Weiren raised his hand and touched his head. He muttered, "It's not hot." "Who said it's not hot?" This is a freshly made fruit pancake. Do you want it? If you don't want it, don't block the way. If you want it, pay up. You can exchange it with something. Hurry up. The seller seemed to think that Jia Weiran was saying that his food wasn't hot, so he said unhappily. Jia Weiran was still in a daze. He took out his money and bought the fruit pancake. Just as he was about to go back, someone suddenly came over. Just as he was about to walk past him, he said in surprise, "Brother Jia, ha 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 ha, I finally found you. What have you been busy with these days?" Jia Weiran took a step back and looked at the person in front of him. He didn't know him either. He remembered that the person who carried the goods left in the 3 luxurious carriages. He looked at the person in front of him and saw that he was wearing light green satin clothes. He didn't dare to neglect him. He smiled and replied, "Nothing. I was hungry, so I bought a fruit pancake to eat. What are you busy with?" He wanted to call him by his name, but he didn't know his surname. The person smiled. "Brother Jia, are you short on money recently? Why are you eating fruit pancakes? Come, follow me to the first stall beside the barbecue shop. I specially ordered your favorite stinky tofu for you. A few of my brothers are calling for it. You are always like that. You eat 4 to 5 pieces of stinky tofu in a meal. If you eat less, you can't eat anymore. As a result, you are always smelly. Let's go." "I eat 4 to 5 pieces of stinky tofu in a meal? Aren't we supposed to eat for half a month?" Jia Weiran felt that he wasn't in the human world. He repeated what the person said just now. The person waved his hand and said, "Could it be that Brother Jia has fallen to such a state? A piece of stinky tofu can last for half a month. Brother Jia, you, sigh. Don't worry, I will find something for you to do. You can't live like this." "What do you want me to do?" Jia Weiran asked. "Work as a laborer. Look, I will take off my clothes. How is it? Am I a laborer? It's good to work as a laborer. There are good meals that can be eaten for 2 to 3 copper coins. There are 2 meals a day. Do you want to go?" The person took off his clothes and saw that his upper body was bare. There were even calluses on his shoulders. Jia Weiran shook his head. "No. You really don't want to go? Then you can eat your fruit pancake. I am leaving. Aya, here comes another boat. Brother Jia, see you next time." The person ran away as he spoke. As he ran, he took off his shoes. Jia Weiran stood there with the fruit pancake in his hand. He blinked and didn't know what to do. After a while, he remembered that he was buying something for his father. He raised his head and saw that there was no one at the spot where his father was standing. He looked around and didn't see his father either. This time, he was really dumbfounded. Where was his father? He was still here just now. Jia Weiran panicked and started to look around. He ran here and there, but he still couldn't see his father. "Brother Jia, what are you looking for?" Just as Jia Weiran was panicking, a voice rang out behind him. "Don't lie. Brother Zhou, why are you here?" Jia Weiran recognized the person. It was Zhou Shihu. He thought that someone came to invite him to eat stinky tofu again. Zhou Shihu looked at Jia Weiran carefully and said, "My home is here. Where else can I go?" Looking at Brother Jia's anxious look, "Could it be that the beauty beside you is missing? Brother Jia, tell me, what does the beauty look like? I will help you look for her." Jia Weiran used his sleeves to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he followed his father here to disguise himself. Then what would the Yamen runners and the head registrar think? "Brother Jia, is it because you can't describe her appearance? Why don't you go to the Lin Shui First restaurant to take a look? The beauty usually goes there. There are many talents there." Zhou Shihu continued to persuade him and prepared to pull Jia Weiran there. "No, impossible. I am just strolling around. I am not looking for anyone. Brother Zhou, go ahead." Jia Weiran didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only endure the anxiety in his heart and reply perfunctorily. Zhou Shihu didn't force him and said, "That's good. Brother Jia, if you have any problems here, you can go to the Lin Shui First restaurant and get someone to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse." "Oh, the Lin Shui First restaurant has a new fried stinky tofu. Brother Jia, go and try it when you are free." After saying that, Zhou Shihu walked away. Jia Weiran was stunned again. Why did everyone talk about stinky tofu when they saw him? Since his father was gone, he naturally had to look for him. Jia Weiran started to expand his search area. He walked to the yamen but didn't find him. He turned back to the other side of Qianchong town and didn't find him either. He turned around and walked to the innermost shop at the pier but still couldn't find him. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Jia Weiran had no choice but to walk to the Lin Shui First restaurant. He wanted to ask for Zhou Shihu's help. If something happened to his father, it would be serious. Young Master Jia, you are here too? Do you want to eat the stinky tofu in the restaurant? Young Master Jia, please come in. The waiter waiting at the pier said the same thing when he saw Jia Weiran. Jia Weiran was already numb. He walked onto the boat and didn't say a word. He let the boat take him to the restaurant. After entering the door and going up to the second floor, another waiter came over and said to Jia Weiran, Young Master Jia, I haven't seen you for a long time. The stinky tofu is ready for you. It is at the third floor, room 3. Jia Weiran knew that room 3 was the one he had been coming to recently. He followed the waiter upstairs and asked, How do I find Zhou Shihu? You are looking for young Master Zhou? Young Master Zhou was still here just now. Do you have something urgent? The waiter asked with concern. Yes, I am looking for someone. Jia Weiran felt a little tired after running for so long. What a coincidence. Young Master Jia is also looking for someone. Someone came here just now. His surname is also Jia. The assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate of the yamen came with him. They said that they were looking for someone. They went to room 4 together. The assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate even called him Lord. I don't know what official he is, the waiter said. Jia Weiran grabbed the waiter and said, What did you say? The assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate called him Lord? Yes, young Master Jia. Do you know that person? Tell me about it, the waiter replied excitedly. Bring me to room 4 quickly. Forget it, I will go there myself, Jia Weiran said and ran in that direction. The waiter shouted behind him, Young Master Jia, I will send your stinky tofu to you too. Jia Weiran didn't care about the stinky tofu. He rushed to the room and opened the door. He saw his father with a helpless and anxious expression. There were also 2 people sitting there with him. They were the assistant secretary and the deputy county magistrate of Xueqi County. Father, why are you here? Jia Weiran heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously. It is good that you are here. Eat something first. I will be taking office tomorrow, the Jia County magistrate sighed and said. Chapter 225. When Jia Weiran heard his father's words, he didn't know what had happened. Seeing that there were outsiders around, he couldn't say anything now. He nodded and sat down beside his father. Once he sat down, he felt uncomfortable all over. Young Master Jia is also here. Just now, the 2 of us told the county magistrate that young Master Jia would definitely be fine. Young Master Jia, tell us, where did you go? Were you kidnapped? Ever since County Magistrate Cheng left, Xueqi County has been in chaos. Unfortunately, we don't have enough manpower. We just told the county magistrate to recruit more bailiffs. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing said to Jia Weiran with concern. The first thing that came to Jia Weiran's mind was that if the county magistrate recruited more people, the county magistrate would have even less money. There were already a few hundred people. Why should they recruit more? How many people were there in Xueqi County? He couldn't help but object. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang, I feel that Xueqi County's law and order is good. Why should we recruit more people? Young Master Jia, you are wrong. Seeing is believing. The county magistrate knows this very well. If it wasn't for the bailiffs and the county magistrate who saw that something was wrong, the county magistrate of Xueqi County would have been replaced. Finding another 200 bailiffs is actually not a lot. Xiao Luo Shui is enough. I heard that a restaurant is going to be built at the place between the clouds and the water. There will be many people there. What if someone is in danger? Isn't that right, sir? Registrar Zhao Xiang also said. He was full of anger. He should have been promoted, but now there was another one. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. Jia County Magistrate sat there helplessly. He looked at his son and then at the two people opposite him. He nodded. Registrar Zhao and Deputy County Magistrate Zhang are right. We should recruit another 200 bailiffs. Just now when you went to buy something, I was covered with a sack and kidnapped. If there were 2 more bailiffs, how could such a thing happen? Father, you were kidnapped? Just for a while? How could such a thing happen? Didn't anyone see it? Jia Weiran opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief. Young Master Jia, this can prove that those bad guys are bold. They don't care whether there are people around them or where they are. Young Master Jia was so close to them, but you didn't see them, right? County Deputy County Magistrate Zhang said further. Jia Weiran thought about the situation at that time, then thought about how her father looked now, the expressions of the County Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar. She understood everything. She and her father should have been discovered the moment they arrived here. The Yamen had been giving out money non-stop. Perhaps they were waiting for her father to take over and spend all the money. Now that he had come here with his father, the money had not been spent yet. He could only use this method. He sent someone to lure him here while he tied up his father. If his father had taken office and dared to tie up the county magistrate, the whole Yamen would be implicated. But the problem was that he had not taken office and had come here secretly. Who would know who he was? After tying him up, he could justifiably be promoted to Yamen runner and spend the money. Jia Weiran was upset. She had finally seen how powerful the other party was. Just now, she was still discussing with her father how to scheme against the other party. It was obvious that they were just making a fool of themselves. No wonder her father agreed. If this were to spread, where would her father put his face? Thinking about this, Jia Weiran could only choose to compromise temporarily. She said, "May I know where the county deputy and registrar plan to put the newly recruited 200 Yamen runners?" County Deputy Zhang said, 100 of them will be placed at Tuqiao village. 50 of them will be placed at the Yamen. The other 50 will naturally be placed at the place where the county magistrate is in danger. 150 of them will be working for the Zhang family and Wang family? No, they have to be sent elsewhere. Jia Weiran was filled with hatred. He had tolerated the recruitment of Yamen runners and the spending of money. But they actually sent so many people to work for the Zhang family and Wang family. They were even more impressive. This time, without waiting for the county deputy and registrar to speak, the Jia County Magistrate lectured. Weiran, what do you mean by working for others? Don't these 2 places belong to Xueqi County? Don't talk nonsense. Yes. Jia Weiran didn't dare to say any more. This time, he didn't plan well and was set up by them. Originally, there were already a few Yamen runners at Tuqiao village. Now, 100 of them were sent over. In the future, when the situation there stabilized, was there still a need to talk about the relationship between the Yamen runners and them? After that, there wasn't anything important to talk about. After all, the Jia County Magistrate hadn't taken office yet. They would talk about it when he was in office. They ate some food hastily and agreed that the Jia County Magistrate would leave the county first tomorrow and bring the team over. Then they went their separate ways. Jia Weiran didn't eat the stinky tofu and left with his father. When he was outside and saw that no one was near, he said to his father, "Father, are you going to let them bully you like this? I really can't take this lying down." The Jia County Magistrate didn't look too good either. He pursed his lips and said, "So what if you can take it lying down? So what if you can't? The 2 of us came here secretly and we were immediately targeted. This is to tell us not to play any tricks and to stay in office obediently. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? Then what should we do? Can we only stay in office obediently? This isn't the Xueqi County of the past. Father, you spent a lot of money to come here. If you don't earn back the money you spent, won't you lose money?" Jia Weiran felt uncomfortable when he thought of his original plan going down the drain. The docks could be said to be making a lot of money every day. Let's take a look first. There's no rush. We're not leaving immediately. Let's wait for the right time. I don't believe that the Yamen and the Zhang family's Zhuangzi are so clean. As long as we find evidence, the situation in Xueqi County will change. The Jia County Magistrate was also worried about the money. It was sad that they could see it but couldn't get it. At this time, the Chief Secretary Zhao Xiang and the Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng were also talking. However, Their moods were different from the Jia County magistrate and his son. Brother Zhang, we've really vented our anger this time. We didn't plan to do this in the beginning. Who knew that the two of them would come here by themselves? It saved us a lot of trouble. When we welcome the county magistrate tomorrow, we'll let him know how powerful Xueqi County is. It's easy to earn money, but we have to do things well first and make the people satisfied. Zhao Xiang smiled and said to Zhang Mingxing. He let out a long breath and felt that the sky was not so gloomy anymore. It was a little cooler. Zhang Mingxing also had a smile on his face and replied, Brother Zhao is right. They haven't even taken office and they're already thinking about money. If we don't let them know how powerful they are, how can the people in the county live a good life? The Zhang family and Wang family spent so much effort to find temporary jobs for the people to do. They earned a lot of money. If they mess things up, how can we live a good life in the future? After saying this, Zhang Mingxing suddenly thought of something and asked, Brother Zhao, how much money is left in the yamen? You're just a county magistrate and you don't know? You're asking me? Not much. There's about 1,000 coins left. We're waiting for the yamen runners to come and equip them with horses and weapons. I don't think it's enough. The yamen runners' salaries and weapons are almost spent. They don't even deserve horses. Zhao Xiang teased Zhang Mingxing and told him about the money in the yamen. He knew that Zhang Mingxing deliberately asked because he wanted him to say it and make him happy again. Didn't the new county magistrate want to be greedy for money? You pushed him down. Now you're greedy. The yamen had been repaired, so the yamen runners' meals were easy to deal with. They could let little Luo Xue deliver the thing called buffet, or borrow the next month's salary from other people. As long as the merchants were wholeheartedly working for Xueqi County, such as Zhou Shihu's family, or the original 3 restaurants, they could all borrow money. When the time came, they would have to return it when the taxes were collected. Of course, this had to be reported to the state's central government first. Otherwise, it would easily cause trouble. When the little Luo Xue wharf paid the taxes again next year, they would report the full amount and wait for the higher-ups to transfer the money. Zhang Mingxing smiled again and said, Then what's the use of recruiting so many yamen runners? At the farthest place in the county, there will be at least 1 yamen runner every 2 hours. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has its own protection team. This name is good. When people hear it, they will know it has something to do with farming. In addition, the imperial nephew is also there. How can the Li family not have any protection people in Zhuangzi? Throwing more than 100 yamen runners, there is really not much use for them. They can be used. When the time comes, Zhangjia Zhuangzi will think of a way to make arrangements for these people. The extra people from Little Luo Xue will also be the same. Let's go, quickly go back and prepare. We'll rewrite the revised proclamation and let the people know about the new county magistrate. Zhao Xiang was not worried that there would not be a place to use the manpower. This idea was originally given by the Zhang family. It was not prepared to be used today. Since it happened today, then he took it out and used it. The two of them left happily. Someone had already sent the matter of the county magistrate's incognito clothes to Zhangjia Zhuangzi at the fastest speed. It was estimated that they would arrive at night. This was not urgent and did not need to travel 800 li. At night, another snow fell. It was much heavier than during the day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not go to the Kong. It was too early, so they only added a brazier in the room. The two of them sat in front of the desk and learned. They had just finished half a piece of paper when the yamen runner came to deliver the letter. I didn't expect that this Jia County magistrate is so interesting. He actually played with the idea of incognito clothes. In the end, he didn't play it well and leaked it. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. So he really wants to take over our docks? Should we still give him benefits? Otherwise, if he knows that we always give the yamen runners benefits, he will find trouble with the yamen runners. Yes, we must give him some. We should give him some fungus first. Didn't we already move some cucumbers to him? Then we can give him some other daily necessities. Just don't give him money. As an official, his salary is not enough. Let's take care of his daily life. His salary will be used to welcome and send people. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be so ruthless. No matter what, he had to leave a way out. The more things that were beneficial to Xueqi County, the more benefits he would get. He wanted to let him develop a habit. As for whether it would succeed, It was unknown. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea. Okay, let's see what he will do. It can also be considered as a test. Chapter 226. The next day, snow filled the sky. It started snowing at night and showed no signs of stopping at noon. The citizens of Xueqi County who lived close to the county government gathered and followed the county secretary, deputy county magistrate and other people. They stood 3 miles away from Xueqi County in the snow and waited for the arrival of the new county magistrate. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang wrote about the new county magistrate yesterday. The whole paper was full of good things about the new county magistrate. He said that he loved the people like his own children, that he was good at strategizing and that he could bring a better life to the people. He asked people to put up posters all over the county in the morning. Some people who had horses and some people who lived further away rode their horses to cross the snow. The citizens did not know that the new county magistrate was preparing to take a good look at the county government yesterday to think of a way to deal with the corruption. They really thought that it was like what the deputy county magistrate wrote. Those who were illiterate asked those who were literate to read the contents of the notice. Their faces were filled with happiness. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang only wrote at the bottom of the paper that they were going to welcome the new county magistrate, and the citizens rushed over spontaneously. They did not have many requests. They just wanted the county magistrate to be like the county magistrate during this period of time. Their biggest wish was that their family members could do some odd jobs when they were free and have a good new year. Jia Weiran and his father had come out yesterday, and they had to go back today. The two of them did not dare to delay. This time they were smarter. They brought a few of their family members, and more family members followed behind. They took the car and rushed back. Father, what do you think will happen when we arrive at the county magistrate's office today? Can we not meet a single person? Are we the only ones going to take up the post? Then, when you take office, there will be many citizens who come to complain about you. What kind of trivial matter will it be? Your desk will be filled with documents from a few years ago. It will be 10 feet high. Jia Weiran said worriedly. After thinking for a while, he added, when you gave the order, there were so many bailiffs, but they claimed to be sick and did not come. The deputy magistrate and the registrar changed their shrewdness yesterday and said they did not know anything. Also, which powerful person came to find trouble? Jia County magistrates did not know what would happen. What his son said seemed to be right. Usually, when the people below did not want the people above them to send people, they would use these seemingly simple but effective methods. There were not many people who could survive. After pondering for a while, he said to his son, "Don't be afraid. We'll think of a way to deal with it." Jia Weiran was in a bad mood and knew that this was the only way. His bodyguards were also not so calm. They were not stupid. They knew that their master had used some tricks to become an official this time. Perhaps he lived in a dilapidated house and did not eat good food. Everyone had their own thoughts as they gradually approached the county town. When they were about 4 li away, it was impossible to see the situation in front of them because of the heavy snow. However, as the group got closer and closer, they could finally see the situation in front of them. Countless people were standing in the snow, looking in their direction. The people on the other side should have seen them too. Under the lead of some people wearing the same clothes, they came over to welcome them. Such a scene frightened Jia Weiran and the rest. They thought that they were going to attack them. Master, judging from their clothes, they should be the yamen runners of Xueqi County. There are so many of them, a man beside the carriage reported to Jia County magistrates, who lifted the curtain and looked out. Yes, I saw them. Stop. Jia County magistrates was in a bad mood, but he had to put on an act. Zhang Mingsheng and Zhao Xiang came to the front of the carriage at the same time and said to Jia County magistrates in the carriage, Xueqi County's registrar Zhao Xiang, Zhang Mingsheng, is here to welcome county magistrates. Welcome, county magistrates. Please set off. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the yamen runners and the commoners also said welcoming words at the same time. They also made way and stood on both sides of the road. Jia County magistrates, who was sitting in the carriage and did not know what would happen, could not sit still anymore. Even if he had planned to get a lot of things when he came here, he could not help but be moved when he saw so many people welcoming him in the snow. It was fine that the registrar and the deputy county magistrates came to welcome him because they wanted to give him face. The Yamen runners came because they were afraid that he would make things difficult for them when he took office. However, the commoners also came. He did not know if it was the arrangement of the Yamen. Anyway, it was a grand occasion for him to take office. He could not sit still and got out of the carriage. He looked at the serious and respectful expressions of the Yamen runners and the happy faces of the commoners. He immediately knew that the commoners were not forced to come here. He walked forward for a while and came to a 7 or 8-year-old child who was snuggling up to his parents. He squatted down and asked, "What's your name? How old are you? Are you cold?" The child was a little shy, so he hid behind. He hugged his father's waist and poked his head out. He said in a clear voice, "My name is Li Xiaoshu. I'm 7 years old. I'm cold. I feel cold when the wind blows. My father said that you are a good official, so I'm not cold anymore. Are you a good official?" The child's innocent look and Weiwei's trembling body made Jia County Magistrate speechless. He could feel the anticipation of the commoners around him. He wanted to say that he was a good official, but he felt that it would be against his will. Say that he was not a good official? What a joke. While the child was waiting, Jia County Magistrates finally spoke. "I don't know if I'm a good official, but I'll do my job well." As he spoke, he took off his cloak and put it around the child. He patted the child's head and then stood up. He said to the people behind him, "Follow me in." With him leading the way, the rest of the people who were on the horses also got off and led the way. Jia Weiren followed behind in a daze. He had thought of many things that would happen, but he did not expect it to be like this. Being surrounded by so many commoners, the cold wind was weaker and his body was warmer. However, he did not feel good. Looking at the registrar and the deputy, he could only praise them in his heart. So many commoners were welcoming them in the snow. If they really did something in the future, what would the commoners say? The Zhang family and the Wang family had 2 7th-ranked officials. If they joined forces with the commoners to submit a petition, not to mention the county magistrate, even the provincial governor would be taken down. Especially since it was so close to the capital. Thinking of this, Jia Weiran went to the deputy and said in a low voice, "Good plan." Zhao Mingxing also replied, "Good official." After walking for 3 miles, the moment they entered the county, the sound of gongs, drums and firecrackers could be heard. There were many commoners waiting along the streets. When they saw the new county magistrate, they cheered. The children were also laughing and jumping happily. Jia County Magistrate smiled and signaled to the people on both sides. However, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could imagine that many people would know about what happened today. The people in the province and even the imperial court would probably reward him in a few days. Everyone would know that he was a good official. Good official? Impressive. This was more impressive than what his son had thought. A good official should not be greedy for money and should not think for himself. If not. As he was thinking about these things, the road seemed to be very long. It was not easy to reach the yamen. He already knew that it looked very glamorous from the outside, but he did not know what it was like inside. His son could not find out either. As he entered the main hall, he saw that it was not bad. Jia County Magistrates was quite satisfied. After the handover, the commoners left happily. A group of people began to look at the place where they would live in the future. Everyone felt uneasy. Father, this is where we will live in the future? When they reached the back, Jia Weiran saw the neat limestone bricks on the ground, the withered flowers on both sides, the beautifully painted courtyard walls, the newly tiled house, the winding path that led to the back, and the tall locust tree. He could not believe his eyes. Jia County Magistrates was also shocked. He looked at the courtyard that was just renovated. He did not expect the yamen to treat him like this. When they walked past the first courtyard and reached the second courtyard, he was even more suspicious that they had come to the wrong place. The road was still paved with limestone bricks. There was yellow sand on both sides of the road. There was a flower bed on the left and a moon gate on the right that led to another courtyard. This time, it was clean and tidy. After passing through the moon gate, they saw the winding path in front of them. There was a small pond and a corridor leading to it. There was a pavilion beside the pond. On the other side of the pavilion, there was a clump of plum blossoms. There were wind chimes hanging from the hexagons that rang in the wind. "Sir, please come this way." A yamen runner walked in front and led the Jia County magistrates and the others along the winding path. They came to a place surrounded by big trees. There were some curtains there and there were people clearing the snow from time to time. Before they could see what was inside, they could smell the fragrance of cucumbers. "Sir, these are cucumbers prepared for you. You can pick them and eat them fresh. Go to the pavilion to boil some wine and enjoy the snow and plum blossoms," the Yamen runner introduced. "Oh, okay. Deputy Zhang, may I know why?" Jia County Magistrate suppressed the shock in his heart and asked Zhang Mingxing, who was following behind him. Zhang Mingxing showed a puzzled look and asked, "Sir, what are you talking about?" Jia County Magistrates knew that he did it on purpose. He had to make it clear and said, "Why did you fix my place so well?" "Sir, you are asking about this? It's not very good. It's just enough for one person to live in. We can't let your whole family live in the courtyard. This is the idea of the people in the county. Sir, you are a good official. Of course, you have to fix your place. It's cold. If you catch a cold, the people will suffer." Deputy Zhang Mingxing told the reason, but no one around him believed him. "Sir, in the future, there will be people in the courtyard from time to send some food and necessities. They are all from the merchants themselves," Zhao Xiang added. "Well, thank you very much." Jia County Magistrates couldn't say anything else. He completely understood now that the people here, or to be exact, the Zhang family, didn't want him to be greedy. They could give him benefits, let him live well, and provide him with food and necessities. He just had to do his job honestly. As a county magistrate, he should never interfere. Otherwise. Chapter 227. The road ahead began, and the sun was high in the sky. The county was peaceful, and there was nothing to do. When the sun was high in the sky, the Jia County magistrates, who had been in office for less than 5 days, yawned and crawled out of his warm bed. He was served to freshen up, eat breakfast, put on his official uniform, and strolled in the garden. He went to the front hall and sat on the chair in the middle of the hall, drinking a cup of tea. Looking at the Yamen runner who was dozing off at the door, he asked listlessly, "Are we still going to the dock later? If you want to go, I will go with you. If you want to go somewhere else, I will ask someone to prepare a carriage and a horse." The Yamen runner shook his head and replied after he was a little more awake. "Oh, okay. Then we will go somewhere else today. We will go up the river and walk casually. There is no need to prepare a carriage." Did anyone complain? The Jia County magistrates asked hopefully. The Yamen runner shook his head again. "Sir, no one complained. Your administration is clean and peaceful, and the people live in peace. If there are outsiders, they will not dare to make trouble when they see the Yamen runners patrolling the county." The Jia County magistrates did not speak anymore. He drank a sip of tea, closed his eyes, and sat there to take a nap. However, he could not help but think about something. He was too idle. He had been here for 5 days, and his mother and wives had been praising him for finding a good place to be an official. The garden was beautiful, the room was comfortable, and the food was not bad. The cook at home only had to follow the instructions of the restaurant to cook the ingredients. Even his 12-year-old daughter said that he did not need to be tired. Wasn't that true? He had nothing to do all day. These days, he went out every day. It was bustling, and the people he saw always had a smile on their faces. Occasionally, beggars would come from outside and kneel in the snow. In less than a quarter of an hour, a Yamen runner would come and ask if they were willing to work elsewhere. If they were willing, they could go to the Yamen and be sent to the prefecture. At this time, the county deputy would be done. It would not take long for any official to find them and put their stamp on them. If there were any beggars who were not willing to work, the Yamen runner would directly drive them out of Xueqi County. No one could find fault with this. If they were not hungry, they would not work. He didn't need to worry. He was free, but what was he doing in Xueqi County? There was no money in the treasury. The Yamen runners' daily meals were provided by the little Luo Shui pier, and so was their own family. They did not need to spend a single one. Their food and clothing were all taken care of. Based on this arrangement, if they wanted to earn some money while they were in office, they would have to earn their salary. There was also the Chongping warehouse in the county. Originally, it was made by Yu, but the prefecture did not investigate. There was a lot of grain in there. If the grain was expensive, it would be put away, and if the grain was cheap it would be taken away. The Xueqi County was very stable. As long as one was willing to put the seal here and let others stamp it at will, one could travel around and play. But what's the point? He wanted to submit a memorial to accuse the county's merchants of privately contributing to the government. However, when he saw the 10,000 citizens form on the desk, the other places were already filled, and he only needed to fill in his name. Once his memorial was submitted, the 10,000 citizens form would be filled in with his name and submitted to the government. At that time, the people of the county would feel indebted to him and thus contribute to the government. If the higher-ups were to accuse him, he would be the first to be punished. Little boy from the Tang family, are you all right? Just when the Jia County magistrates was feeling angry, an old woman came to the entrance of the Yamen hall and asked the Yamen runner sitting there. It seemed that she did not see that there was another person sitting in the hall. Madam Hong, why did you come out? It's cold outside. Go back quickly. If there's anything, just ask Brother Hong to come over. The Yamen runner opened his eyes, saw the old woman, and advised her with concern. The Jia County magistrates became alert. He thought that someone was going to complain, so he slammed the gavel on the table and asked the people at the door, "Who is complaining?" Left and right Yamen runners, quickly bring him to the hall. The old woman and the Yamen runner were startled at the same time. The Yamen runner looked at the old woman and then at the county magistrate, not knowing what to say. The old woman helped him out, squinting her eyes and looking at the person sitting in the hall. She said, "I won't complain. I don't want to trouble you, sir. I asked little boy Tong to come to my house to help me kill the pig. There's only him and my daughter-in-law at home. The neighbors are busy and can't tie up the pig. They'll be back in a while." "I'm not busy," the Jia County magistrates muttered in his heart. He said, "It's such a big matter. Tong Yong, come with me to check it out." The Jia County magistrates was so bored that he was annoyed. Finally, there was something to do. It was better to kill the pig than to sit here. After saying this, he turned around and changed into casual clothes. It would be difficult to wash the blood off his clothes. It didn't take long for Jia County magistrates to come back with a small basin in his hand. When he went back, he met his mother. His mother said that she wanted to eat blood tofu, so he gave her a small basin and 2 coins and asked her to bring some back. The old woman led the way, followed by the Jia County magistrates and the Yamen runner. The 3 of them left the Yamen and went to the old woman's house to kill the pig. The Jia County magistrates was very happy. This was the first time he was in charge of government affairs. Oh, it wasn't easy. As they were walking, the Jia County magistrates noticed that there was a person in front of them who seemed to be trying to steal something from another person. His hand had already reached the person's waist. There was a small pouch there. A big case, the Jia County magistrates thought. He nudged the Yamen runner next to him and pointed forward. He should be an outsider. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't come from a rich family. Don't worry, sir. In a few days, this person will find a job in the county. It's his first time. He didn't even dare to touch the pouch. The Yamen runner had already seen it. If it was someone else who was being stolen, he would have caught them. However, he didn't have to worry about the person who was being stolen. He used to be a master thief in the county. Later on, he stopped stealing and started to make trinkets for Zhangjia Zhuangzi's restaurant. His hands were very skillful. In a month, he could earn 3 or 4 strings of coins. He should be caught and put in prison. The Jia County magistrates wanted to convict this person. "Sir, there's no one in prison. The original ones who committed serious crimes have already been sent to the county court. The ones who were not so serious have all been released to work. It's better to save one person than to lock one up. This is the first time that person stole something. Locking him up is just to let him know that he will be a good person in the future. Even if we don't arrest him now, he will still be a good person." The Yamen runner could only persuade him. If this person was caught, he would be sent to Xueqi. Xueqi was always short of manpower. If this person was repentant and didn't commit serious crimes, he would arrange a job for him. If he didn't, he would be forced to work, locked up, and fed. Sure enough, just as the Yamen runner said, the person who wanted to steal hesitated a few times before finally taking action. As soon as his hand touched the pouch, it was grabbed and twisted. The Yamen runner scolded him. "Are you blind? You still want to steal in front of me? Don't you know who's in charge of this street? How dare you steal something from me?" The Jia County magistrates was stunned. It was too fast. He was caught in an instant. He walked forward happily. The people around him didn't gather around to watch the show like they did in other places. The people who were doing business on the street shook their heads and lamented that the guy was unlucky. Stealing in front of a master thief, not to mention that he was stealing from a master thief, he would also be caught stealing from others. The original ruffians in the county began to watch after they changed their ways. They didn't allow others to steal from the people in the county. Even the Yamen runner who saw the situation stood aside and didn't want to go forward. "Big brother, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. It's my first time." The person who was caught cried and begged. The pain from his hand made sweat ooze out of his forehead. The Jia County magistrate saw that his subordinate didn't listen to him. He had no choice but to ask the Yamen runner beside him, "What about robbers and murderers? Don't tell me that kind of people never come to Xueqi County?" "Sir, you're right. Xueqi County hasn't deliberately killed anyone in recent years. People who come from outside are usually escaping from disasters. As long as no one instigates them, they're more obedient than the locals. Recently, there hasn't been anyone stealing. In the past, some of the ruffians in the county changed their profession to make money. Some of them, like me, have become Yamen runners." The Yamen runner explained to him. The Jia County magistrates carefully looked at the Yamen runner beside him and asked, "You used to be on this street?" "To be honest with you, sir, 2 years ago, when you mentioned Tong Haizi, there was no one on this street who wasn't afraid of him." "Am I right, Auntie?" The Yamen runner told him everything. The old lady smiled and said, "Yes, sir, you don't know. In the past, this kid was always causing trouble and was not filial at home. The neighbors all avoided him. He would be locked up every few days. Now it's different." "Good, very good." After hearing the old lady's words, the Jia County magistrates didn't know what to say. This was strange. Ruffians were now Yamen runners. What kind of world was this? The Jia County magistrates couldn't think of anything and could only look at the thief again. At this time, the thief didn't shout anymore. He was holding a fruit pancake in his hand and eating it quickly. In the blink of an eye, the fruit pancake was in his stomach. He took a sip of water from the Yamen runner who caught him and picked up another fruit pancake to eat. He ate 4 fruits in a row and was stopped by the Yamen runner. Only then did he hold his bloated stomach and burp. The fruit pancake was not small. It could be steamed into a big steamed bun. There were also 3 big fruits in it. The Yamen runner who sold the fruit pancakes was very generous. He thought about adding some chopsticks into the fruit pancake every day when he stir-fried shredded radishes. Looking at the thief's thin body, he wondered how the fruit pancake could fit into the fruit pancake. "He's really hungry." The Jia County magistrates believed the Yamen runner's words. It was the thief's first time doing such a thing, so he was very hungry. It seemed that it was good to let someone who had done bad things in the past become a Yamen runner. He had sharp eyes. It wouldn't be easy to commit a crime in front of these people. The Yamen runner watched the thief finish eating and asked, "Is there anyone else in the house?" "No, there's a little sister. She's 9 years old." "Big brother, what do you want me to do?" The thief knew that it was impossible for him not to do something when he was caught and given food to eat. "I'll go with you to pick up your little sister. When you come with me, I'll take care of your food and drink. I'll also make clothes for you. When you do it, you'll be paid. If I catch you doing such a thing again in the future, don't think about getting your hand back." "Second uncle, how much is it?" The Yamen runner warned the thief and asked the Yamen runner. Just now, the Yamen runner had added more fruits and eggs. He didn't know how to calculate. Book ID equals 1589628. Book name equals usurper. Chapter 228. Although Jia County magistrates felt a little regretful that he couldn't handle a big case, he was still willing to see someone change. He said to the seller, "I'll pay for it." "Oh, the county magistrate is here. How can I let you pay for it? This kid will work for little Huzi in the future, so I won't take his money. My cart was made by little Huzi, so I didn't spend any money. Would you like to try one?" The seller didn't have a good leg, so he came out from the back of the cart and wanted to salute. He was happy to see that a kid didn't take a wrong turn. Jia County magistrate saw that the thief was enjoying the food, so he smacked his lips and said, Okay, then give me one too. Pay up. The last two words were said to the yamen runner. He now admitted that except for himself, the rest of the people in the yamen were in the same boat as the Zhang family and the Wang family. The yamen didn't have any money in its account and only gave him things. Since that was the case, it would be a waste not to use it. Yamen runner immediately took out 4 copper coins and put them in the bamboo tube next to the cart. Second uncle, add 3 more eggs, oil on both sides, and some more chili sauce. Okay, I wanted to buy one for you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't want it. I'll put more. You didn't help me when you saw it just now. The seller cupped his hands and saluted, then turned back and started to spread the pancakes. He cracked the eggs and put the eggshells in the bucket next to him. Jia County magistrates looked and asked curiously, "Why are you still keeping the eggshells? Just throw them away." "Sir, look at this road, where are the things that are thrown away? As for the useless things, as long as they are bones, leaves or eggshells, they should be left behind. When the Zhang family comes back, they will give us some eggs or vegetable oil." Zhang family? Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village? Jia County magistrates thought of that place when he heard about the Zhang family. He was both afraid and resentful of that place. The second uncle flipped the pancake over and continued to beat eggs on it. He said, "Sir, you also know? It's right there. If the weather is hot, dry those things under the sun. Those who raise chickens keep some and other things to feed. Most of them are given to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to feed the chickens." When Jia Yi heard someone talking bad about Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he felt uncomfortable. Looking at the person selling crepes, if he bad-mouthed Zhangjia Zhuangzi now, he might not sell anything to him anymore. No wonder Zhangjia Zhuangzi dared to be so arrogant and even restricted the county magistrate. The hearts of the people here were all with him. Since he could not deal with it now, he could only endure. County magistrate Jia made up his mind and asked again, "Then, do you know how many chickens there are in the Zhang's farm now?" "I don't know. Many, that's called many. This year, I caught 15 chicks from his family. One of them is male, and the rest are female. They will be able to lay eggs next spring." When the second uncle thought about the chickens laying eggs next year, he became even happier. He even put in more chopped green onions, pressed the fruit, rolled it up, wrapped it in a piece of paper and handed it over. "How much for one?" Jia County magistrates thought that Zhangjia Zhuangzi deliberately asked for more money. This was also a crime. "It's free. I exchanged it with eggshells. 30 eggshells for one chick. When I first brought it back, it was small and fluffy." The second uncle didn't know that the county magistrate was scheming against Zhangjia Zhuangzi, so he said whatever he wanted. Yamen runner at the side understood that the county magistrate was looking for trouble. "Go ahead." The Zhang family and Zhuangzi never left any loopholes for others to use against them. When the Jia county magistrates heard this answer, he knew that he couldn't find any fault with Zhangjia Zhuangzi in this aspect. How could eggshells be worth money? A chick was worth about 2 or 3 copper coins. 10 eggshells were worth 1 copper coin? Would anyone believe that? He took the fruit pancake and ate it as he walked. It was really good. It was warm and full. After eating one, he felt full and warm from the inside out. When the Jia County magistrates almost finished eating the fruit pancake, the 3 of them had already arrived at the old lady's house. The county magistrate helped to coax the pig while the yamen runner and the old lady's son tied up the pig. The rest of the time was simple. After an hour, the Jia County magistrates and the yamen runner returned to the yamen. The yamen runner carried the pig's blood and a piece of pig's intestines. He said to the county magistrate while walking, "We didn't eat this before. We threw it to the dog at home or threw it into the latrine pit. Later on we stopped throwing it." "Why?" The county magistrate was puzzled. Zhangjia Zhuangzi specially instructed people to teach others how to eat this, especially the intestines. They can be made into sausages or stuffed with sausages. They can be smoked with sawdust. That way, the taste will be better. When we get back, I'll make a meat sausage for the adults. Or, I can wash it with water and fry it. It's also good to eat cold. Yamen runner shook the intestines in his hand and explained in detail. The Jia County magistrates didn't want to eat this no matter what. It was disgusting just looking at it. He didn't understand why Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people taught others this. He asked, "What benefits does the Zhang family get by doing this?" "Benefits? Of course. When the people in the county eat well, they will be in good health. They will work more and earn more money. The better their food, the more money they will have. When the time comes, they will have more spare money. When they have more money, they will need to buy things. Merchants will also come over. As long as they travel by water, they will have to stop at the docks. When the merchants earn more money, other than the yamen tax, they also need to eat. Zhongjia Zhuangzi has a lot of restaurants and shops that haven't been rented out. These are all money. When more people rent out the shops, the prices of the shops will be higher. Yamen Runner said this because he had asked the county magistrate. He also knew that Zhongjia Zhuangzi was doing a good deed for the county. Although the cooking methods were simple, they were very useful. Some people even bought these things from other people and opened a small shop to sell them. When the people in the county knew that these things were edible, they would also eat them. Jia County magistrates didn't think about these things. He only heard that the prices of the shops at the docks would be higher after the tax was collected. This was the reason why he came. Why don't we go to Zhongjia Zhuangzi tomorrow to take a look? If there is anything difficult, I can help. Jia County magistrate's heart was excited. As per magistrate's orders, we will set off for Zhongjia Zhuangzi tomorrow. We will probably arrive before nightfall. Magistrate, please don't be so bumpy. The yamen runner didn't care where he went. There was nothing to be afraid of at Zhongjia Zhuangzi. He could see how to grow vegetables, but it was impossible for him to know how to grow wood ears and hatch chickens. Smoke rose in spirals from the chimney, and the north wind whistled. Winter plum blossoms stood in the snow. Who was more delicate? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan pierced themselves into a ball. Except for their eyes, all other parts of their bodies were covered. They stepped on the snow to look at the plum blossoms. The flowers had not bloomed yet, and only the bony branches were hanging on the snow. We originally planned to build houses for the villagers this year, but it was delayed. We can only do it next year. Let someone see which houses are not sturdy. Let's repair them first so that they won't be crushed by the snow. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the trees in front of him, but he was talking about the situation at Zhuangzi. Yes, we have to repair them. Tomorrow is the beginning of spring. After the spring plowing, we will repair them. It has been 5 days, and the new county magistrate still hasn't done anything. It seems that he wants to endure hardships. Just lie down for a year. Next year, we won't have a chance to cause trouble. Wang Wan pulled her hand out of his hand and touched a short branch. She also didn't talk about the plum blossoms, but talked about the county magistrate. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the houses near the school, and saw smoke rising up and being blown away by the wind. He thought for a while and said, he has just arrived, so he doesn't know where to start. He still needs to use the people in the yamen. He doesn't dare to get rid of them and replace them with his own. He must be waiting for an opportunity. I was thinking whether to drive him away now, or wait for a while and give him a chance to leave. It's winter, what should we feed the children? Children have weak bodies. When they are cold or hot, they will get sick easily. We have to make some milk so that the children can resist the cold after eating. Butter, this thing is okay. Just the butter alone is also okay. Wang Wan gave an idea that she couldn't do at all. Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to think about using butter to cook food. How many cows would have to be killed to have enough for the children to eat? He thought for a while and said, use the pig meat. Use the oil that has been refined to make some steamed buns for them. Apples can be stored for a long time. Buy more and put them in the cellar before they freeze at the dock. Buy some from nearby stores first. From tomorrow onwards, add an egg to your meal. After the meal, you'll get a small plate of cucumber, pear, and apple. Then, fry some carrot sticks with oil. Each person gets 2 ounces a day as snacks. The medical conditions are really too bad. It's not easy to get through the illness. Well, you can do these things as you see fit. Medical treatment is not easy. It needs the cooperation of other systems. Chinese medicine is based on people. It needs to be cultivated from a young age. It also needs to be talented and intelligent. With enough medicinal materials and patience for practice, it is possible to cultivate a good doctor. The requirements are too high. Wang Wan knew that it was impossible to make medical equipment and medicine, but she still yearned for it, especially in the surgery department. It was not easy to teach people anatomy. Zhang Xiaobao also thought that if there was a bigger hospital here, how much trouble would it save? Well, how much trouble would it cause? The problem of the system is also the problem of the change of the dynasty. If we don't give the opportunity to develop, Chinese medicine already has some systems. A change is over. Do you believe in Chinese medicine? Which system do you believe in? Wang Wan turned her head and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. It doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not. I only hope that when I am sick, I can treat it. For example, if you have a cold, you can treat it by drinking Buplurum chinense soup or taking some pills. Don't think about opposing, you have to think about integration. Take ginseng for example. If you eat too much, you will have nosebleeds. Something that can be used as a poison can definitely be used as a medicine. Chinese medicine is a way of thinking, not a model. Even if you use instruments, you can still say that it is Chinese medicine. Let's not talk about this. It's too heavy. Sprinkle salt to melt snow or charcoal. Are you talking about the water between the clouds and the water? Use charcoal. If you sprinkle salt, you will kill the fish. In order to maintain this brand, how much charcoal do you need? Wang Wan could not estimate at the moment. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about something else. So be it. Only collect charcoal in Sanshui County to stimulate domestic demand. Give the county magistrate a chance. Chapter 229. The wheels of the carriage crunched on the snow, and the horses had to be replaced by donkeys at noon. The wind seemed to come from all directions and swept the snow on the ground in a whirl. Every time they passed by a village, they would see a group of children running crazily. Their little hands were still holding the snow firmly, and they would hit the people on the other side. When a snowball hit their faces, they would wipe their snot with their sleeves and provide ammunition for others while crying. Every time they couldn't stand the cold, they would put their hands inside their clothes to warm them up, or rub their hands with the snow until they were steaming. Which child didn't feel pain when they accidentally fell? Their clothes were wet and the ground was full of snow, so they would get up after a roll. Jia County magistrate sat in the carriage and watched the children play. He also felt that it was interesting, but it was a pity that he couldn't go down to play for a while. Sir, I think we will arrive at our destination after dark. The road is not easy to travel on, and the horses have been traveling for a long time. If they continue to travel, they will be tired. This donkey will be slower. The yamen runner saw that the curtain of the carriage was lifted, so he walked to the side and said, "Oh, I didn't eat at noon, and I will eat at dinner too." Jia County magistrates didn't prepare much when he came. He only brought some water and tea, and he planned to drink it in the carriage. He didn't expect that he would be delayed until now. At noon, when they changed donkeys, there was a small shop. He didn't eat when he saw that the shop was a little dirty, so he asked them to continue with the journey. The yamen runner hesitated for a moment, and then went to another yamen runner to get a paper bag. He handed it to Jia County magistrates and said, "Sir, if you are hungry, you can eat this." Jia County magistrates received it and opened it. He found that it was fried noodles, but he didn't know how to eat it. "What is this?" "This is specially prepared for us by the Zhang family's farmstead. When we are on patrol or have something to do, we can eat it on the way. Here's also this." As the yamen runner spoke, he handed over a 2-inch long bamboo tube as thick as a little finger to County Magistrate Jia. Without waiting for Jia County magistrates to ask, he said directly, "Sir, if you want to soak the noodles with water, pour this in. We usually don't have water, so we just put this on the noodles to eat. The noodles have been packed with spices and other things. This is oil and butter." When Zhangjia Zhuangzi's cow fell to its death, most of the butter would be left to make this. Now that it is cold, you can put the tube down and hold it for a while. The oil will come out and spread on the noodles. It is very delicious. I don't know what is in it, but it is not greasy to eat only this oil. If it is frozen, it can be eaten as a snack. Jia County magistrates listened to these words, and the sentence that left the deepest impression on him was that Zhangjia Zhuangzi specially prepared this for them. Good, it was really good. When the yamen runners were working outside and didn't have enough food to eat, Zhangjia Zhuangzi would make something for them. It was true for others, but definitely not for them. Jia County magistrates thought. He looked at his teacup and then at the pot with little water. He really couldn't soak the noodles. He didn't want to eat it like this, so he asked the yamen runner, "It doesn't seem good for you to just chew on this stuff outside." "Sir, it's not that. We are lazy. Other than this, The Zhang family also gave us 4 sets of bowls and a bag of lime. When you want to soak the noodles, just fill the bowls with water and sprinkle the lime into the other bowls. Sir, if you want to soak the noodles, I have a bamboo tube with some dried vegetables in it. Put it in the water and it will grow bigger. As the yamen runner spoke, he handed over another bamboo tube. This bamboo tube was slightly bigger, and at the same time, there was a bowl. Jia County magistrates took it and checked that there was nothing else on the bowl. After washing it clean, he put the noodles in it. Naturally, there was a pot to boil water on the other side. Then he poured the butter in the small bamboo tube. When he opened another bamboo tube and poured the butter in, Jia County magistrates felt even more helpless. What poured out was actually some dried meat, which seemed to have been braised before drying. There were also some dried vegetables. When the yamen runners were hungry outside, they could eat these things. How could they not think of Zhangjia Zhuangzi? There were vegetables, meat, and oil. Using that bowl to eat the hot noodles, this meal would cost at least 6 or 7 copper coins. The meat was not pork, chicken, or fish. Most of it was mutton, and a small part of it was beef. This Zhangjia Zhuangzi was really too difficult to deal with. The people in the county remembered their kindness. The yamen runners ate their food. Even though he was a newcomer, he lived in the house built by them, used the things they put in the house, and ate the dishes they prepared. However, these were not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was their means and tolerance. So many restaurants and shops belonged to them. They took out the methods of growing vegetables in winter. As long as they met someone who was a little stronger, they would give up the benefits, such as the imperial nephew or the prince. As for those who were not capable, they would finish them off one by one. The Mi family had lost so badly. If he didn't do as they said, would he also lose? While he was thinking about these things, the water was already boiling. Jia County magistrates poured everything into the bowl of noodles. After pouring in the water, he closed the lid and said to the yamen runners outside, "Who wants some hot water? I'll boil some for you." Jia County magistrates had put down his pride. He really didn't want to offend the yamen runners now. There were more than 700 yamen runners in the yamen. That meant that there were more than 700 families, relatives, and neighbors. If Zhangjia Zhuangzi could give them food, why couldn't he do the same? "Sir, there's no need to boil the water. We have other things to eat." The instant noodles were originally going to be sold, but then Zhangjia Zhuangzi found out that it was not good, so he gave it to us. They gave it to you because they couldn't sell it? Jia County magistrates was happy. Giving it to someone who couldn't sell it and giving it to them directly were two different things. Yes, it's not easy to sell. The instant noodles are for daily use. There's another thing that I heard is made with a big iron block. This is it. There's chopped green onions, minced meat, and oil inside. It's wrapped in oil paper. Sir, don't be fooled by its small size. One piece can last you half a day. This is specially made for us. As the yamen runner spoke, he handed in a paper bag. Jia County magistrates opened it. It looked like snacks, but it was much harder than snacks. He didn't know what it was. "What's this?" The person who sent it said that it's called compressed biscuits. It's very easy to eat. You'll be full after eating it and drinking some water. People who travel long distances like it the most. It's small in size and tastes good. It's better than the fried noodles that people usually eat. 2 days ago, they sent another thing that can be soaked in water when there's water. It's water chestnut powder. The yamen runner handed another paper bag to Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates was a little numb. He took it and looked at it. He said to the yamen runner, "What else is there?" "There's also some for boiling soup. It's all powder. There's fish foam, seasoning, and bone marrow powder in it." The yamen runner took another yamen runner's backpack and put it in the cart. Chapter 230. Looking up, the snowmen were lined up. Brooms were used as arms, and leather hats were worn. Red beans were turned into buttons, and the heart was happy. Zhangjia Zhuangzi. During the afternoon break, the children who ran out of the school picked up their tools and started to build snowmen. Big snowballs rolled out one by one, and the smaller ones were placed on top of them. After adding some snow, the shape of a snowman was roughly formed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also joined in and gave pointers from time to time. The children were responsible for the work. For this, Zhang Xiaobao specially asked people to find some things from the grocery store, such as lower-quality leather hats, brooms, red beans, and black charcoal. He even took out a carrot and used it as a nose. Wang Wan didn't understand at first. Why did a child need so many things to make a snowman? The arms could be replaced with branches, and the other parts could be made with mud balls. This cost her more money. Zhang Xiaobao said to her, "This is the cohesion. The children must have a sense of belonging to Xueqi from a young age. Everything is the best and they are the best. Look, the children are more serious when they see these things." Looking at the snowmen that were formed one by one, Wang Wan had to admit that once these things were taken out, the children's performance was different. They appeared more formal and organized more rigorously. "Little man, look, this is you, and this is me. I'll hold you until spring comes." Lu Er held her little brother's hand and stood in front of the two snowmen, one big and one small, and said to her little brother who was not very mature yet, "Little man was much better than when he was young." If others didn't say it, they wouldn't be able to tell that this child was the poor, small, dark, and thin child from before. At this time, he was wearing thick clothes, a leather hat on his head, and a scarf around his neck. He held his sister's hand and looked at the busy people, smiling happily. Hearing his sister's words, the 3-year-old turned his head and said, "Sister, spring is coming. The snow has melted, and we are gone." Yes, the snow has melted. Oui. Lu Er did not know what to say. It was as if she did not want spring to arrive. "You will turn into water and flow into the river together. Then you will turn into clouds, one big cloud and one small cloud, flying in the sky." Wang Wan felt that it was indeed difficult to understand the feelings of children. When they looked at the snowman, they did not want spring to come, so she said in a childish tone. Lu Er's eyes lit up. "Yes. When the time comes, it will become a cloud, and then it will become rain. It will fall on the flowers below. You can water one flower, and I will water the other. The two flowers will be together. When winter comes, it will become a snowman. It will be bigger than this year's snowman." Together. Young man became happy again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a new feeling. When the seasons changed, there was sadness and hope. A horse came from afar. It did not go to the place where the children were playing, but went directly to the courtyard of the main house. After a while, Steward Zhang came here and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were making a snowslide, "Little master, little miss, the county magistrate is coming. He will probably arrive after dark." Oh, it seems that he still hasn't given up. Come, let's see what he is going to do. Tell people to keep a close eye on him, including the people he sees. It's best to even know what they say. Zhang Xiaobao stopped shoveling the snow in his hands and looked at the small bridge as he said. Steward Zhang knew that the little master did not care about these things, so he nodded and turned to leave. Wang Wan complained a little unhappily. Why did he have to come today? It's not easy to take the children out to play for a while, but his mood became bad again. He schemed against each other all day. If only we were really children who didn't know anything. Children want to grow up quickly, while adults want to go back to the past. We are back, so we should be satisfied. The nostalgia for life is not the pain of death, but the unwilling to lose the attention to this world. It's good to be alive. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be used to fighting, so he said firmly to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. "I'm just saying. If you want to live a good life, you have to grasp more resources. The competition will never stop. Even snowmen have to face spring. Flowers bloom and wither, clouds roll and unfold, and tides rise and fall. What will come will come. As long as we can go further on this road, it's good. Yes, this is life. Fortunately, I have you. I feel much more relaxed. When the water in the swimming pool freezes, let's make ice lanterns. There's a little fiery red in the crystal, and a warm heart in the cold." Zhang Xiaobao's mood was also touched by the children's cheerful play. Usually, he would not say these words. In order to leave more happy memories for the children, Zhang Xiaobao specially announced that there would be no classes today. Amidst the children's laughter and the snowman's black eyes, the curtain of night quietly fell. A hazy full moon hung over the silent Xueqi. "Sir, please bear with it for a while. We're almost there. If you continue to eat instant noodles, you won't be able to eat anything else. It was dark. A few lanterns were hung in front of the carriage, or were picked up by the Yamen runners. Jia County Magistrate's team was getting closer and closer to Tuqiao village. Jia County Magistrates had eaten a full meal some time ago. In his opinion, the instant noodles in the bowl tasted really good, especially with the meat and dried green onions added later. The taste was only a little bit worse when soaked in it. At this time, he felt hungry again and wanted to eat another bowl. The Yamen runners were reluctant to give it to him. These things were not available to ordinary people, so they persuaded him to eat. Jia County Magistrate swallowed his saliva and said, "We're almost there? Okay, let's go faster." Faster. Seeing that Jia County Magistrates no longer asked for food, the Yamen runners were relieved. They shouted and the team moved faster. In fact, if they wanted to, they could have arrived before dark. In order to give Zhangjia Zhuangzi more time to prepare, they delayed until now. The county magistrates in the carriage were not feeling well. They were also cold and tired. When the carriage arrived at Zhuangzi, except for the occasional dog barking, there was only the sound of the carriage wheels rolling on the snow. Jia County Magistrates lifted the curtain and looked outside. In the darkness, he saw a light along the road. He asked the Yamen runners outside, "Why is that light still on? Could it be that someone is walking?" "Sir, that's the other side of the small bridge. It's where the Zhang family and Wang family live in Zhuangzi. Every once in a while, a lantern will be lit to illuminate the road," the Yamen runner said. In his heart, he was thinking that if someone came to make trouble, they would avoid the places where the lanterns could illuminate and look for dark places. However, those dark places were where the Miao protection team was monitoring. "I heard that there's a market here. Is it still open now?" Jia County Magistrates thought for a while but could not figure out who would walk on the road in Zhuangzi at night. He could only ask about other things. "Yes, it will be the new year in a few days. There will be more people coming to trade and buy things. There are also merchants coming from other places to buy pork. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has started to kill pigs." When the Yamen runner talked about Zhangjia Zhuangzi killing pigs, his face became more excited. When the time came, Zhuangzi would give them some meat. This year, there were hundreds of pigs to be killed. Jia County Magistrates saw the Yamen runner's expression under the light of the lanterns. He felt uncomfortable. If he were to kill the 2 pigs he raised, the Yamen runner would not be so happy. Is it because it's cheaper to buy things here? Zhangjia Zhuangzi is so smart. Why doesn't he sell it himself? The Yamen runner shook his head. It's not cheap. The pork here is sold separately. The pork shoulder is put together, the pig head is put together, the ribs and the meat are also put together. If you buy according to this, you will need to spend dozens of copper coins more for a pig. It's expensive? Then people come here stupidly to buy it? Jia County Magistrates could not understand. Of course. You can buy enough in one go here. If you go elsewhere, you will need to pay more for the carriage. There is a carriage company in the county that will send carriages to wait here. Merchants who buy things can directly hire a carriage to take them back. This way, they can save half of the travel expenses. The Yamen runner told him everything he knew. Jia County Magistrates was happy to hear that the carriage company of Xueqi County was using the carriage company of Xueqi County. At least the commoners could earn more money. Just like what the Yamen runner said yesterday, they would have more money to buy things. He could collect more taxes. The Yamen runner continued, "Sir, don't think that the carriage company only charges the same amount of money as when they go there. You can still earn more. On the way back, you can buy things from other places and sell them at the market here. If you have more things, you can sell them directly to Ergo. Zhangjia Zhuangzi will work on them and sell them. So in the end, all the money will be earned by Zhangjia Zhuangzi." Jia County Magistrates was unhappy when he thought of Zhangjia Zhuangzi making money. "Yes, sir. Here we are. Do you want to cross the bridge first, or do you want to go directly to Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant?" Several buildings have been built at Between the Clouds and the Water, but they are not fully repaired yet. Only the original one can be used for business. The Yamen runner asked when the carriage came to a place where the roads were divided. Jia County Magistrates hesitated and said, "Don't cross the bridge today. Let's go to the restaurant and ask them to serve the signature dishes." "Oh, I forgot to bring money today." Jia County Magistrates deliberately said the second half of the sentence. He wanted to make the Zhang family poor. The Yamen runner understood the county magistrate's intention and said, "Sir, you don't have to worry about money. Just like before, you just need to eat." Well, the family in Xueqi County is good. Jia County magistrates only felt happy at times like this. These days, every time he went out to eat, he specially picked the signature dishes. The more expensive, the better. He felt like he was taking revenge on the Zhang family. When the carriage arrived at between the clouds and the water, there was no more snow. The yellow sand covered the ground, giving people a clean and tidy feeling. Jia County magistrates deliberately wore his official uniform today to let the people in Zhangjiazhuangzi know that he came for them this time. He also knew that even if he didn't wear it, they would know that he was here. There were so many spies around him. "Sir, you are here. Please come in. We will serve you on the second floor." The waiter came out to welcome him. When he saw that the new county magistrate of Xueqi County was here, he quickly greeted him. Chapter 231. When the Jia County magistrate saw that the waiter was not surprised at all, he knew that the news of his arrival had already been leaked. He was not in the mood to pursue this matter, so he followed the waiter into the restaurant. When they reached the door, another waiter came up to them and led them upstairs. "Let's go and eat." The Jia County magistrates went to a room on the second floor that had a view of the outside. He told the Yamen runners that he was going to eat alone. The Yamen runners obeyed and left. Their meals were already prepared, so they did not want to eat with the county magistrates. The waiter immediately placed the 4 dishes on the table. They were all cold plates with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The hot dishes were still on the table and would be served soon. When they were about to leave, they were stopped by the Jia County magistrates. "I'm here today because I have something to ask. You stay by my side and don't lie. Otherwise, I'll leave a place for you in the prison." "Understood. Sir, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know." The waiter showed a frightened expression and replied respectfully. The Jia County magistrates liked to see the waiter like this. He smiled and pointed at a plate of garlic and cucumber on the table with his chopsticks and asked, "Do you know where this cucumber comes from?" "Yes, it's specially planted in Zhangjiazhuangzi. It's picked every day and is sent to the restaurant. Try it, it tastes good." The waiter bowed and answered. He stepped forward and poured the warm wine into the cup in front of the Jia County magistrates. The Jia County magistrates took a sip of the wine and picked up a piece of cucumber with a lot of garlic and threw it into his mouth. He chewed it carefully. Wei nodded and said, "Good. This garlic is spicy but not spicy. The cucumber is clear but not cold. How do you make it?" "Sir, I don't know how to make it. Master Ni is in charge of this. I'll ask for you. Milord, please try this eggplant. This little one knows that the eggplant is first steamed in a pot. After it has cooled down, it is mixed with sauce, chopped green onions, and coriander. The skin of the eggplant has been peeled, and it is still tender when eaten." The waiter shook his head this time and introduced a new dish to Jia County magistrates. The Jia County magistrates was just asking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't make it himself. He nodded and said, "Is this beef tendon? Do you often have beef here?" The shop assistant nodded, then shook his head and replied, "It's the tendons of a cow's hoof. You can't eat it on a normal day. Sir, since you're here, please take it out. Ever since there's a mountain behind Zhuangzi, it's always dangerous if someone herds cows there. The Zhang family and Wang family have already warned us to be extra careful." "Really?" "Of course it's true. Otherwise, sir, you can lock me up in the prison and make the guards not give me any food to eat," the worker promised. The Jia County magistrates looked at the shop assistant and was both angry and amused. Prison? Maybe it was better to be in prison than outside. Would the Yamen runners listen to him? The shop assistant was not honest. He looked around and saw a calligraphy painting hanging on the wall. It was a painting of winter plum blossoms proudly standing in the snow. It was an ordinary painting, but it had a bit of character. There was a poem on it. "Winter plum blossoms are not proud of the snow. Life is filled with happiness. The heart is filled with autumn blossoms, and the snow is added." Not good. This poem is not good. There are 4 straight lines and 4 straight lines. It should be changed to "the heart is filled with snow powder, and the autumn blossoms are added." What do you think? The Jia County magistrate saw Zhang Zhong's signature and knew that it was the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi who found fault with it. The shop assistant looked at it blankly. After a while he said, "Sir, you have good taste. Others can't see it." "Sir, what is 4 straight lines? I don't understand." "I will tell Steward Zhang later and ask him to change the poem." "Sir, why don't you take a look at the painting?" "Well, you can learn it later. You won't understand even if I tell you. It's a painting. The plum blossoms in the painting are blooming too early. Why is there only pink and not white? White is the only way to contrast with the snow. It's a mistake." The Jia County magistrate said reservedly. Yes, my lord is right. There should be white flowers. Even if some of the flowers are pink, when the snow falls, it will be white. My lord, look at this." The shop assistant followed up with flattery and pointed to another poem on the wall. This poem was written in the style of a king. The Jia County magistrates turned to look and saw that it was also a painting. There was a poem beside the painting. "Plum blossoms at the corner of the wall, blooming alone in the cold. I know it's not the snow in the distance, but the fragrance comes." He shook his head and said, "That's not right. Why do the words look so soft? Oh, it's not elegant. It's definitely not. Oh, it's also written by Zhang Zhong. He changed the brush too quickly. It needs to be changed. The plum blossoms in the painting are also not good. There should be snow on this side of the wall. It can't just be the wall." Shop assistant, tell me, how can the plum blossoms at the corner of the wall smell the fragrance of the flowers from afar? The wind is blocked by the wall. It's a mistake. It can't be a poem at all. "Sir, this is not written by master. There are a few small words below. Look carefully. Below Zhang Zhong, is it written daughter-in-law Wang Wan?" The shop assistant pointed and said, "So it's a little girl. No wonder he didn't think about the wall blocking the wind when he wrote it." The Jia County magistrates was now more certain of his words. Before the shop assistant could continue, he saw another painting at the side and laughed. "What painting is this?" The plum blossoms were drawn into a big tree by him. The branches and leaves are lush. Interesting. This poem, the flowers are swaying and falling, alone and beautiful. It occupies the amorous feelings of the small garden. The sparse shadows are slanted, the water is shallow, and the fragrance floats in the evening. The frosty birds steal a glance first, and the pink butterflies know how to unite and break their souls. Fortunately, there's a slight recitation that can be compared, and there's no need to be good at combining gold and gold. Not good. After the Jia County magistrates finished looking at the painting, he looked at the poem again. The words were even worse. He also shook his head, curled his lips, and said disdainfully, pointing to the poem and saying to the shop assistant, "Look, it says that the other flowers are all withered, but it's still blooming. Since it occupies the amorous feelings, why isn't it planted in the small garden? Look again. It's such a cold day. Wouldn't the water be frozen? Since it's dusk, it's the scene of the sun and the moon. Where is the sun and the moon? Where is the frost? The latter part is even worse. Let's not talk about it. Oh, let me see. Is this the son of Zhang Zhong? Is it that Xiao Bao? Sure enough, he's just a kid. He doesn't know anything. Sir, you're right. I don't understand. This lousy poem is just hanging here to amuse people. Sir, I'll bring the dishes for you." The shop assistant continued to flatter him. Anyway, as long as it was the Jia County magistrates, he was right. When he heard the sound of footsteps in the corridor, he knew that it was the delivery of the dishes. He quickly ran to the door. He took the tray with 4 hot dishes on it and brought them to the Jia County magistrates. He arranged them one by one, returned the tray, filled it with wine, and waited at the side for a reply. The Jia County magistrates picked up a piece of roasted venison and swallowed it with wine. He nodded and said, "These dishes are very good. It's a pity that the decoration of the surroundings is not good enough, especially the 3 paintings. The 3 poems on the paintings should not be displayed. Oh, this is between the clouds and the water. It's fine if it's displayed." He wanted to ask the shop assistant to take it down, but he suddenly remembered where he was. Even if he took it down now, it would be hung up after he left. The shop assistant continued to agree, "Sir, you're right. It should be taken down. Why don't you leave a calligraphy piece for others to see?" Okay, quickly get me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The Jia County magistrates, who was very happy with the praise, agreed without thinking. The shop assistant hurried out and came back after a while. He pulled over another small table specially used for writing, spread out the paper, and ground the ink. When it was almost done, the Jia County magistrates picked up the brush and dipped it in the ink. He pondered for a while and said, "I'll only write a poem about plum blossoms." Then, he put the brush down and began to write. It seemed that he was in the peak state of art. After he finished writing the poem, he took out a small square stamp from his chest and pressed it on the ink pad next to him. He asked the shop assistant, "What do you think?" "Good. Sir, your words are really extraordinary. Just by looking at it, you can feel the spirit of plum blossoms." The shop assistant showed a look of surprise. His eyes were wide open and his hands and feet were trembling with excitement. The Jia County magistrate said with a smile, I'm tired today, so my writing is a little worse than usual. What do you think of this poem?" "It's well written. It's a good poem. From this poem, I see plum blossoms competing to bloom." Countless tourists stopped to watch and admire the scene. "Sir, you're really amazing. With only one poem, you can make people. Which part of it is open? It's obviously budding, and there aren't so many tourists. There are only two people sitting opposite each other and drinking." The Jia County magistrates was a little dissatisfied with the shop assistant's words. His face darkened and he stopped the shop assistant from continuing. The shop assistant hurriedly moved forward and nodded fiercely. He said, "I misread it just now. Please forgive me, sir. Now I know. It's written that there is snow falling on the branches of plum blossoms, but the plum blossoms haven't bloomed. Flower buds are growing there. There are also two heroes eating meat and drinking wine. The wind is blowing, and the snow on the branches is falling down. The two people are crying. What's snow falling on the branches? There's no snow, and there's no wind. A man and a woman sitting opposite each other. Do you know or not?" The Jia County magistrates was furious. He stared at the shop assistant and asked. The shop assistant lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "Sir, I can't read. I don't know what you've written. Why don't you read it to me? I'll remember it even if I forget other things in the future." "So you can't read. That's fine. Listen to me. This poem is, winter has come, but it hasn't snowed yet. The plum blossoms are budding, but they don't know. A man and a woman are singing to each other. They want to see the flowing water, but there's no river of ice. There's regret in warming the wine, but the ice only melts when spring comes. When that time comes, the plum blossoms may bloom." The Jia County magistrates had no choice but to read the poem himself. "Good poem. Sir, your writing is indeed better than others. I won't hide it from you. There are many people reciting poems in this restaurant. I didn't understand them before, but when you read the poem today, I immediately understood. Sir, you really made me speechless. I'll find someone to frame the words right away." The shop assistant's body trembled even more. He went forward and was about to pick up the paper when he was stopped by the Jia County magistrates. "There's no hurry. You can do it after I leave. I still have some things to ask you." The Jia County magistrates happily sat back at the table and finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Recommend a book. Book ID equals 1589628. Book name equals The Usurper." Chapter 232. The waiter filled up the wine again. When he saw which dish the Jia County magistrates wanted to eat, he helped to bring it forward. The Jia County magistrates drank 3 glasses of wine and ate a few mouthfuls of food. Then, he looked back at what he had written and turned to ask the waiter, "Have you seen any outsiders causing trouble here recently? Since I am in charge of protecting this county, I can't let anyone cause trouble in Tuqiao village." In fact, the Jia County magistrates wanted to know if anyone was causing trouble for the Zhang family and the Wang family. If so, he would go and ask them to find out who was behind them. If they were powerful enough, they could deal with them together. The Jia County magistrate's waiter nodded and said, "Sir, you are so smart. You know that there are people causing trouble here." "Yes, there are. There have been people causing trouble here at least 4 times in the past few days." Someone really dares to come here? Tell me what kind of people they are. The Jia County magistrates put on a straight face and said angrily. I'll tell you now. My first time in the past few days was the day before yesterday. I had nothing to do on the second floor, so I wanted to walk around the first floor. Guess what happened? There were 3 people sitting by the window and quarreling with the waiter downstairs. Our waiter didn't say anything. It was the 3 people talking. Guess what they said? The waiter looked nervous as if he had encountered something very difficult. The Jia County magistrates listened carefully and asked, what did they say? That guy was very fierce. They said, why didn't we let them eat? Why didn't we let them eat? Why didn't we let them take away the leftovers? In the end, we had no choice but to give them some leftover steamed buns. When they left this time, I was scared. I know. 3 beggars came. Didn't they leave after giving them steamed buns? Then don't say it again. Say it again. The Jia County magistrates did not have the slightest interest in the 3 beggars. It was only between the clouds and the water that was easy to talk to. Otherwise, he would have already beaten them up. Why would he still give them steamed buns? This was useless to him. Counting on these 3 beggars to help him deal with Zhangjia Zhuangzi was impossible. He interrupted the waiter and asked him to continue. The waiter nodded. The next time? That would be the noon of the day before yesterday. When this humble one was guarding the second floor, a few people came up. They were all well dressed. That guy, the first one, directly gave this humble one 6 copper coins. This humble one was so happy that this humble one specifically told them a few signature dishes. But when I served the dishes, guess what happened to that guy? You definitely won't be able to guess it. That guy, those people, when they look at the dish, they look at me. When they look at me, they look at the dish. I don't even know if I'm myself or the dish. I don't even know if the dish is the dish or... Pick the important ones. The Jia County magistrates frowned. Okay, pick the important ones. That is, they felt that this humble one was harming them, so they fed the worms to them. Those guys, their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat this humble one. But this humble one is not a dish. The humble one is the humble one, and the dish is... Well, don't be angry. This humble one will continue. This humble one is used to it. What's going on? This dish is stir-fried chives and sandworms. Sandworms are insects. They grew up in the sea. When the Zhang family's farmstead went there to help deal with the locust plague, they went there to collect them. If they were alive, they would be raised, and if they were dead, they would be dried. When it's time to eat them, they would be served with warm water. This dish is delicious. My master said that eating this dish is good for the body. They don't know, so they asked this humble one to eat the whole plate of stir-fried spoonworms. This humble one can't eat it normally, so I'll serve you some later. What do you think? The waiter explained patiently. Fortunately, County Magistrate Jia's expression returned to its original state after he finished explaining the matter. What happened after that? The Jia County Magistrates was mainly thinking about whether those people had any conflicts with the restaurant, to what extent, and who was their family's backer. After that, they said that they had wronged this humble one and gave this humble one 6 copper coins. They gave this humble one a total of 12 copper coins. They also paid for the meal. Sir, you really don't want to eat the spoonworms? Although they look scary, if you want to eat them again after you eat them, they're worth 10 taels of silver per plate. The waiter gestured and tried to persuade the Jia County magistrates to eat. The Jia County magistrates felt uncomfortable when he heard this. Who would eat that? He waved his hand and said, No, I'll save you some money. Tell me about the last 2 times. The waiter showed a regretful look. He rearranged the dishes and said, The 3rd time was yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, when it was almost night time, a man was eating on the 1st floor. He came from the market and didn't have much money. He only ordered some dried tofu and a bowl of wine. After he finished eating, he said that his stomach hurt and ran to the outhouse in the back. He came here many times and kept saying that our dried tofu wasn't good. He wanted to sue us, but our dried tofu has always been the best. It's impossible that there's something wrong with it. And then, he died? The Jia County magistrates asked excitedly. No, we have a resident doctor in the restaurant. How could we let him die? The doctor came immediately and examined his illness. He said that it had nothing to do with the dried tofu and that it was because he ate something else. After that, the The doctor asked him what he ate and said that he didn't want to live anymore. He bought some small shrimps at the market. In order to save money, he skewered them with sticks and roasted them. He didn't roast them well and drank a lot of cold water. The doctor gave him medicine, and the restaurant paid for it. Fortunately, he came to the restaurant to eat. Otherwise, he would have died on the way home. I followed the doctor to take a look. The thing that came out was so smelly. I almost fell into it. Sir, let me tell you what the thing that came out was. If you look at it from a distance, don't talk about it. It's the fourth time. The Jia County magistrates also vomited and tried not to think about it. The waiter was obedient and didn't say anything. He coughed softly and continued. The fourth time was this morning. 2 people came and ate on the first floor. After they finished eating, they complained that the food was bad and that the heat was too strong. So the heat was too strong? It seems that they were picky. The Jia County magistrates became interested again. Usually, people like that were either rich or noble. What did they use to cook? For breakfast, there was soy milk, tofu pudding, and the restaurant's signature snack, rice crust. After the rice was steamed, there was some leftover rice under the pot. They said that the heat was too strong. If they had known, they wouldn't have sent it. Sir, don't you think they were making trouble? In the end, they said that the meal was free. Then they happily finished it and didn't leave anything behind. They saved 4 copper coins. The waiter said unhappily, as if he looked down on the 2 people. That's it? That's it? The Jia County magistrates gave up for the last time. What could he expect from people who caused trouble for the sake of saving 4 copper coins? That's it. Sir, do you want to try the rice crust? You can eat it as a snack. It's crunchy. The waiter continued to push the dishes. The Jia County magistrates was not in the mood to eat. He had asked for so long in vain. He shook his head and said, I don't want to taste it. You can leave now. After I finish eating, I'll find a yard to rest in the back. Okay, sir, please eat. I'll go and frame the poem you wrote. The waiter didn't forget the words. He walked over and rolled it up, then left after saying that. The Jia County magistrate sat there and ate a few mouthfuls of food and drank some wine. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The waiter just now was a little too easy to talk to. If it was another place, it wouldn't be wrong. But didn't the restaurant between the clouds and the water know that he was not on good terms with their owner? When he heard him ask if there was anyone causing trouble, it was impossible for him to be so straightforward. He must be lying. He secretly hated that even a waiter dared to lie to him. The Jia County magistrate sped up his eating. After a while, he finished eating, put down his chopsticks, got up and left. When he reached the first floor, the yamen runners had already finished eating. It seemed that they had even drunk some wine. Needless to say, they didn't need to spend a single copper coin. The Zhang family had paid for the meal for free. Sir, have you finished eating? The backyard is ready. The yamen runner came close and whispered. Okay, let's go. The Jia County magistrate snorted. Under the guidance of the yamen runner, they walked to the backyard. Someone had already hung up the lanterns here. It looked really good. The snow in the yard had been swept away and it was clean. Sir, please come in. Someone will serve you. The yamen runner was not going to go in at this time. The Jia County magistrates nodded. When he was about to go in, a greeting came from the side. Isn't this the county magistrate? Sir, I didn't expect to see you here. The Jia County magistrates turned his head in confusion. The yamen runners surrounded him and looked vigilant. Do you know this person? The Jia County magistrates looked at the person and didn't know him. He turned his head to ask the yamen runners next to him. The yamen runners also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Sir, you may not know me, but I know you. When you took office, there were so many people welcoming you. I was among them. I am not from Xueqi County. I am from the Han family of Huayuan County in Zhuangzi. I have something important to discuss with you. The person introduced himself. When he saw that the Jia County magistrates was still confused, he said, Zhuangzi used to be at odds with the Zhang family and the Zhuangzi County magistrates. I want to ask you to help me reconcile. I wonder if you can help me? The Jia County magistrates was happy when he heard this. Discord. Not reconciling? Good. Reconciling? He must reconcile. Immediately, he looked at the yamen runners next to him and said, "You guys go and rest. I will have a chat with this person. Hurry up and leave." "Sir, you have to be careful. It will be troublesome if there is a mistake," the yamen runner said with concern. "Well, be careful. You guys search him first. Leave 2 people to guard outside the house." The Jia County magistrates wanted to have a good talk with this person, so he hurriedly urged them. Recommend a book. Frowny face. Book ID equals 11073662. Book name equals The Model of the Way of the King. Chapter 233. Jia County Magistrates was anxious, so he ordered the yamen runners to search for the man quickly. He didn't want to waste any time, so he entered the courtyard with the man and found the study room. There were 2 yamen runners guarding the door. He sat down some distance away from the man and asked, "Who is the Xueqi of the Han family?" "Sir, the Xueqi of the Han family is the Xueqi of the Minister of Deliberation, Han Feng. My master knows that you are in a difficult position in Xueqi County, so he specially ordered me to come and talk to you. If you need the help of the Xueqi, please don't hesitate. The Yuan family will also advance and retreat with the Han family. In the future, if you need help, you can send someone to find me. I also have a long-rented courtyard here, waiting for you. My name is Han Wangzhu. As long as someone has your official seal, I will send it to my master." The man introduced himself as well as the whole story. His voice was very low, so that the 2 yamen runners at the door couldn't hear him. "Good, that's great." Han Wangzhu was finally happy. With 2 Xueqi helping him, he believed that he could overthrow the Zhang family and the Wang family. At that time, who would dare to take away all the money in the yamen? If he could seize the money of the 2 families when he overthrew them, then he could also seize their money and the recipes for hatching chickens. With these 2 things, it would be difficult for him not to be rich. There was also the dock at Little Luo Shui, a place where he could earn a lot of money every day. Thinking about it, Jia County magistrates couldn't control himself and laughed. Han Wangzhu also laughed. He also had a plan in mind. After waiting for Jia County magistrates to stop, Han Wangzhu took out something from his arms and gave it to Jia County magistrates. He said, "Sir, I know that you have a hard time here, so my master ordered me to give this to you. There is a place not far from your yamen that sells porcelain called Chongqing. Take this there and you can exchange it for 5,000 strings of coins." Jia County magistrates listened to the man and looked at the thing in front of him. He rubbed his hands excitedly. This was the first money he had received in Xueqi County. Thinking of this, he became very angry. There were so many merchants in the county, but none of them gave him money. They didn't even care about his wine. They only cared about his daily expenses. What was the difference between this and raising livestock? The Han family was better. Just as he was about to say something, Han Wangzhu took out another thing from his arms and put it next to the previous one. He said, "Sir, this is what the Yuan family asked me to deliver. There is a pawn shop next to Chongqing porcelain called Wufeng. Take this and you can get 8,000 strings of coins there." "Well, I will take care of the 2 businesses in your family. If there are other businesses here, as long as you choose a place, I will also help." Jia County magistrates tried to control his trembling hands. He picked up the 2 things in front of him, looked at the door, and carefully put them in his arms. These 2 things were worth 13,000 strings of coins. If he only saved up with his salary, he would never be able to get this much money in his life. Damn Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Why didn't he let him keep some of his salary? He must take revenge. Well, find an opportunity. When? As County Magistrate Jia pondered, he suddenly thought of the Han family and the Yuan family, so he asked, "I wonder if you 2 families have any good ideas that can improve the Zhang family's farmstead?" Han Wangzhu nodded with a smile. "Sir, I understand. Yes, but there is no hurry. You should use this money to find your own people. You can't always use others, right? If I'm not wrong, some people have heard about your meeting with me today." With so many yamen runners, he did not believe that they would all be bought over by the Zhang family's manner. Even if he had to fork out 2,000 strings of coins, it would still be worth it. Once the Zhang and Wang families collapsed, he would be able to get as much money as he wanted. Jia County magistrates fell asleep as he thought about it. Light snoring sounds could be heard. It was the first time in a few days that he had a good sleep. It was the first time he didn't dream that Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people would drive him out of Sanshui County and make him leave with his tail between his legs. Jia County magistrates met the Han family. Just as Han Wangzhu said, the two of them had just discussed a few words when the news was sent back to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. Steward Zhang had been waiting for them to wake up to study before he came to report. It seems that Han Yongyao doesn't want to deal with us alone. His family also wants to take our good things. As for the Yuan family, you said you weren't in Sanshui County and had to come here to cause trouble. You don't have the right geographical location and people. I don't think you can find the right time either. Wang Wan, who was grinding ink, said after hearing what had happened. Yes, and there's still 13,000 strings of coins to give to Jia County magistrates. What a big deal. Since that's the case, we'll keep the money. We'll organize an activity tomorrow morning for fun. You want money? Dream on. Once you get a little, you'll want more. Those yamen runners also need to be arranged so that he has a chance to deal with us. Humph, don't you know whose home field this is? Don't you know how to check that study room? If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble for the restaurant, we would have taken out the things directly. Sleep, sleep, sleep well. Zhang Xiaobao spread the paper and muttered. He was used to fighting, but he didn't want to spend more energy on other things before his father's imperial examination. There were still many things to be arranged in the capital. The only thing that could make him feel relieved was that he had left some excuses for Jia County magistrates. Wang Wan put the ink slab between the two of them, took the copybook, and began to write according to the words on it. At the same time, she said, should we get rid of Jia County magistrates or continue to restrict him and let him be idle? Don't get rid of him first. Let's wait until the Han family and Yuan family finish their moves and no fear. Then we'll let him go. If he stays here all the time, the development of Sanshui County will slow down. Many projects that rely on the support of the government can't start. It's annoying. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He also picked up the brush and practiced calligraphy. For the time being, he didn't want to think about other things and devoted himself to writing. The next day, the sky was much clearer than the previous 2 days. One could even see the white clouds slowly swaying in the sky. The sound of reading could be heard in the school again. The snow in the Zhang family's farmstead was all cleared away and allowed to slowly melt in the fields. The artificial lake between the clouds and the water had more water, but it hadn't frozen yet. The people in Zhuangzi were also clearing the snow. They only needed to clear the snow on the roads. They didn't need to clear the snow in the fields. When the snow melted next spring, there would be no need to worry about the drought. Jia County magistrates woke up early in the morning and was served breakfast. When he was about to leave, a burst of firecrackers suddenly sounded from the small lake. Jia County magistrates curiously opened the window and looked over. A gust of cold wind blew in and made him shiver. He exhaled and slightly adapted to the temperature. Then he looked at the small lake again. He saw a few people in the small pavilion in the middle. The firecrackers were still going off. The corridor connecting the pavilion hadn't been repaired yet. A lot of snow had accumulated on the pavilion. There was even light shining from the side of the pavilion. It should be frozen. This was strange. If there was no ice anywhere else, why was there ice there? Come in, buddy. Tell me what's going on there. Jia County magistrates didn't understand and called for the buddy. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter came in. He looked down and said to County Magistrate Jia, "Sir, there are people fishing. They said that they want to catch the snow alone. Our young master and young lady are also there. They have no choice but to accompany them for fear of being frozen. But young Master Li is there, so we have to accompany them." Good sentence. Fishing alone in the snow is indeed a special feeling. Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li? Jia County magistrates thought about this sentence and said, "Good," twice. Then he suddenly asked about Mr. Li, the one who just bought the land over there. Mr. Li from Zhuangzi. Even the old master is afraid of him. Mr. Li Wang Sun, Mr. Li. The buddy pointed down and answered. It's him. Oh good. I also want to go down there to fish. How do I get there? Jia County magistrates finally understood who it was. It was a good opportunity. He could not go and have a look. At the same time, He thought about why he didn't consider going to Xueqi to have a look when he was ready to leave after eating. The buddy said awkwardly, "Sir, it's cold outside." Chapter 234. Jia County magistrates originally thought that once he finished speaking, the waiter would immediately go to arrange it. He didn't expect that the waiter would say such a thing. He looked sideways at the waiter and asked, "Are the others not cold?" "Sir, our young master and young lady are forced to go. Master and madam are also worried. What if they fall into the water? Sir, you are different. What if something happens to you? What will happen to the people in the county?" The waiter avoided his eyes and leaned back. This movement was immediately noticed by Jia County magistrates. He thought to himself, "So you don't want me to see my imperial nephew? Humph. The more you don't want me to go, the more I want to go. Who does Zhangjia Zhuangzi think he is? You don't want me to see him, so I can disappear?" "Sir, aren't you in a hurry to go back to the yamen?" the waiter asked at the right time. This made Jia County magistrates even more determined. He stared at the waiter and said, "Why do you still dare to control me? I order you to let me go to the pavilion immediately. Otherwise I will kill you on the spot." Jia County magistrates wanted to lock the waiter in prison, but he felt that this wouldn't scare the waiter. If he locked the waiter in prison, wouldn't the Zhang family treat him well? Yes, this little one will go right away. "Milord, we have to take a boat." Others go up and use their own boats. "Milord, can you take the Zhang family's boat?" The servant was so scared that he was about to cry, and whispered, No, I will go down and find a boat myself. When I came here, I saw people fishing, so I will go and borrow a boat from them." Jia County magistrates was about to agree, but he was afraid that the Zhang family would do something to the boat. He changed his mind and went down himself. When he woke up in the morning and came here to eat, there were people fishing in the river. When he went out to take a look, he saw that they were still casting nets. If he borrowed a boat from here, he could directly enter the lake. He walked to the shore and shouted to the fisherman, "Fisherman, come here. This official has something to ask of you." Several yamen runners beside him also shouted. The fisherman over there didn't seem to want to come over. They hesitated and moved closer. Jia County magistrates was still wearing his official uniform. He felt that no one in Xueqi County was not afraid of him. Of course, except for the Zhang family and Wang family. The fisherman came to the shore. He looked at the Jia County magistrates and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "Tell him who I am." The Jia County magistrates whispered to the yamen runner beside him. The yamen runner immediately stepped forward and shouted, "This is the county magistrate, your parent official." "How can the county magistrate be my parental official? I am not from Xueqi County. I saw that there was a lot of fish here, so I can exchange them in the market." The fisherman didn't buy it at all. It seemed that he was very stubborn. Usually, when people met officials, no matter where they were, they would be afraid. "I don't care where you are from. Lend us your boat. Here are 5 coins. I will return it to you after you use it. Come down quickly." The yamen runner next to him rushed over with his hand on the handle of his knife. He pulled the fisherman down, stuffed 5 coins into his hand, and took the boat. The fisherman seemed to be very angry. He stared at the Jia County magistrates and his people, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The others didn't care about him. The yamen runner took the boat and said to the Jia County magistrates, "Sir, let me take you there. I know how to push the boat." As the yamen runner spoke, he picked up the bamboo pole and waited for the Jia County magistrates to get on the boat. The Jia County magistrates, who was about to get on the boat, suddenly stopped. This yamen runner was the one he stared at outside the door yesterday. He didn't trust anyone now, and he still had more than 13,000 strings of coins in his arms. What if this yamen runner deliberately pushes me into the water and then takes my things? The Jia County magistrates thought. At this moment, he saw that everyone wanted to rob his money, so he said, "No need. I will handle it myself. I will show you what I am capable of. I used to be a good hand." County Magistrate Jia caught the pole in his hand and jumped onto the boat. He smiled at the people on the shore and pushed hard. The boat was really pushed away by him. Looking at the stable appearance, it was indeed not bad. After he pushed the boat out for some distance, the fisherman also left. He went to the stable next to the Xueqi tavern, found a horse, and leaped onto it. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Zhang family's farmstead. His eyes reddened, and he stroked the pouch he was carrying on his back. He abruptly turned his head back and whipped the horse's buttocks as hard as he could. One horse and one man. They gradually disappeared into the distance. Two children, one old and one young, stood on Xueqi. They didn't know if they could see the leaving horse. The younger one looked up and asked, "Brother, when will father come back?" "At least 1 year, at most 2 years. From today onwards, our mother and grandfather will work in the inner court. We have to study hard and wait for father to come back. Let him see us." The older child touched his younger brother's head and pulled him back to school. The younger brother followed obediently. "Brother, can we be registered?" "Yes, you can be registered in the Zhang mansion. You have a death contract. You will be paid for your studies." The older brother nodded. The Jia County magistrates didn't know that a father-son farewell had just played out. He was still holding his pole and walking towards the pavilion. He was thinking about what to say later. Although this nephew was the son of the emperor's brother, he was very good with words. At least his father was a provincial governor. He couldn't say anything wrong. He had to greet him first. He couldn't deliberately be so close to him. He had to stand beside him and shout as long as the nephew caught a fish. It would have been better if he didn't use the whip just now. He didn't know if the fish would have been scared away. Thinking about how to deal with it later, the Jia County magistrates put more effort into holding the pole. At this time, they had already entered the small lake. In a short while, they would reach the pavilion. There were a few boats parked there. From here, they could see 2 children holding hands and accompanying a slightly older child. The Jia County magistrates was a little anxious when he saw this. He was afraid that the nephew would like the 2 children, so he used all his strength to hold the pole back. He pulled the pole back and used all his strength to hold the pole on the other side. As soon as he held the pole, the Jia County magistrates felt that the direction of the boat was a little wrong. It seemed to be slanted. His first thought was that the boat hit a stone or a wooden stake in the water. Just as he was about to put the pole back in order to correct the direction, the boat suddenly turned over and pulled him down. The Jia County magistrates wanted to swim up. Unfortunately, he was no longer the swimsuit he used to wear when he was a child. His body didn't have that much strength. He was wearing the beautiful official uniform with a boat buckled on it. He felt stuffy in his chest and couldn't help but open his eyes. It was chaotic everywhere. The cold water hit his eyes, making them sore and painful. Before the Jia County magistrate's vision turned black and he fainted, he finally saw a blurry figure in the water approaching him. The moment the boat turned over, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouted at the same time. "Oh no, someone fell into the water. Come and save him." All of a sudden, many people appeared on the shore, and many people jumped into the water. Li Sun was invited to fish early in the morning, so he naturally had a few bodyguards by his side. Just now, he had already seen a person dressed in official robes walking towards him. He felt irritated and did not want to interact with these officials. Why would a young marquis want to meet a local official for no reason? This was also the reason why he only contacted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but didn't want to see Father Zhang and Father Wang. But he could not save people, so he said to the bodyguards beside him, "Save people? If you don't have the ability, why are you rowing the boat yourself? Look at his uniform, he looks like a 7th grade official. Where did he come from?" The bodyguards beside him jumped down to save people. Zhang Xiaobao said, "I know, it's the county magistrate. The new county magistrate of Sanshui County." "Humph. So it's that Jia Shan and Jia Yiheng that everyone went to pick up? The higher-ups also know. Isn't it harming me if such a popular official comes to see me? Those who don't know will think that I asked him to come. How disheartening." Li Sun was furious. If his father knew about this, he would be scolded. But what did it have to do with him? He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were interesting and wanted to come and play with them. Usually, no one could treat him and play with him like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao laughed in his heart and said, "Maybe he came to see Xueqi. County magistrate, it's not wrong to look at the place under your jurisdiction. Your Xueqi is also in Sanshui County. I don't want him to see it. It's over. In a few days, my father will write a letter to scold me. Maybe he will even ask me to go back. There's no meaning in the mansion at all, Li Sun said worriedly. He couldn't wait to make Jia County magistrates disappear. Zhang Xiaobao persuaded him. It's almost the new year. Otherwise you have to go back. Wait for the letter. You can prepare for 2 more days. It's just before the new year. Li Sun did not complain this time. He stared at the surface of the water. It did not take long before County Magistrate Jia was fished out of the water. His head was facing the water. After a while, someone shouted from the boat, "Young master, he's alive. Nuan Nuan will wake up soon." Li Sun looked at the person who was pulled out of the water with a sullen face. Wei Wei nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "He was saved by someone around me. You can only send him to my place. We'll come back another day." "Okay, we'll come back another day. Cuckoo and I will go back too." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and jumped back into the boat with Wang Wan. They asked someone to row them back. The others also dispersed. When they were about to reach the shore, a head appeared between the boat and the shore. After throwing the 2 things into the boat, the person sank again. Zhang Xiaobao quickly put the things away and looked around. He was relieved when he saw that no one was watching. The person in the water was sent by him. He was the one who was the best at swimming on Zhuangzi. He took a few pigs to breathe in the water and connected a rope to a big stone below to prevent his body from floating up. After knocking over the boat, he took the things out of the county magistrate's arms and hid. He dragged the stone for a distance under the water to avoid being seen. Zhang Xiaobao's boat came over. He handed over the things at the appointed place. He sank again and came up from another place. There was a car parked there. The doctor, the boiled ginger water, the stove, and the bedding were all prepared. He had to rest for a few days.